Life imitating art. Look at that. I got the banana right here. Welcome in to the Scott Fishbowl Podathon, year number 9. Unbelievable. When I started this idea back in 2018, I thought Scott would tell me, he didn't need any more friends, leave me alone. And here I am 9 years later. I just was in Vegas with Scott just about 5 days ago, 6 days ago, and I get to welcome him right over here. I don't know where he is on my side of your screen. So Scott Fish, the man who started all this, Russ Fisher, who always comes and gives me the strength I need to get through 24 hours. Ryan McDowell, Mister, I'm full time in the industry now, but more importantly, last year's champion, the guy who beat all 5,000 of you out there that showed up to the live drafts, that show up on the online drafts. One person, only one person could win every year, and that is Ben. Ben, welcome in to the SFB Podathon. How you feeling today?
Yeah, we're feeling good, man. Happy to be on. Thanks for having me. Still feels surreal to be a SFB champ. Not gonna lie, I remember back 5-6 years ago, just begging for an invite. And now here we are sitting joining you guys as the reigning champ. It's pretty cool, man. It's exciting. So thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's awesome to have you here. If it's everybody can see, I'm outside in beautiful Brooklyn, USA today. I want to get, I do this show every year. I'm in a room. I'm closed in. It's usually dark. I have my snacks. I run back and forth to the bathroom. This year I was like, I want to get outside and breathe the air a little bit. I got up early this morning and I already did my workout, so I feel good. And I told Scott there might be a segment where I'm on a treadmill today. So it's going to be fun. And I will tell everybody I'm not doing the 24 hours this year. I'm not getting any younger, but also tomorrow night, after this is all done, I have a concert with my youngest daughter to go to. So if I did 24 hours straight and then tried to go to that concert, I'd be a mushy mess. So I didn't want to do that. So I'll be doing 12 to 10. We got great hosts checking in. JB Jared Barry, who just, I don't know if you saw him on Password the other night on NBC. JB won $18,000 with the Miz and Jimmy Fallon. So if you need a lunch, Reach out to JB. Mike Fiella, who does all the booking of the guests, worked tirelessly behind the scenes. Mike will be jumping in to be a co-host later in the day, as well as taking it up to when JB takes over. Russ will be here throughout the day. Zach will be joining us at some point. And Jorge Edwards from Fantasy and Frames will be here with us and doing the overnight. So couldn't get this done without all the wonderful people behind the scenes. But Scott, what do you want to say to Ben, who's managed to conquer? Every year you make it more and more difficult, or you change it up. You like to mess with people with the scoring. Ben laughed at you last year and conquered you. What do you have to say to Ben?
His run was impressive. Like it wasn't even in doubt near the end. He had just blown away the field, which you don't get very often with a 50-team final. There's usually a couple teams vying for it, but no, Ben ran away with that one. It's huge. Congratulations. I don't know that do you have your trophy yet? I know I gave them your information. I was wondering if you had it or not yet. Are you doing a live event?
No. So I realized late that there was a Michigan one, so I might try to show up to the Michigan one, but as of right now, I'm signed up for the online.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, generally when someone's doing a live event, we try to send the trophy there and make a big deal out of it. But they have your information. We'll get you the trophy. But it's a pretty cool trophy. No, huge congratulations. Beating out 5,000 people. Some are saying it's the biggest achievement since I came in second in year 1. So,
Mike Clay is snickering at you. So Ben, you didn't draft live last year? Then you drafted online.
Yeah, that's right. I was online last year as well.
Yeah, I used to draft in the New York City Live, which, by the way, I highly recommend if you can get to any of the lives, whether you could draft it alive or just go for the atmosphere if it's already been filled up. It's really one of the greatest things that we've put together here at Scott Fishbowl and Fantasy Cares. It's really one entity now, and I've gotten to go to so many over the last few years. As I mentioned, I was in Vegas last week. There's nothing like it. But for me, who when I show up to these events, I help, volunteer to help in some ways. It became a distraction for me to draft. So I started drafting online again last year after 2 years of drafting live. I was in the semifinals last year, Ben. I was nipping at your heels.
Yeah.
I didn't feel like I had a super great team, but what I did have last year was a ridiculous amount of tight ends. And in the playoffs, I had a guy who catches balls over there in Atlanta. who just got a huge extension, and that helped. I think he had a 75-point week in the fantasy playoffs last year, and that really bolstered my lineup. So it's the second time I've made the semis in Scott Fishbowl. The other time there was maybe only about 2,000 people playing. So Ryan, maybe you could speak to that, right? I started playing when it was SFB 480 before they had numbers after them, right? And that was the last year. That would have been the equivalent to SFB 6. Next year it became SFB 7. But when Scott had this idea, it was FF Oasis Invitational, I believe, for the first couple of years before it became the Scott Fishbowl. Did you ever imagine not only would the tournament grow to what it is, but Fantasy Cares would grow to what it is in the fantasy industry?
I mean, no, not at all. I wish I'd kind of seen this coming, but I mean, the growth of SFB, the growth of Fantasy Cares, and has just been, nothing short of amazing. The impact that Fantasy Cares has across the country, especially around Christmas time, is just it's so awesome to see. It's so awesome to be a small part of that, and it's just been fun to help Scott out along the way. And I don't know if he would even say that he saw this coming. Nope. We have shared many conversations, obviously, about SFB and ideas and ways to improve it and things like that. But this was just something we never saw coming.
Yes.
So, yeah, it's great.
Scott is at the live Charlotte draft today, so he's at a brewery.
I'm at a brewery, not a batting cage.
In the background. And, Ryan, I want to go back to a comment that I had up on the screen, because you said the impact it's had around the country. Yeah. It's spread beyond the country now, right?
Very true.
We have how many drafts outside of the United States this year? To 8?
7 or 8, something like that.
Yeah, and the Dublin one was last week. There's a bunch of them going to be 4th of July weekend because, screw you, filthy Americans. We're gonna no, but they actually are celebrating with us in their own way. So it's gone beyond the United States. We have Mexico and Brazil, and we have Ireland, and Liz Loza was in LA, Las Vegas rather, last week, and she's like, we have to do Dublin next year. So there's a real possibility that some of us are going to come to the Dublin event next year, which I think would be amazing. One of the other things I love so much is getting out on the road and getting to be in person with people like Ryan and Scott and Russ. I've seen so many times now because we live New York, New Jersey. We've been to a lot of events together. Last week I got to sit down with Scott and Paul Charchian and his lovely wife Roxy. We had barbecue at Smoke Belly. Smoke Belly was the name of the place, I think. Soul Belly. And I actually said, Ryan, to your point, I said to Paul, to Charch, I don't think Scott will ever fully understand the magnitude of what he created here, because that's who he is. He's
any of us can.
Yeah, he's humble to the core. He's always made it about the right things, and we've been surrounded by good people because what his message created was pulling in really good people who want to do really good things. And Russ Fisher is one of those guys. Like Russ is a guy who I never would have gotten to meet, learn about, and know if it wasn't for this. So, Russ, props to you for all you do. I believe you have the joy of keeping track of all the receipts behind the scenes, and I owe you one for an Amtrak train ride that's coming up from Maryland and DC in a couple of weekends. I just did it. But Russ, tell me about, or tell everybody about how Fantasy Cares has become such a vital part of your everyday.
Oh, the Fantasy Cares is my everyday. I mean, I cannot thank John Bosch enough for just dragging me by. Well, I jumped on his coattails to join Fantasy Cares and all of that stuff. So it was a great time, and just the good we can do with everyone's help is just so amazing. The community that has just come together to be able to let us, doing the shopping every single year. I think I've done it 3-4 years at this point, is just like my heart grew 3 sizes that day. And then back in June, when we were able to do the donors chooses to help clear teachers donor chooses list, just like And I love that a lot since we were doing it in like May, I think it was, yeah, May. We were helping a lot of teachers plan their end of year parties because that's what was left for them. So like we get to help celebrate kids ending school and starting their summer. And it's just like, yes, that's what we celebrate. We celebrate the end of school, the beginning of summer, some good times. And again, it's all because of everyone listening, everyone watching, and everyone out there who's been helping us along the way.
Yeah, Russ, amazing words, and I don't want to cut you too short, but they're asking if Scott's doing shots, and yeah, I see. Sure enough, Scott is. He's already had a beer in him. He's doing shots.
Y'all have been around me enough. You know, I'm a whiskey drinker. I love my whiskey. Ben, I have a question. Can I take over, Sal? Can I ask a question?
Absolutely, my friend. And your name is on the show.
Ben, yeah, Ben. Last year, I don't exactly remember who your players were that pulled you through the final. What strategy you invoked, but could you go over that just a little bit? But mostly, I want to hear how is a fishbowl champion attacking this year and this year's scoring? What's your plan? What's your plan so everybody else could do it?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. Honestly, my draft last year was pretty unconventional. I think for me a little bit, I kind of leaned heavily into the volume side of things. I pulled up my draft from last year just so I could reference it, but I went really running back and tight end heavy last year. And it honestly carried me through. And looking at the scoring this year, I think I'm probably going to lean in a similar direction. Believe it or not, I didn't take my first QB until the 8th round. Luckily enough, I got Drake May out of that, but I don't expect that to happen this year, you know. Yep. But so I waited on QB and it paid off. Drake May and Trevor Lawrence kind of carried me through the season late. But I think this year will be a pretty similar strategy. I love running backs, so like I have the second pick in my draft. I won't give away who I'm hoping to get, but I'm a Detroit Lions fan, so we'll see if I get my guy and then the second overall pick in my draft. But I mean, it's volume, big plays, and don't be afraid to take the players that you love, because this whole thing's about having fun. And I mean, ultimately, yes, it's fun to win for sure, but when you have a team of guys that you like to root for and it's just a fun team, players putting up big points, I mean, that's pretty much all I'm going for.
There's a question if Philip Lindsay's the guy you want. I don't know. I think that maybe not.
Maybe a couple years ago.
It's 2 a.m. for Vince, so he's a little delirious at the moment.
It's a name I haven't heard in a while.
There's never been a 2-time SFB champion, Ben. So, it's a mountain you've climbed that no other man or woman has climbed before. So,
hey, I've made it to the finals 3 times. So maybe, maybe.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I was top 5 the year the DeMar Hamlin thing happened. So I made top 5 that year, and then I was top 50 2 years ago, and then I won last year.
Dang,
Scott,
I probably made the semifinals 4 or 5 times, 5 times maybe, but I've never, except for that year 1, I haven't made the finals. That is Ben? I bet I could go track if that that might be right near a record. 3 finals appearances. That is incredible.
Yeah, I want that data by the next time we air. I want to know how many people have made it to 2 finals, let alone 3.
I want someone in the chat to figure out the odds of winning a 5,028 player tournament and then winning again a 5,000 plus team tournament this year. I want someone to figure that out so we know for later.
In honor of our good friend Bob Gilchrist, I will tell you the odds are 50-50.
50-50.
Yeah. Guys, I don't want to get too far in before I let everybody know that we're running a lot of promotions over at Fantasy Cares, but we're running the SFB 16 Podathon Challenge. As you can see right here, if you donate $100 or more over the course of the 24 hours of this show. So I saw somebody put up that they donated $20. Follow suit, $100 or more over this 24 hours. You're going to get one of these Super Scott Mario autographed helmets by Scott Fish himself. I have one right here. I could tell you that we raffled these off. We did a live raffle of these in Vegas, and they went for more than that. They went for more than $100. And we had this one, and this is the one you would get if you donate here. But also at the live drafts, we have the Zelda version here as well, which is really, really awesome.
Flip it around.
And there it goes.
There. Right? Nope, you're still showing the Mario logo. Come on, show the Zelda logo.
Well, I'm showing it. What are you talking about? I'm not showing both of them. Does my camera not
No,
work?
no, it looks like that Zelda one has 2 Mario logos on it. We will make sure you get one with a Zelda logo on it.
All right, thank you guys. Good night. I've had enough. I'm already leaving. But in all seriousness, the name of the game here is to donate to charity, right? All this stuff here. What back in the day when Scott used to send you out your invite, there was kind of like a request for you to donate a certain amount of money because we were trying to build something here. We've built something tremendous, but it can't continue if we don't continue to raise money. And there's so many campaigns. There's so many things throughout the week on the Fantasy Cares YouTube channel that you could be a part of. And by the way, you're following right now, watching the show live on the YouTube channel. Click subscribe if you haven't, and you'll get the notifications whenever something pops up. People I see through the history of Scott Fishbowl, Ben mentioned he was begging to get on years ago. We will get people from time to time that say, "Oh, I've been trying for 5 and 6 years," and there's data history on all that stuff. We know when you've tried. We know when you signed up. We know what email you signed up under. And a lot of times people are kind of exaggerating or skewing the truth, right? And it's not to put you in check or to make you feel bad. It's just to let you know, hey, we're trying to diversify and get as many people in there as possible. But you got to do the right thing too. And the best way to get into the Scott Fishbowl is to follow this YouTube channel and see the contests that go on throughout the weeks, every single week, with spots being given away to the Scott Fishbowl. So even if you aren't registered, they'll tell you to go register and put you in if you win those contests. So best place to be is the YouTube page.
And the Discord, fantasycares.org/Discord. We do a lot of there's one going, actually, I think it just ended 3 minutes ago, but I think we're starting another one. I think we're doing another today where we're giving away 20 spots, another 20 spots, I should say. So go to the Fantasy Cares Discord, fantasycares.org/Discord, join, and there's a channel that's named giveaways, so it's nice and easy. So just go join, you click a little button, and you are entered into a chance to win your spot into SFB 16.
I'd say I got my start on one of the satellite leagues back in SFB 10. I didn't get the invite that year, so I did a satellite league, and then the next year I got invited. So, yeah, definitely, right? Work your way up and just participate as much as you can would be my suggestion.
fantasycares.org/underdog, where you can go and join the underdog satellites. And if you make the final 50, is it? Like people that get into SFB 17, if you make the finals. So go do that. Join fantasycares.org/underdog. Join some slow drafts.
Yeah, and we have Jason saying go to a live and buy a bunch of raffle tickets and try and win your way in. That's another way to get in. We have people that come out to every year. They come out to the lives and they drop a lot of money on raffle tickets. Mr. Chow last week in Las Vegas, he won a lot of prizes. He spent a lot of money. He spent a significant amount of money. Shout out to him if he's watching right now. There's so many ways to get involved in the Fantasy Cares and the Scott Fishbowl excitement. But most importantly, be a good person. Be a good person about it, around it, and pay the message forward. I think so many grassroots fantasy charity things have grown out of the Scott Fishbowl, and Scott promotes all of them. Go ahead, Scott.
That is one thing. I swear I don't remember seeing any before Fishbowl. That is the one thing I'm so proud of with Fishbowl, is that has really sprouted up since, that people are trying to do good with our hobby.
Yeah, it started back in the day, and I remember, if anybody remembers the Falafel House, which is where I started back in 2016, that podcast, we had just come across Scott and got to know Scott, and we loved that idea that if you take one league entry fee, if you have a league of 12 people putting $100 in, that's $1,200. You take $100. At the end of the year, you're not going to miss that prize money. Donate it to a charity. Donate it to Fantasy Cares, or go donate it to something you want to donate it to. And we used to end every show. We used to do 3 shows a week, Steve, Kevin, and myself. And every one of those shows, we would end with donate a league fee to charity, because it was Scott's message. That's where we learned it from. And I'd also like to say a really smart move on my behalf was creating an entire 24-hour charity show with Scott's name in it. That guarantees me a spot in the SFB every year. Like why can't you do it?
Good job.
Also,
there you go.
I recommend you don't do that, right? So, because we don't want you to compete with us. But we have supported other shows, when they used to do the mental health Podathon. That was one we were always a big supporter of. we're gonna around 1 o'clock today. I'm gonna talk about the Going for Two Mock-a-thon that they're doing today, where all their proceeds are coming back to Fantasy Cares. There's so many good things that have come out of that. That I'm proud of being a part of this. Yes, the Falafel House is where I gave Matthew Berry his start. Matthew Berry he was one of our first guests. He might have known some.
He was struggling, and yeah, you got him going.
Yeah, I did give Mario his start, and if you go to the merch page for Scott Fishbowl, there are shirts that were released today of me. By the way, if you don't notice, that's me as Donkey Kong. There's shirts of me, and it says I gave him his start, and it's with Scott Fish Mario. Actually, so all those proceeds go back to Fantasy Cares, right? We have all these shirts and merchandise and glasses and other stuff. I don't feel like we're always pushing these things on you guys, but it's all for the sake of charity and to get it out there. So I did have the glasses on here somewhere. There they are. So here's the Scott Fishbowl glass campaign. It's going until August 3rd. I love these glasses. This is in the Tecmo Bowl writing, I believe. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong.
You are correct, sir.
That's cool.
But again, video games. We brought video games back. What was the thought behind bringing video games back, Scott?
I think the thinking was he got a little distracted.
Yeah.
I got a issue that just popped up. But what was the thinking behind going back to video games?
Yes.
Bob decided that the graphics this year would be video games, so we had to do video game theme.
So shout out to Bob Gilchrist, who is a huge part of the backbone.
Yeah,
Bob,
honestly, we're to the point. Bob usually decides the theme based on what they want to do graphically. Him and the design team want to do graphically, and then the scoring, as you know, each year has its different twists, and it felt like a really good year to, if we're going to redo the video game theme, let's redo the scoring. Let's go back to lots of bonuses, lots of bonuses, high scoring video game style gameplay, I guess.
Yeah, we'll go back to the scoring later throughout. I mean, we have 23 and a half hours left to go on this show, and I love the video game theme. I love bonuses. Like when I commission leagues, I try to add like yardage bonuses and stuff like that. It's something I like. I mean, Scott has been properly credited in the past with the points per first down stuff and tight end premium. I don't know, Scott, if you were the originator on that, but I think you might have been, or at least the person that brought it to the forefront. And those things are always incorporated here. How do you feel like sometimes you get a little feedback about too much tight end premium, and you think there can't be enough tight end premium?
Andy Behrens is so mad at me. Him and Christopher Harris, they give me crap all the time. They are not happy with the tight end stuff I do. But I mean, really, the reason I do it is because when you balance out the positions to a degree, it just creates insane draft chaos. Mm-hmm. You can do any strategy you want. You can draft whatever position early you want. You can slough on whatever position and generally come out of it liking it. I just want every draft to look crazy, to go in. You don't really know where it's going to go. I love the draft chaos.
You could go ahead, Russ. Tell them.
Just go to fantasycares.org and you can donate.
Yeah, Fantasy Cares. Yep.
Yeah, we did not create a separate thing for the Podathon.
Nope.
We just wanted everyone to just be able to dump their money, because if you can't do it all at once, you can do it in a couple of different spots. Just go to fantasycares.org and donate there, and you can donate up to $100 throughout the entire day. Again, if you for some reason can't do it all at once, that's cool. We will figure it out. We will find it. You make it up to $100, you will get that helmet as a thank you.
I love Russ adding work to my to my plate. We'll figure it out. Scott will figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, if we go back again, this is year 9.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, $100 during the Podathon, and you get a signed helmet.
Signed by Scott. And by the way, I was in Philly last year with Scott, and somebody, won the helmet, and the agreement was that they would autograph it, and they came over and asked for my autograph. Russ, did they ask for your autograph too? So
that's our buddy Sean McCormick. Yeah.
Yes, Sean, right. And there's a helmet out there, SFB 15 helmet, that has Scott's and then Russ and Sal's autograph on it. So he devalued it a little bit by asking us. We even signed on the other side. That way, when he displays it, he can just display the Scott Fish. But I thought that was actually pretty cool that he asked us to do that. It made me feel really nice to do something like that. But that was my first autograph, and I probably my last.
Before we get Ben out of here, I'm curious. So you're in the Sims division and you're picking at spot 4. Did you pick at spot 4 last year also, or did you change it up?
Last year I was spot 5 actually. So I don't necessarily didn't have like rhyme or reason. I thought I should be in spot 2. That was my goal this year. I thought I signed up in spot 2, but am I in spot 4?
Well,
to be
that's
honest
what it says on our sheet, but it might have been typed incorrectly. It might have been typed incorrectly. It possibly too.
I was trying to.
My integrity is being called out in front of everyone.
Oh,
this early in the show, Sal.
Not intentionally.
Well, go back to sleep.
But as far as draft slot goes, I mean, ultimately my goal was to try to get up towards the front. I don't want to give away, I kind of gave it away earlier who I would love to get, but I'd love to get my guy Gibbs from Detroit, but we'll see if he goes 1 or 2 in our league. No, I mean, I picked my division based on my wife's favorite game, actually. So I picked that because, I figured I'd honor her a little bit. And, I didn't really have a care necessarily on where I was at. So, like Scott said, as far as like drafts go, it's like every draft is so different that like I could pick 2, I could pick 5, I could pick 10. And like the person I may want is going to change no matter what division I'm in. So, I think that's the biggest thing I've learned over the years with SFB is just draft is chaos. You got to be able to roll with the punches, not necessarily be tied to a specific player or anything like that you're hoping to get. And just, it's the most, basic of drafting like philosophy, but you definitely got to be able to kind of flow with the draft as it comes to you and just kind of take the players that end up in your lap,
Yeah, Ben, you are in the second spot, Ben. So
okay, all right,
rest
good.
assured.
Yeah. Kind of had me nervous there for a second.
Much better shot. Not in my league though, because even in my mock and when I draft for real, I'm probably taking Gibbs 1. So you got to hope you got someone not like me there.
Yeah, a month or 2 ago, it felt more realistic. I'd get him at 2, but now he's definitely creeping back up. But it's fine. Bijan's a nice compensation prize.
Yeah, Bijan won me a championship on Monday night last year, one that I was clearly out of. And what a great season. What a great season he had. I only expect more with some of the changes that have gone on there. And, Russ, normally we would put you in a timeout for making a mistake like that so early. But the real punishment would be I'm going to make you co-host me longer today as a result. I don't care what your family says. You can't leave now until I say you leave.
Yes, sir.
Ben, we are going to get ready to let you go. What parting shots do you have to say to anybody out there or everybody out there?
No, I mean, first of all, thank you all 4 of you guys for everything you do to put this together. I mean, obviously huge shout out Scott for starting this whole thing, back 16 years ago now, which I'm sure feels crazy to say right in here. Biggest thing is donate, participate for sure. Be active in the thing, even if you're not in the actual Scott Fish Bowl, be as active as you can. Ultimately have fun with it, right? This is meant to be a good time. I've had so many good opportunities over the years, being able to draft with, Daniel Dopp from ESPN, some linemen from the Titans, like just, I've had some really fun, like draft mates over the years and be able to participate in the chats with them. So, lean into it, have fun with it, be active in your chats. And ultimately, like I said, donate and like Scott said, right, be a good person, man. Just continue to be a good person, do good in the world. Share the love and kindness and support each other. And, I think that's all, all of us can really do. So, I guess that's my parting shot, man. Just be good people and do good in this world like Scott.
Sounds like you've lived a fantasy life, Ben, with all these wonderful things you draft. But shout out to you, man, for taking down a tournament last year. Good luck this year, and we'll see you around the social media, and maybe we'll check in with you halfway through to see if you're surviving the I mean, halfway through the season, not the show. But be good, Ben. Take care.
Hey, hopefully I can be back next year as back-to-back champ.
If you win back-to-back, you get to host the 24 hours next year.
I don't know if that's the prize or not, Sal.
All right, bud. Be well. Nice to meet you.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, you too.
Thanks, Ben.
It's like a
All right.
punishment, Sal. What are you
Yeah,
doing?
that's it. That's it.
He's gonna take his draft now.
I know Russ is going to be with me for a few hours here. Scott and Ryan, you're both welcome to stay. You obviously know that you have the links to jump in and out whenever
Everything's
you
getting
want.
louder here, so I'm gonna go in a second. Probably right after you bring the two people up that are ready to come up.
Okay, well then we shall do that. And I was hanging in Vegas with one of these fine ladies just a week ago as well, and that is Kelly Singh and Charlene Erickson. Charlene, I've gotten to spend some time with in Ohio the last couple of years. Just two salt of the earth folks right here. And welcome in to the SFB 16 Podathon. What's going on today, ladies?
Not a whole lot. It looks like Charlene's got a beautiful day brewing, but here in Phoenix, I'm inside because it's roasting.
I
Yeah, it's
am.
a little overcast,
It might be roasting later here, but it's very pleasant right now. I am in the middle of BFE, California, at a 50th birthday bash.
Oh wow!
So
You're at the 50th birthday right now?
Yeah. So my friend's husband basically rented out this giant mansion in the middle of nowhere in Modesto. And so, yeah, there's like a pool, there's a little putt-putt, there's a pickleball court, there's ponds.
That's a whole different type of fantasy life. I want to live that life.
I'm telling you.
Yeah. Well, before we get too deep in, we'll start with Kelly. Introduce yourself. We had a conversation poolside last week, and I was like, Kelly's known for all the stuff, and they were like, well, she's on a little bit of a hiatus, but you're doing a lot of stuff. In reality, you're doing a lot of stuff, including volunteering to help at SFB Las Vegas. Just tell everybody about the stuff you've done and what you have on the horizons.
Yeah, I don't know how much of a help I was because I don't like to math. I was not alphabetizing, but I did get a hug from like every other person in line, so that made it worthwhile for me. What am I doing? Gosh, well, really, most of my focus right now has been helping the guys at On the Clock, formerly a group from the Undroppables, and they have this really great dynasty tool, and I am helping them with their marketing, setting up the email platform, looking at content and usability of the website, user experience. So that's been eating up most of my free time. I'm actually on the Podathon again later today with Sam. So we'll talk about some of the stuff that Sam and I are doing together later today.
I'll have to check my notes. Was that
it just happened? Breaking news.
Breaking news. You never get too much Kelly.
I mean, okay.
Shelly, tell everybody about what you're doing, what you're working on.
So I have also been on a little bit of a hiatus, but I am doing a little bit of content for Fantasy and Frames. And I'm also going to be doing more content for Fantasy Now Plus, which is what I was also doing last season. So it'll be a little bit different for Fantasy and Frames this year. We don't have a Monday night show anymore. So I'm going to be more on the social media side. But Fantasy Now Plus, I'll still have my Tuesday waiver wire show. And yeah, should be a good time. I'm excited to jump back in.
Nice.
You know what? I totally forgot, and I should say this. Women of Fantasy Football, Wendy and Sam had been hosting Mock Girl Summer. I'm filling in for Sam this season, so Wendy and I, starting next week, will be hosting Mock Girl Summer with Club Fantasy and Women of Fantasy Football.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Sweet. So you were being so modest last week when you claimed you had nothing going on.
Sounds like you got a lot going on.
There's a lot going on,
just thinking about
I guess.
You guys are very, very popular in the chat, by the way. Everybody is very happy
absolutely
to see you. Mock Girl Summer, there we have it right there.
I'm gonna go in a second here, Sal. So my 13-year-old and Zach's 10-year-old, maybe we'll take a Fantasy Cares trip out. Can you get us the information on this this place you're renting? Because that sounds awesome. But mostly, I'm so happy for the Podathon and for everything Fantasy Cares is doing. Kelly and Charlene are two of my favorites out there. I love everyone on the show right now, even you, Sal. So I got to go to a live event here in Charlotte. I guess maybe I'll see you, Kelly and Charlene, in 2 weeks in Boise. I don't know. We don't know what I'm doing yet.
Maybe. I've got my shirt on.
Maybe I might be there. We'll see. We'll see.
Awesome.
But I gotta go. So it was good seeing you, and we'll chat later.
All right, Scott. Thank you. My son is.
I'm out as well. Thanks, guys. Good to see
All
you,
right,
ladies.
Brian. Thank you. My son is checking in. My son is actually in Boston to see Yankees Red Sox today. He was there last night. The Yankees lost 2 in a row to Boston now. And then Bob Gilchrist, by the way, is also at Fenway. So my son and Bob are both in Fenway. So Bob's going to get to hang out with a different Salito today. But he likes my balcony backdrop. Thank you, son. It's not as nice as the mansion that Charlene is at. And it's very overcast and you can't see any sun. It's just a one big giant cloud out here today in Brooklyn. But yeah, if you ladies weren't listening when we first jumped on today, I'm always cooped up indoors somewhere. For the first 4 or 5 years, I think the first 5 years I did a show from my friend's office. I used to call it the Seven Red Production Studios because that was the name of his company, but it wasn't a studio. It was literally an office space. When I moved to Brooklyn, I said, well, I'm not going to drive out to Long Island and do that nonsense. I'll just do it from here. And I usually have like a black curtain in the back. It's just so basic. I'm like, it's nice out. It's comfortable. It's very comfortable. So, there's a wider shot of me now, Russ. Thank you.
I got you, boo.
So I'm outside. So let's talk a little Scott Fishbowl, ladies. How many years? You're both drafted out of the 3 spot, by the way. We'll get to that in a second. Actually, Kelly, when is the Phoenix? Did it already happen?
No, it's in a couple weeks,
Okay.
I think, or
So
3 weeks maybe.
You've not started drafting yet. You're not drafting. So we'll get to that in a second.
No.
But let's talk first, Charlene, about your history in the Scott Fishbowl. How many years have you been playing?
So my first fishbowl was SFB 12, and I did not do a live draft. But I think that still might be the best I've done in fishbowl so far. Was the very first one. I think I went in with like half of a plan, right? Because I didn't know what to expect. I think now I'm over planning, and so like maybe
That's
I
what
need
happens,
to go back
right?
to just
Right. You get further into being an analyst and working in the industry, and you start thinking, oh, I got to do this, this is.
Yeah.
Just go in with no plan. Just go in absolutely no plan.
That's
Like,
what I do.
Yeah.
I feel like Kelly has no plan in life. Like that's just there's no plan. She shows up, whatever happens. And by the
Fly
way,
by the seat of your pants. Just go.
yeah, that's it.
It'll be fine.
Just hopefully she's got the pants on. You know what I mean? Like
I
can't fly
mean,
by the
pants
seat of-
are optional, honestly.
Right. If you're not wearing them, you can't fly by them. So, by the way, when we panned out, you made us even more jealous. Like, look at that backdrop.
Oh yeah,
Charlene.
and I blurred it a little bit.
Thank you for fuzzing it up for us. So first year SFB 12, you felt like that was your best finish.
Yeah,
I believe that once you play for too long. I guess this is, if I said I was in SFB 6 and this is 16, right? I played for 10 years, and I think SFB 8 was my I made the semifinals. I think that's when it was. And then last year I made the semifinals. But did you hear Ben in the first segment say he's made the finals 3 times? He won it last year. He's been in the final 3 times. Who is this guy?
I don't know. I actually don't know. That was my first time meeting him.
Yeah, seems like a really genuinely good dude. The type of guy that we like to get on board with here at Fantasy Cares and SFB. So, Kelly, tell people about how long have you played in the Scott Fishbowl, and what's the best you've ever done?
I think this is my 6th Scott Fishbowl. 2020 was my first, and that's when I first jumped into the fantasy community. As most of us were looking for something more to do during those times. I'm pretty sure that was my first. So this will be my 6th. And I think the best I've ever done was semifinals. And that was my 2nd or 3rd. But I haven't done much since.
Very respectable.
I love how they play it cool. They're like semifinals or finals or this or that. And I'm like, man, I finished 156th 2 years ago, and I know that was the best ever. Like, I remember the number. Like, that's how I finished. They're like, and they're just like, oh no, I did pretty well. It's fine.
Well, anybody like Russ in Russ's position, who does as much work in the background and actually still has the ability to draft a good team, make ad drops every week, is impressive, right? Because there's so much involved. I think Scott said it before we went live this morning, because he's at the live draft in Charlotte. But he's like, I wonder if people realize how much stuff goes on in the background of Scott Fishbowl and Fantasy Cares, and we get out there, we present these events, and by the way, it's all through volunteers. So everybody's doing is volunteering, and it's not just the people on the board and the people who really, really involved. It's different people in every city that come out and do stuff. But there is so much that goes on, which is why I mentioned in the first segment, I don't draft live anymore, because I would go to the New York City live. Everybody will not have a drink with me. Everybody will want to do this with me, and break my chops, and I love that. I live for that. But then I got to go focus on the draft. No, I'm not that good at fantasy as it is. I don't need to be distracted even more. So I went back to drafting online last year, and making the semifinals, I think it was the right choice for me. But that doesn't mean I want you to do that. If you're not, working and volunteering with Fantasy Cares, get out there to the live drafts. You said 2020, and that brought me back to, that was year 3 of the Podathon. And as we know, it was COVID year, and everything was going on. And that was the year the Podathon actually exploded. I thought when I came up with the idea, maybe year 5, it would catch on. And maybe because people were looking for more, Kelly, to your point, and they want to feel a part of something. We absolutely exploded that year. And what I mean by that is, I got flies coming by me. They don't have those at mansions, only in Brooklyn. Is that, we used to track how much money we raised during the Podathon, during that 24 hours. And we raised like $42,000, I think, that year, just in that 25. And I was like, whoa, like, this is my little show. I had an idea with my 2 buddies that I'm part of. And it went crazy. And also, we started getting a different level of guests. We started getting a different level of people that want to be involved and around this thing. And I think that I'm proud of the Podathon for many reasons, because I've changed so much over the 9 years that I've been doing this, but the fantasy landscape has changed even more. And I feel like this is something that holds part of it together in the Scott Fishbowl community. It's kind of sort of become like the unofficial kickoff of drafting season, right? So it's got me to know people like yourself. So, I'm really proud of where it's come, and it was built out of that 2020 COVID year.
Was it 2021 where, oh, sorry, go ahead, Charlene.
It's okay. I was just going to say what I wouldn't give to have known about this in 2020. I had a 2-year-old and a newborn at home. My son was born in April 2020.
Ooh.
So,
Oh my God. That means you still have an 8-year-old and a 6-year-old at home. And I'm not.
I do. They're running around somewhere.
Yeah, they're in that pool right now. I'm sure of it.
No, we kicked all the kids out of the pool area so I could do this.
Yeah.
Was it 2021, Sal, where you guys were trying exotic jerky? Because that was my segment.
It had to be 2022, and the reason I know that is,
can we bring that back?
Yes. Well, we could reach out to Steven and see if he could send those out to us, because that's who provided us with that. But 2022 was the first year I did it here in Brooklyn, so I remember specifically being in my living room, recording that when we were trying that jerky, and there was a very famous line that came out by me, which was, "I know I've had this taste in my mouth before."
Yes.
And that's from a movie called Hollywood Nights. I didn't write that. So if you go way back into movie history, there was a movie called Hollywood Nights that I took that line from. There's videos. I think it might have been the first Podathon or the second Podathon, was somebody, JB, by the way, Jared Barry's in the chat. He's going to be hosting with me later. People used to bring me food. When I did on Long Island, they'd bring me, Andy Singleton brought me bacon, egg, and cheese sandwiches, coffee. JB brought me pizza. Somebody brought me Dunkin' Donuts munchkins. And there was 2 chocolate munchkins stuck together. And, use your imagination as to what it looked like. But I was on camera like this, and it looked like a piece of poop. Somebody screenshot it and graphic that up, and I probably have that somewhere. But so many wonderful things that have happened over the years, over the SFB pod. I have such great memories. But yeah, that was 2022, Kelly, for sure.
I just remember because I was on with you guys while you were doing that.
Yeah, well, you both do stuff in the fantasy space now, and when I say fairly recently, like 5-6 years, right? Maybe 7 years. Go back. What was life like before fantasy, right? Like, it's been, I've played fantasy football since 1994. I'm not young, but got involved in doing this type of stuff in 2015. So it's been, 11 to 12 years now that I've been working in the industry, as I always air quoted, because I'm not making any money doing this. I have an actual real job. But what were you doing with your life before that? And do you remember life before fantasy football and your fantasy football friends?
Well, for me, I was working in marketing, and that's been my entire career for my whole life. And I was still playing fantasy football, office pools, and home league. And I started playing in the 90s as well. My dad taught me how to play fantasy football in the late 80s, early 90s. And back in those days, you waited for the paper to come and check all the box scores and write it down. And when he passed away, he'd been in our same home league that I ended up joining for, I don't even know how many years, Sal, but they put like his old handwritten scorebook up at the funeral and all of his trophies. And it was so fun. But that's what my life was like, just family, fantasy football, family sports, and my job, which I love, marketing.
Jen Eakins is checking in and let me know the fantasy is a real job for some of us. No, I'm jealous of that, Jen. If somebody would pay me what I get paid to work at the hospital that I work at, I'd jump ship today. And I'm sure there's people I work with at the hospital watching this. And I love you all, and I love my job, and I love what I do. But if somebody's going to pay me that to go do fantasy football, I'm leaving, guys. But don't fret. I don't think anybody's going to pay me to do that anytime soon. But Kelly, that's a really nice story about your dad. I don't want to skip over that. My son, who I pulled up on the screen a little bit earlier, who's at Fenway today, he's going to be 25 in July 25th. And I was playing before he was born. So I played in 1994. He was born in 2001. But I did that with him, right? Like, he's a better fantasy player. And people say it's fantasy football. He's just better at it than I am now. I don't admit that. I'm hoping he's not watching right now, right? Because I won't admit that to his face, because you never admit defeat. And I never let my kids win at anything. I was a rule of mine. I never did the participation trophies and let you win or make you feel good about yourself, because the world ain't going to make you feel good about yourself. It's going to kick you right in your ass. And that was always my way of parenting, So he could get on and vouch. We played sports. I would swat him when he was going to the hoop. I didn't care how short he was. He's my height now, so right. He's not. I'm still stronger. But anyway, that's a really great story, because people think fantasy football started like in the 2000s or whatever, right? It goes back to the 70s, and those home leagues. The home leagues are the backbone of fantasy football. You can do all these online leagues. And I said it with Joey Wright at the pool last week in Vegas. Go online and talk trash to strangers. I recommend it. It's fun. But taking money from and talking trash to your friends and your family, there's nothing more fun than that. Especially if you're the best. Like, if you're better than everybody in the league and you dominate them, let them know about it. There's so few things we're probably good at in life. Let them know about that.
I mean, Sal, I'm really good at a lot of things, but
not all of us are as talented as you, Kelly. But and I found that out, in Vegas. I think that was the first. Is that the first time you and I were in person? Like, we've talked over the years, but I think it's the first place we've been. First time we've been in the same place. Kelly packs energy. She brings energy. I love it. Absolutely love it. Charlene, how about your pre-fantasy industry days?
Oh gosh. So I was actually really late to the game. I didn't start playing fantasy football until like 2010. And it was after I had moved to Hermosa Beach in Southern California and started playing beach volleyball. And through the beach volleyball crew, they were like, "Oh yeah, come join our fantasy football league," since, we would all go out and watch football like all Sunday after playing volleyball in the morning. So that's sort of how I just fell into fantasy football, and it became an obsession. And
yeah,
at some point my husband was like, you should think about doing more with fantasy football since you're already so obsessed.
Wait. So your significant other was like, go do more fantasy football?
Yes. And he doesn't do fantasy football.
Can we
He's
talk
not
about the
into it.
anomaly this is?
Yes.
The outlier, the whatever
Yeah.
fancy word we want to
Russ,
throw out there?
He is the reason I was at the expo last year.
Yeah,
He was like, you need to go.
I think in a female relationship where the female's playing fantasy football, it's a lot different than when the husband or the male partner is playing fantasy football. I'm guessing that's like societal norms, but it's way more fun when both
Yeah.
partners are supportive.
Yeah.
Well, Charlie, you should get him involved. That way you could beat him. Like, if clearly he doesn't know what he's doing, and you'll be able to, trash talk him.
We have played fantasy football. So when we were dating, one of his friends had a fantasy football league that they got us to join together because he had 2 open spots. So like, I guess that was his way of getting my husband to join because he never would have played otherwise. And so then it was something that we were doing together. So, and then that league died, and then his best friend started a couples league to get all the significant others to be involved. So in every other case, it was the husbands trying to get their wives in. And in my case, it was me trying to get my husband in. But that was a lot of fun. So it was no money involved.
Okay.
But the losing couple had to host the draft for the following year, and it was like a dinner draft. And the winner, and it was a single winner, the winner of the league got to pick the meal.
Ooh.
I like that.
So,
I like the change
yeah.
of pace. Yeah.
So that was a lot of fun, and it made it a lot of fun because you had a good mix of people that do play fantasy football and people that don't play fantasy football, like kind of just, yeah, it was kind of a free for all. It was a lot of fun. That was a great league.
I think and if John Bosch pops on at any point, you'll have the master behind creativity in fantasy football and different ways to play leagues. But when you change up the pace from anybody could win money and lose money. Money's great. We all love money, but when you put something else on the line like that, it makes it that much more interesting. Like, the falafel leagues, which were derived out of that original chat on Matthew Berry's Fantasy Life app back in 2015, is a 3-tier English Premier League style fantasy league. We have a 16-team league, a 14-team league, and a 12-team league. If you come in last place in a 16-team league, you get relegated. You're out of the league, down to the 14. And we've had guys go all the way down to the bottom. Guys come back up, and ladies as well. And it's different. There's no money in that league. And it's one of the more competitive, intense leagues every single year. And I think that maybe next year, if that league still exists, or if anybody out there is listening and want to create that league, make them rent a mansion where they have all the stuff. Losers got to rent a mansion and host everybody else.
That would be great. I would be on board with that.
But you are both drafting live. We got about 5 minutes left with you. Both drafting live out of the 3 spots. So let's get to this year and this year's crazy scoring that we have going on. I'm going to put the scoring up there on the screen for those of you watching along at home and maybe in your cars. Don't watch in your cars. And to Kelly and Charlene. Charlene, you are in the Tecmo Bowl, which is drafting live in Boise. And Kelly, you're in Animal Crossing, which is one of the
represent.
Yeah, I think it's one of the worst games ever. But in Phoenix, so let's
not in Phoenix. I'm also in Boise.
Oh, it says Phoenix. Oh, Russ.
It said Phoenix in her account. That's all I know.
Russ.
I typed what I saw.
Well, my live city
I know,
is normally it was LA because I hosted 3 years there. I hosted last year in Phoenix, and this year taking a break and going to visit Boise. So I apologize for not updating my live city.
No problem. Russell will have to stay on with me till midnight tonight. That's all that's going to happen as a result of this. So let's talk about, you saw the scoring. Tell us about strategy out of the 3 hole. You might not want to say who you hope is there. at this point because people are going to be listening, or you might just say, screw it, let's have fun, let's talk about what our strategy is?
I don't have a strategy, so I like to go in and just go on vibes. So most people that play with me know that I target a lot of tight ends, especially when there's a lot of flex positions. But Charlene's been out here studying, so
Yeah, and we've already talked about how much that helps. But I have been looking at a lot of drafts, and it seems like there's a lot of different strategies this year. I feel like it's still kind of all over the place. So it'll be really interesting to see what happens. I picked the 3 because I had a feeling that there was no third round reversal.
Welcome
That's
to
what
the
I did
Somebody's
too,
car alarm is
Charlene.
going off in the background. Pay no attention to that car. It goes off all the time, usually when I'm sleeping.
I picked the 3 for the same exact reason, Charlene. All the little like birds were chirping that there's not
Right,
going to
from
be a
last
third
season,
round
right?
reversal.
I feel like it
Birds
started last
chirping,
season where
horns honking.
I think Scott was like this close to not doing it last season, and he kept it in, and I was like, there's no way he's keeping it next season. So I was like, all right, I don't want to take the 1 just in case. I'll take the 3.
I don't think I've ever drafted from anywhere other than 1 or 12. And
Yep.
in the early days of doing the Podathon, before you got to choose, by the way, there was a time where you were given a spot, and that was the spot you were given. You had to live with it. And Scott used to always give me 1 because I would do the Podathon back in the day when the Podathon was the only thing. There were no lives. All the drafts started at the exact same time and the exact same day, which was the Monday after 4th of July. So let's call it July 6th, which is this year, which is when I believe the online drafts kick off this year. Everybody drafted the same time. I believe it was noon Eastern time. And we would do the Podathon right up until draft time and sometimes into the early hours just to get the momentum and what's going on out there. And Scott would give me 1 because he knew that I was going to pass out after 24 hours live on a Podathon, and he wanted to make sure I wasn't holding up my draft. And in later years, once the live started and you got to pick your spot, etc., I would go with the 12 because of the third round reversal. Well, I wasn't using my brain, Charlene, and I took 12 again this year, and sure enough, there is no third round reversal. So there might be room because I picked the Kaboom. I have a theory. By the way, I picked Bo Jackson back on his video games last time in Tecmo Bowl. And everybody wanted to be in there, so there was a lot of stiff competition, which you might have stiff competition in that. I now go find an irrelevant video game or an irrelevant league name because I'm hoping the people at the last minute get shoved in there. That doesn't mean they're not good fantasy football players. That just means I'm not getting like a Heath Cummings who's coming up next, here. I'm not getting a Russ Fisher. I'm not getting Kelly or Charlene. But, more often than not, a fan wins this thing anyway, right? So, and it's been true to form. Fans have been winning it a lot. So I don't know if any of my theories make sense.
I was
that's
just
actually a good
thinking,
strategy.
we have like a minute left. Charlene, talk for a second. I think I have a little thing I can share real quick, but I have to walk away 1 second.
All right, we will judge you.
Oh,
Go
okay.
ahead.
Look at my cute wall.
Oh, it's adorable.
It's a very nice walk.
Wood and diamonds. So who would have thought? Charlene, you didn't talk. She told you to talk for a minute.
I
You
know.
didn't
I
talk.
was like,
I'm knocking
She's
everything
Kelly's
over
back.
now.
epic.
And she's
Okay.
back with authority.
This is my lucky potato.
All righty.
It says, sometimes you forget that you're awesome. So Tiny Potato is here to remind you. So that's going to Boise. And
I
then
gave one of
everybody
those to my
who's
daughter.
going to Boise is going to get their own lucky potato. Every single person. And I'm doing it out of spite because somebody in the Boise chat does not want Idaho to be only known for potatoes. And I'm like, well, I'm a visitor and I am bringing you a potato. So there you go.
Well, there you go. So how many potatoes do you have packed?
I have a little box of them.
A box of potatoes.
Yeah.
I've seen
One
those.
for
They're very fun. They're very inspirational and fun. I've seen those. You're just dropping potatoes as we speak. Ladies and
Making it
gentlemen,
rain.
that is Kelly, and that is who she is in person. I love it. I love the energy. I love the personality. Always happy. she's been through some things in her life and she survived them. So shout out to her for bouncing back and in such a wonderful way and being the human being that she is. And same thing to you, Charlene. We do have to let you both go. Kelly, I do believe Charlene's gonna have a better afternoon than you, based on her surroundings.
Definitely.
But you have a potato, so there's that.
I do.
Take
I
care,
hope
ladies.
everybody keeps watching the
All
Podathon and tunes in at 4:30 Pacific, 7:30 Eastern to hear Samantha Holt and I talk more.
Okay, be well.
Thank you.
Oh, I cut
Wow,
Charlotte. What you were
so
saying. Thank
rude,
you.
Sal. So rude.
I'm a rude person. It's true. We do have our next guest in the background, but I just want to make sure that I don't shirk my duties that I'm supposed to be doing here. And I'm going to pull this up. There's a QR code in the corner of our screen, and that QR code is that side, Russ?
Yep.
On my screen, it's this side.
Mirrored.
Like the scarecrow from the Wizard of Oz. It's on one of the two sides of the screen. If you scan that QR code, starting right now at 1:00, it's the Mockathon over at Going for Two. You have to be you're going to be listening to strategies all day from the guests on the Podathon. Why not test them out before your draft kicks off? Our friends at Going for Two are hosting a Mockathon from 1 p.m. Eastern time to 1 a.m. Eastern time, with all proceeds going to Fantasy Cares. If you click on that QR code on your screen, jump into a draft while keeping us in the background to get some live advice while you're drafting. It's the perfect way to hone in on your draft skills before the real drafts kick off. So click the QR code now to start mocking. And what I recommend is this. I know people have done this in the past, is put us on your TV. All smart TVs have the YouTube app now. You don't need to get on your computer. You don't need to watch this on your phone. Put us on your TV, then take your laptop or your phone, click on that QR code, get in there and do some mock drafts. And again, proceeds are going back to Fantasy Cares. Jeff Lambert's a great guy who I know from the Fantasy Life app days back in 2015. He was on there doing his Going for Two stuff in the early days. What he's built that into is tremendous. And every single year, he raises funds during his Podathon to give back. And he's another great human being, Russ, that we've gotten to meet along the way.
Yes, also co-coordinator for the Washington, D.C. Live for Scott Fishbowl.
Which I'll be at this year.
Nice, you get to see him.
I will get to see him. I'm going to leave that up in the corner for a little while because it's not hurting anybody for it to be there. And then I will real quick, I just want to scroll on down and remind people that we are doing the SFB 16 Podathon Challenge. And if you donate $100 or more during these 24 hours, you have 23 hours left. If you donate $100 or more, you will receive a custom SFB 16 mini helmet signed by Scott Fish himself. Yes, that is Scott as Mario in there. Look at that lush, beautiful orange beard that you see there. $100 at fantasycares.org over the next 23 hours, and you will be able to take one of those home. And I have one right here. Mine's not signed, but I'll see Scott soon, and I'll be like, please, Mr. Fish, could you sign for me?
May I please have some more?
And let's bring in a guy who you know and love. He's somewhere alive right now. That's Mr. Heath Cummings of CBS Sports. Heath has been great. I believe 2020 was the first year. It's either 2020 or 20. Yeah, was it 2020?
I think it was before then, wasn't it?
2019. 2019, and I remember why. It's going to be a weird reason why I remember this. My father had a stroke that year, and I was on my way to visit him in a hospital when you DM'd me and said, I want to be a part of this. And I was like, whoa, Heath Cummings is reaching out to me. I had to beg people to come on previously, and now this awesome guy from CBS Sports is telling me he wants to come on. And Heath, you've been a part of the shopping really since the early days, and you're very involved with what we do here at Fantasy Cares. In the first segment, we had Ryan and Scott on, and I asked Ryan, could you ever imagine those early days of shopping and the early days of what Scott was trying to message, that it would be the 2-time FSGA Fantasy Business of the Year, and what Fantasy Cares has blown up to?
You know, I think it's my favorite part about my job, because I always tell people, like, we get to work in the toy departments. If you work in this industry, we get to play and get paid to do it. And so the fact that we can use this game to help other people. And I think that's why it's grown so much, because it incorporates something really, really undeniably good, which is the work that we do through Fantasy Cares to raise money for the community, and something we all love, which is fantasy football. I don't know how many live picks you've had on air, but I just made 2 of them. I was trying to time this out so I wouldn't be on the clock while I was with you guys. Of course, as soon as it's time for me to come on, I'm on the clock.
Yeah, we know how to talk. We know how to get dramatic effect here. We planned that out perfectly. So, so are you in LA? Are you drafting in Los Angeles?
I am in Miami.
Miami. I saw a Rams jersey, and that's why I asked. But okay, you're in Miami. I saw somebody walking around with a Rams jersey. Somebody
I've
like to
been.
know.
It's a Marshall Falk jersey. That doesn't count. Anyone
Oh,
can
was
wear a
it Marshall Falk? I
jersey.
didn't even say it doesn't count. Okay. Somebody wants to know if you'll be at the Kansas City live draft.
This is the first year I actually will not. I'm going to be at Glacier National Park. I'm going to try to start a Glacier National Park Scott Fishbowl drive. I'm going to see if I can get some grizzly bears to draft with me.
The sad thing is I would probably lose to them too, so I don't want to join that league. But how many years have you been participating in the Scott Fishbowl?
Ooh. I want to say 10, but I can't say for sure because I didn't go look before the show like I should have to see when my first one was. I will tell you, for like the first, I try not to remember my early Scott Fishbowl years because I was awful. I had terrible result after terrible result after terrible result. And I've really settled into it here recently to where I make the playoffs and then lose in the first round. Feels much better.
Yeah, I think that's Russ's theory as well. Just, get it over with early, get back to business.
That's my karma, not my karma. My motto with everything is just get it done as fast as humanly possible, so you don't have to keep doing it.
Boy, there's so many jokes that could come out of that, and I'm just not going to touch some of them at all.
This was slow pitch softball. I lobbed that right to you, man.
Yeah, I know. This is the lighter, healthier, nicer version of Sal. 9 years ago, 8 years ago, whenever we started, 2018, we started this thing, and it was Steve and Kevin in these seats with me. I'd sing the hell out of them, but I'm becoming a more gentle soul as I get older. It's killing me not to say anything about that. It's really killing me. Heath, do you remember back to your best success in Scott Fishbowl and a year where you're like, I nailed this draft. There's no way I'm not going to be the champion of 2,000, 4,000, 5,000 people.
So I definitely remember a year in which my first 4 picks either got hurt or busted. And I was just like, please don't let me go, and whatever. As far as good years, no, I think I've had a couple years where I made like the semifinals, but there were still 500 or 1,000 people left. I think the thing that I love about what Scott has done with this format, and it changes every year. We were just talking around here about how it's been so volume based in past years. And this year it's like, I've just got to dream. I've just got to shoot for the stars. But the way Scott does it with the tight end premium scoring, with the 2 quarterbacks, is you could approach this draft from 17 different ways and walk out of here thinking, I just crushed the draft.
Yeah. So, and you're in GTA Vice City, by the way. We got Scott Fishbowl video game theme a second time before we got GTA 6. Think about that. But it's coming soon to a place near you. So you drafted 2 picks. So were those your first 2 picks?
My first 2 picks this year?
Yes.
No, the picks I just made were my 4th and my 5th picks. So I had the first pick overall. I was driving down here. I brought my wife. My wife says, "Why do you get the first pick? That doesn't seem fair." Honey, don't say that out loud, please. So I took Jahmyr Gibbs first. At the 2-3 turn, I took Colston Loveland and Rashee Rice. And then things went off the rails from everyone's perspective except for my own. I took Sam Laporta and Kyle Pitts at the 4-5 turn. Come on, Kevin Stefanski, tight end tree.
Kyle Pitts was my savior. Got me. He helped carry me to the semifinals last year with a 75. I think it was a 75+ point outburst in Scott Fishbowl scoring last year, and you got bonuses this year and all that other wonderful stuff that goes along with it. Any concerns about Raishi Rice?
I mean, I don't think you can not be concerned, but it's kind of like you've gone through the teenager thing. I've gone through and I'm still in the teenager thing. And it's kind of like one of those situations where you're always concerned that the next stupid thing is about to happen. But as of right now, I think we're okay.
Yeah, and I think history shows in the Scott Fishbowl is you got to take those chances, right? So if he falls further than he should have based on his off-field stuff, and things get delayed or the league decides not to do anything, and he's out there for 16 games, well, you just got to steal, right? And that's happened in the past. I think the first time I made the semifinals in the Scott Fishbowl was the year Aaron Jones was suspended for the first 4 games of the season. So I got him at a value, and then he came in. He had a monster season. He unfortunately got hurt in the week of the semifinals. And I also that year I got Connor in like the 20th round. It was the year that Le'Veon Bell held out. So that year I struck gold on 2 running backs in positions that you normally wouldn't have gotten them if you paid attention to some of the off-field stuff. So you gotta, as they always say, zig when others are zagging, or stay true. And who was that who walked on by?
That was Hope Myers.
That is Hope. I thought it was Hope. I didn't want to be.
You thought it was Hope. It was Hope. We got Alfredo here. We got Dr. Jesse Morse over here. Like we got a full house here in Miami. There's Alfredo peeking over the corner.
When you were in the background, I saw Alfredo come in, and I'm like, wait a second. I think I recognize that guy. You were still in the background. So hello to everybody. They can feel free to glom around you and say hello. I want to give Russ an opportunity to speak because I'll just keep going.
Yeah, we know.
No, and we let it happen because we love when you're here for almost 24 hours, but we love it when you get that deep, like Bruce Springsteen gravel in your voice.
Hey, little girl, is your daddy home? No, nobody.
No, thank you.
I do have a cold. If you can't tell, I'm so congested. I have a cold, hopped up on the Dayquil right now. But go ahead, Russ.
No, I mean, first of all, we need to put it out there. Heath on the board of Fantasy Cares as well. So he's part of the magic, not just with the shopping, but with everything else. And now I'm just having so much fun watching what's going on behind him. And my meds aren't doing as much as they should be because there's TVs going on behind, and I'm sitting here trying to watch. I think that's horse racing going on behind you right now. And I'm just
yes, we have horse racing, we have professional wrestling, we have soccer, we have tennis. We got it all.
Sounds like a good time. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, you mentioned soccer, and the United States is World Cup crazy right now. I got to say, I was a college soccer player. I coached and I refereed for over 10 years. I love the game. I've played it since I'm 5 years old. So I'm always big on soccer. It doesn't matter what country it's being played in. I'm tuning in. But across the United States, we've seen some tremendous scenes. Heath, I don't know if you're a soccer fan already or if you've gotten more into it now, but are you guys getting caught up in a World Cup fever?
Russ, is he just asking this question so that he can tell everybody he was a college soccer player?
Of course.
You know Sal.
No, I'll watch a little bit of soccer. I tell you what, when I watch, I'm always so amazed by how good they are and how beautiful it is. And at the same time, I'm always like, does any of this count for anything? Like, they just made 17 beautiful passes in a row, and they're moving. It looks like synchronized swimming, and it's so wonderful. And the score still shows 0. And so that's kind of where some of my problems with becoming a full-time soccer fan come. But this time of year, I'm all in. USA.
It's a thinking man's game, Heath. And in traditional form, I always show my pictures to the camera off my phone. Can you see? That's me in college on the soccer team. Look at that head of hair.
So he would also like us to know that he used to have hair.
Yeah, well, I wasn't
90s
born
wind break.
I was going to say I wasn't born this way. I was actually born this way. And then I grew some, and then I gave it back. So, Russ, how about yourself? Are you caught up in World Cup fever?
Not in the least.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I don't have the brain for more than one sport. It might be the off season for the NFL, but still, I understand the the beauty of soccer. I understand that a lot of athletes will play soccer as a second sport because the size of the field, it helps you learn angles very well. Like you said, like Keith was talking about, with all the passing that goes around, being able to see and play and know in that aspect, in that ratio of playing, I get all of it, but I'm also with Heath where it's like, all right, man, there's been 17 passes in a row. It's been beautiful, but how is the score still nothing? What is going on?
So I got to answer the question. My public wants to know. Growing up throughout the years, I played a lot of different sports. I was a goalie for a period of time. I played, I think in the United States, we call it a sweeper position, but it's kind of like a central position between the midfield and the defense. When I got to college, I played fullback. I was a defensive player in college. And as I got older and I played in over 30 men's leagues, here's a real benefit to staying in shape. I could run better than anybody else in our leagues. So I was a striker. I would be from 50 yards in, I was running. So I continued to do that. So I played all over the field in my life. So who do I have winning the World Cup? Well, I do not have the United States winning the World Cup. As much as I root for them and love them, and I'm an honest guy. I believe that they will get to the round of 16, depending on their opponent. They could get to the quarters. But I would think that the quarterfinals is the height for the U.S. This year. I think France looks very good. So, right now, if I've gun to my head, I would say it would be France that would win the World Cup this year. So I don't want to take up too much time. Bob is at Fenway. What is up, Bob? Bob Gilchrist, everybody.
I just wanted to make sure somebody interrupts Heath's segment because it's kind of tradition, and
we put Matthew Berry all the way at tomorrow at 11:30. So he's nowhere near you this year. So, what's up, Bob? What's the score? Is it just getting underway? The Yankees batting.
So the Red Sox led off the game with a home run, so we started out pretty good here.
They didn't lead off. That's impossible. They led off there in half of the inning.
Good point.
Their first hitter of the day smashed the ball over the fence for a touchdown. No, I believe it was. It might have been Cordova.
Yoshida?
No, it's not Contreras. Contreras is up, so it's not him.
Yoshida. We have.
Might have been.
Yeah, you're at the game and you don't know what's going on.
Well, I was trying to find a spot that I could jump in and interrupt.
There's my son, who's also in the stadium. My son is in Fenway, right? Find him, Bob. Go find my son. He's there, and
my brother's here too somewhere. I just found out.
He's getting treated to a thumping 3 days in a row so far at the hands of the Red Sox. Yeah, Bob, it was a 3-pointer. We got people checking in. So
3-pointer?
I got the opportunity in October of last year to get a behind-the-scenes tour of Fenway Park. So I was up there on the Green Monster. I work in facilities. I talk about my real job. And I got a facilities tour from the head of facilities at Fenway Park. And it was one of the greater things I've gotten to do. I'm a huge Yankees fan, born and raised New Yorker. Don't love the Red Sox, but it was a privilege and an honor to get into the bowels of Fenway Park and see all the stuff that a lot of people don't get to see. So, beautiful stadium. I love the fact that they kept their stadium, unlike the Yankees, and didn't tear it down. So, anyway, Heath, how do you feel? Oh, yeah, look at that crew. That's beautiful. Is there anything more beautiful? I mean, it's not soccer, but it's still beautiful.
Oh, I absolutely. I mean, can you imagine if they played a soccer game there? But no, absolutely beautiful. Baseball was certainly my first love. And actually, a lot of people don't know this. When I started at CBS Sports, I started as a fantasy baseball analyst, analyzing DFS baseball. So, yeah, love that view. Happy that Bob's here with us.
Yeah, you're the only one that's happy that Bob's here with us, but he's here with us nonetheless. But, actually.
I'm like a bad penny,
Yes. Shout out to Bob. Pennies, by the way, have no value anymore. We don't use them in this country. So basically, Bob's been thrown away like the penny. Bob is such an important backbone to what goes on at Fantasy Cares, SFB Podathon. He does so much with the graphics and just the business end of it. He's in the background. He gives me the credit card when I got to book stuff and not send Russ the receipts, which is a fan favorite thing of Russ's. and I get to go out on the road with them. I was at Bob in many cities last year, at least 3, maybe more. This year we'll be in Baltimore and DC together, Bob. But you didn't take time out to be, home for the Podathon today, so that's cool. Whew. Johnny Damon's first game back at Fenway. He hit a homer, a ball got thrown back on the field. It was beautiful. It's beautiful.
Johnny Damon will forever be a Royal, and he was stolen.
Yes. I believe he walked away from them. Did he not?
Yeah, during a period of time, right before Carlos Beltran did the same. It was a good period of time for Kansas City Royals baseball.
I will take the time to point out the fact that the Yankees are 6-0 against the Royals this year. They've swept them twice, I believe.
I don't really pay attention to baseball that much anymore, but I did see yesterday, at some point during the game, they were behind 22-1. So I'm not sure that you really should feel that good about it.
2015 was so long ago. Was that 2015 that they won?
So, I think they went in 2014. I still lived in Kansas City, went to the World Series. They lost to Madison Bumgarner and the Giants. And then the next year, Lucas Duda threw the ball into the dugout. Eric Hosmer raced around third base. And it was a great moment, except I remember the night they won the championship, my wife was flying back to South Florida. We just moved there like 6 months ago. And during Game 6 of the World Series. So what am I going to do? I went to the sports bar and I sent an Uber to the airport to pick up my wife. But this was like 10 years ago before people really did that. And so I think she was mad at me the rest of the night. And I ran around a parking lot shirtless celebrating a World Series championship.
That's awesome. And Heath, one of the things the people I always feel the most connected to in this industry and in this community are good family people, and you've posted about your family. You spoke about your family. I mean, you don't got to tell. I don't want too much anybody's personal business, but just talk about life where it's at. I mean, the kids are growing up now. Like you touched on that earlier about the teenage years, and how's life in general?
Fantastic. I've got my wife and my 16-year-old are here at Scott Fish Bowl with me. So just kind of soaking it all in. I'm a grandfather. I've got an 8-year-old granddaughter. Just recently took a trip up to the Georgia mountains. We had 4 generations, my parents, my kids, and my granddaughter all in the same cabin. It was fantastic. I mean, my life's not so good that I can work from Fenway Park like Bob, but my life is good.
Yeah, and I don't know if you hear it. There's another car horn going off in the distance this way. I'm outside in Brooklyn, and we had one right here, and now it's in the distance, so it's probably too far for anybody here. Yeah, but that's amazing. And I got to when I went to Fenway, when I got that tour of Fenway, I got to go spend time with Bob and his family before I left to come back to New York, and it was a diabetes walk for his daughter, and I got to go be a part of that and see that community and get exposed to that, and I love that. Like, next year will be year 10 of the Podathon, and I've hinted at the fact that I might do the 10 years and then kind of like pass it off to somebody else to see who wants to take this thing over, because I want to go out on the road more. I want to be like, I love going out and the fabric of people and the fabric of this country and all these different cities over the last 3 years I've got to be in. I have not loved anything more than those live drafts and those live, and just getting to be with my fantasy football buddies in real life as opposed to online. So yeah, it's why I connect so closely with people who are good and close to their family. So that's amazing. Bob, you could talk more about that organization because I totally screwed it up.
You did fine. It's Breakthrough T1D that we did the walk for. Emmy wants to know if you got your unicorn leotard yet.
Yes, sure. Was I supposed to get one?
So she has the Emmy unicorns as leggings, and she's expecting you to wear them next time.
I will. By the way, I will 100% wear them. You know that. I don't have a problem wearing things like that out in public. I'm not, to me, like enjoying life. I touched on this a little bit. I joke around about it a little bit. I was talking to Scott last week and Charch in Vegas. Oh, I was like, what is that? But it's the Fenway announcer.
Jason Dominguez is up.
Oh God, that's not going to go well. I just look at life differently these days, and if you can't like just absolutely absorb, that's the ambulance going to my hospital. Absorb things in life and be free in life and be comfortable with who you are. You're not going to enjoy life, and I'm in a different place than when I started this show 9 years ago, mentally for sure. So, I would love to support your daughter and wear those, but we got to ask Keith this question: how did you become a Celtics fan?
So yeah, I catch a lot of grief because I'm a Chiefs fan and a Royals fan and a Celtics fan. People think I'm just a bandwagon guy, and that's kind of true. It's just I jumped on the bandwagon about 40 years ago. So I grew up loving sports in rural Missouri, about 45 minutes outside of Kansas City. There was not an NBA basketball team within 8 hours of my house. The Thunder were not in Oklahoma City yet; they were still in Seattle, and so I just had to pick a team. And so I watch basketball on TV all the time. Who am I going to pick? I'm going to pick the guy they advertised shooting baskets on a dirt hoop, Larry Bird. So I picked Larry Bird. I went through all of the stuff in between Larry Bird and Tatum and Jaylen Brown. I loved Paul Pierce because I was a Kansas Jayhawk fan. I was never a big fan of Antoine Walker, but that's neither here nor there. But yeah, no, just
You
I've
got
been a Celtics
D
fan.
Brown. You pumped it up, and
Yes, 100%. I had pump up shoes. I 100% pumped them up. I think mine were defective because I still couldn't jump any higher, but I did have the pump up shoes.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I mean, I'd be remiss if I didn't point out the fact that the country was kind of polarized by a Knicks championship, which hadn't happened in 53 years, right? I was born the year after, and I'm known as the old guy here in this industry. So always people like to point that out to me. I was born the year after the Knicks won their last championship. So the city was alive with that. It was a great couple of months and whether it was bandwagon fans or people who weren't from this city originally, I have to tell you that atmosphere was tremendous. I was down at the parade, and it was I know there's a few things on social media. In a city that large where 2 million people showed up to a parade for the few things that actually happened that we've seen happen in other cities across this country. I do think New York City gets a bad rap when it comes to stuff like that. It was it was well organized. It was well run. The atmosphere and the attitude amongst the attendees was tremendous. And the New York City needed that. I mean, I think it's the type of thing we need around this country in a whole. And I was so thrilled to just enjoy it with my son, who got to see, like, the only other championship for him was the Yankees in 2009 when he was 8. So this was like the first big one for him as an adult. So it was cool to see it.
Did he run around without a shirt on like Keith did when the Royals won?
He decided to leave his shirt on, but pants off.
Okay, Winnie the Poohing it. That's the way
I had
to
to
go.
bail him out. I had to bail him out that day.
I did just go ahead.
He might have his pants off at Fenway today, Bob. That's how you'll recognize him.
I did just make my 6th and 7th round picks.
You guys
if
are
anybody
moving.
wants to bring this back to fantasy football,
We should definitely
Lewis,
bring it back. Go ahead.
Josh Jacobs went at the end of round 6 in this draft, which could either make me look like an idiot and a terrible person, or I think might just be a top 10 running back. And then I took Jared Goff to pair up with Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta. So we got a little Lions stack for the fantasy playoffs.
Lord knows they're not going to stop anybody on defense, so they better score points.
No, right.
And you're sticking with your theory of picking guys that may be suspended from the league at some point. But these the kids behind me are saying hello. They're out there playing in the yard. I don't know if you could hear them, but this being outside might be a short-lived deal today. Heath, 30 minutes. You've been on for 30 minutes. You've made 4 picks. That's the way a draft should move. If you are going to a live draft, we had 3 of them in Vegas last week. They moved at completely different paces, and one of them was snail-like. We were already in the pool enjoying it. I'm like, wait, are they still putting stickers on the board? It's 4 p.m. This thing started at 10 a.m. So I'm like,
no, Alfredo's draft is still in round 5. I'm pretty sure everybody here is saying it's his fault that he takes way too long to make his picks, which is probably true. I see him right now. I think he's probably almost on the clock.
In a world of Heaths, don't be an Alfredo. That's what I say.
Yes.
Heath, we got to let you go. We got Alfred. I love you, buddy. I love you. I see you, pal. We got to let you run, and maybe your focus will be better if we let you get out of here. So, always great to visit with you. We appreciate you coming back year after year and supporting and being a part of Fantasy Cares in the way that you are. Be well.
Thank you, guys. Thank you to everybody who's watching. Thank you for supporting Fantasy Cares. Have a great day.
Bye.
All right, Bob. How's it going back there, buddy? We got another mass hole coming up soon.
Oh yeah, you should probably. I'll let Coop see Fenway, and then I'll leave. Yeah.
Hello.
What's look at that the mecca of baseball there, right behind you, Bobby. Bobby, can you still afford drinks today after you and I lost so much money on Cape Verde yesterday?
How'd you lose money on a team that nobody even expected to make it into the World Cup, let alone we'll bring in Chuck as well. We don't want to leave him back there.
There he is. There's
Cape Verde.
I kind of like backstage more.
All right, you want to be in? We don't need to have you
Back,
back.
yeah,
We're
back.
back.
Yeah.
It was good to see Chuck for a second.
Yeah,
I'm
my
gonna go
normal
back to
accent
watching the
is
game.
jarring compared to all this.
Normal, yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of accents, Sal, you'd think you would have learned over the years, man. You are doing 500 words a minute. It's only an hour and a half into the show. You got to learn from Russ, man. You got to pick and choose your spots if you're gonna make it through this entire 24 hours.
Russ is Midwestern from New Jersey. He's not really from New Jersey. He's slower than the rest of us.
We got the suburbs. That's where I got the suburbs in me.
He's smart. He's making sure his words are impactful, dude. You're gonna run.
Russ, you can turn that reaction to what he just said
virtually
into a pretty good GIF because your eyes just about popped up.
They did. You saw that, Chuck. I like that.
Yeah, I see everything. That's why I'm a good guest.
You know, Coop, I will say this to you. First of all, you're 100% right. But second of all, this is me. This is authentically me. I can't change this, right? So if I try to change this down to a guy who talks like this, I'm going to become just as boring as the rest of the people that I don't want to listen to on all these podcasts that are out there these days. Hey, no offense to all you people doing those podcasts out there these days, but some of them become redundant. Some of them start to sound the same. It's why I don't do.
You're getting old, Sal.
I am getting old. I am. But have you noticed how healthy I look? Like, you don't really show the.
You look fantastic, dude. You're looking good, brother.
I am healthier at 50. I'll be 52 in August. I am healthier at 52 than the day I started the first Podathon 9 years ago, no doubt. I've changed my mentality towards eating and working out in life. So, yes, mentally I'm getting older, but physically, I'm here to stay.
So you're gonna make.
So what do you recommend? Ozempic, Jardiance, Skyrizi? What's the secret?
I'm so anti GLP-1s. Like, so if people are unhealthy and sick and they need a GLP-1 administered under a doctor's care, then I support it. But this craze in the world where people are 20 to 30 pounds overweight and they decided they found the magic cure, I don't like it because a little bit of work. I was 215 pounds in January. I'm 197 right now. It's a little bit of work, a little bit of changing the way you eat, the whole foods, proteins, doing things a healthy way could change things really quickly for you. But we've become self-reliant on things that make it easier. So, you know, I know you said that joking, a little tongue in cheek. And by the way, Chuck has become quite the follow on Twitter for some of the stuff that he says. I don't support them as a weight loss product for people who could just do it naturally. I think it's become too easy to do that.
You're under 200 pounds now. Are you coming to SFB Boston? I'm gonna beat you up.
I'm trying to come to UFC Boston, and they keep trying to send me to
UFC Boston. Yeah, let's call it UFC Boston. You're in a little tiny weight class now, bro. I think I got you now, dog. Let's go.
No chance.
197. SFB Boston. My intentions are to
go,
come.
Baby.
I don't know.
Come on.
Want to do the try?
No, those are glamour muscles. It's all about core and back.
That's right, dude.
Wait till you see that. I don't want to see it.
Are we going tarps off? Is that part of the show already?
So Chuck is the follow. Hold on, we got to put that up on the screen.
Yeah, no doubt. Dude.
While it lasts.
What's going to stop it, dude? You're unstoppable for
the government.
They probably should step in at this stage. Dude.
Yeah, there's a reason I can't attend a live draft this year. I'm under house arrest.
Nice.
Not again.
Cut those things right off. Just leave it on the couch and go.
I have seen that before, and it is a bold move.
Yeah. So Sal, I got to ask then, since you've been healthier here, what have you not given up? Like everybody's got that one thing, like chocolate syrup or soda. Like what couldn't go?
That's
What
really
couldn't go?
specific. Chocolate syrup.
Well, for me, chocolate milk is just it's non-negotiable. That's staying.
You could have
Yeah,
asked
for me,
me like
it's,
50 things, and chocolate syrup would not have come up.
Chocolate syrup was number one on my list. That's why I'm asking.
That's
Do you
awesome.
do you like chocolate syrup? Is actually the real
Stay on type. I like it.
Pizza and French fries for me. So
Mhm.
I'll never give up pizza. And I've found that you could find a way to fit it in and still be fine. You have to have limitations. You have to be. I was a big beer drinker, right? One of the biggest things I cut out was beer, and alcohol for like months at a time. Am I never going to drink again? No. I had some drinks last night. I went to a World Cup watch party in Times Square at Margaritaville. I had a couple of margaritas there, but that was the first time I had a drink in like weeks. So moderation and everything. You don't have to give up everything. You need to be intelligent about timing and consistency. My favorite word across everything in life has become consistency. If you're consistent at anything, you will become better at it. You become better in general. So I get up and I cook my meals. I cook my breakfast. It's all whole foods. It's lots of proteins. It's properly timed carbohydrates. It's fiber. It's everything. It's become a lifestyle. So
Russ, do you have any questions for Sal while we're interviewing him?
yes.
Oh, I don't. I know everything there is to know about Sal already. So
There's
not really. Just
45 calories in a serving of chocolate syrup. I'm blown away. I thought it would have been way more.
More?
When you use chocolate syrup, do you stick to like the tablespoon serving size? Come on.
I actually do, Russ. Believe it or not.
Ooh.
Yeah, I actually use a tablespoon and put it in there.
35 servings in a container, so you got to manage it somehow.
It's just you have to keep one little thing for yourself, dude. Like,
are you a basic B with the Hershey's, or do you shop local?
Dude, well, that's another thing. Is there certain items that I will go with the cheaper version? I'll even go with the diet version. Chocolate syrup is a no. Ranch is a no. Light ranch is gross, dog. It's got to be the regular ranch if you're going to go there. Like certain things you can't compromise on. There's a lot of places I will compromise. Those two, no chance, dude.
If we gave the Germans light ranch.
The other thing I don't compromise on, charity. When it comes to the Scottish Bowl, to the Podathon, right? And if you guys are watching right now, go over to Fantasy Cares and donate. And if you can't afford it, understandable. Absolutely. Not everybody can. How about a like? How about a subscribe, right? How about a retweet? Huh? How about some support for the people out there that are doing this, man? Russ, Sal. I mean, John Bosch is like an animal.
The crew.
He's a maniac. So let's get it going. Let's get fired up. Chuck, you fired up, dude?
No, but that's mainly because nothing makes me feel anything anymore. I'm just so beyond having emotions and having the ability to care or think so that's what I use my wallet for. The wallet is what speaks for me, and I donate heavy, and I try to do all the raffles, and I try to just compensate for the lack of being a human being.
Nothing shy of 10,000 likes moves the needle for Chuck Bass.
I just spend all day just scrolling and refreshing Twitter.
Yeah. I gotta say, so Chuck, you're drafting online, right? And Coop, are you drafting online this year?
I got to because I'm doing the hosting for Boston, so I got the microphone, all that stuff. I tried to do that in the past. I've watched Bob essentially fail at it in the past. So just literally, Bob would come over. The first Scottish Bowl, he drafted live, and he just come over and pick up my rankings and look at who is next on my rankings. So she was crossing off, and we were drafting together. And then he would pick that up. So not only did I have Mike Fiella stealing my guys.
I was going to say, I thought that was Mike's kid.
Well, Mike curated a list of like everybody I tweeted about in the last like month. You know what I mean? Like Evan Ingram and those guys, which was tough. But Bob was literally stealing the players off of my sheet, which might have actually been worse. So I had zero shot of winning.
Yeah.
You got to have a little bit of that.
There's a lot of that.
I talked about it in some of the earlier segments that I used to draft NYC live, and I had to stop last year because you cannot focus. It doesn't lead to success. Sorry, Chuck, I didn't mean to shut you up.
No. I was backing up what you said pretty much. I remember go.
I was going to say with Boston, we want to get a couple more people in. So a couple people draft online, sneak a few more Bostonians in, bring the title back to the best city in pretty much the entire world, especially when it comes to sports. So like, that's kind of how we operate.
No, we need to gentrify those drafts. We need to get more people from around the country up there, and just don't let you guys have your way.
True. Bring him in. Bring him in.
Yeah,
But, you were saying something.
I was going to say I like a little adversity at a live draft. I remember at the Cincinnati one a couple years ago, which was the last one I attended. The Bengals mascot was there, and he was like taking Bengals players off of my sheet and going to put them on the board, like Tyler Boyd in like the 7th round, who like I don't even think was starting at that point. I was just like, you know what, I appreciate this, but you're screwing with my draft.
I would love video of you beating the shit out of that mascot.
Would you fair on this? That's great news.
Well, let's talk about Scott Fishbowl a little bit. We talked about charity, and I would like to say, to Coop's point, I cannot get on social media while doing this. So please, all the retweets, putting it out there, getting more people. We've grown an audience over the first 2 hours. We need to get more people in here. Some people said it snuck up on them this year. It does. It does. It's with all the live drafts. It's we don't promote this as much as we once did. But if you follow Fantasy Cares on YouTube, on a YouTube channel, you'll always get the notifications when we're popping on. So do that. But let's talk about past SFB success and hopefully future SFB success. So Chuck, we'll start with you. How many years have you been playing in the Scott Fishbowl, and do you remember what your best finish was?
I think this is my 3rd time, I want to say, and I flame out pretty quickly. I almost entirely draft for content. And I draft for high variance, like I'll try to do like 2 tight ends early, or when it was super heavy running back, 2 running backs early, things like that. This year I might try and normalize it a little bit. Starting to build a little bit of a reputation. So I'm going to have some fun with it and try and just stop being a vibes guy and using that crutch to limp to like the 11th place finish in my division again.
Well, we do like the vibes. We like to have fun, and you're good at it. But yeah, like you, I want to actually show up to one of these things. And I made semis last year. I made semis. I was stunned that I was on the back of Kyle Pitts mostly. But
this is the good year to do it because there's a lot of misconceptions about who's going to provide you value in the later rounds. So I think you can build some really unique rosters that are going to surprise a lot of people. I've been doing a decent amount of the best ball leagues and just trying to see what people play around with. And there's a lot more chalk than I was expecting from the brightest crowd in the fantasy space.
And then you're still just going to pick whoever makes for the funniest tweet.
I'm telling you, every time I make a pick in any league, it doesn't matter if it's like $100 redraft league or a dynasty startup that I just been in. I'm always just like, there's a part of me that's like, what is the funniest possible pick right now? And then
just everyone go to Chuck's timeline and see that he picked that 4th white guy just for that video in his last one. So go check that.
That was a good one.
For me, Scott Fishbowl, it's a ones and zeros game for me. Did I make it farther than Mike Fiala? Yes or no? Most
I like that.
Yes. That one time he made it to like the very end, like the very last round. So shout out to him. But yeah, for the most part, I beat Mike. I'm better than Mike, smarter than Mike. And that's really what matters most for me. The first time I did play was the first time it was video games.
Nice.
And I remember, this is interesting. I remember that year Gary Haddow won. Shout out, friend of the show, Gary. He just loaded up on every other position and completely punted tight end. And then he just picked 4 in a row. And one of those tight ends happened to be Darren Waller from like way downtown. And that's how he took it down. That year, there were set positions, though. So you had to have a tight end. You had to have one tight end. You had to have the other positions. This year, rules are off, and you can do whatever you want. It's kind of crazy. But, crazy things do happen in this contest. And I think his other tight ends were legitimately terrible. So that one Waller pick made all the difference really for him.
So who's going to be this year's Darren Waller?
Greg Dulcich, dude. Let's go, dude. Fire up the engines. Get the flow going.
I have got Dulcich on so many dynasty teams that I've been holding on to. And I was like, I can't believe the Giants just outright cut him last year. He had such a great connection in the preseason. It was a dumb move, but I'm all over it. I love that. I love that prediction, Coop, for sure. And some dynasty teams I have now will love that. And to your point, my son plays in the Scott Fishbowl now. This is either going to be his 3rd or 4th year. And I just got to make sure I finish higher than him every year, right? To your point. Yeah. And he's a sneaky guy because, he last year drafted, I took the tight ends I drafted 12, and I took McBride and Bowers at at 12 and the first pick. I said he did the same thing, and I was like, oh, you got to diversify a little bit. So we went in a different direction after that, and a little bit that I diversified, I finished higher than him last year. So I'm a champion of the Sal's. If you didn't hear me earlier, he's at Fenway today watching the Yankees lose again. He was there last night and he's there today with a group of friends.
Oh, wow.
And I wisely advised him to please take his Yankee stuff off before he goes out to the bars. He doesn't need it. He's not that guy. So
we'll be fine out here. This isn't the New York. This isn't the slums of the New York subway.
You're also showing off for the World Cup tourists, though. So you do have to put on a little bit across the country. Everybody, we've got the rest of summer we have to be bringing our A game every time we leave the house.
True.
I brought up the World Cup last segment. Russ could care less if the World Cup even finishes. Heath Cummings is like, yeah, I don't get it. They pass the ball around. Nobody.
You know what? I like that though. We've got the end of the spectrum. You get super excited people or people who couldn't care less, and I think that's the way it should be. I don't need people faking it in the middle and wasting everybody's time.
And
I did that. I did exactly that. I faked it. I went to a game and faked it so hard. I wore all black because I'm not Scottish. I'm not Haitian. So I just went to that game, wore all black. Everyone asked me who I was rooting for. I said the over. I was just there for the vibes, dude. It was
you had like the Erica Kirk all black on.
All black, dude. I actually stood out like a sore thumb. I thought I would just fit right in. No. Everybody was wearing.
Oh my god.
Most festive colors, chanting.
I gotta tell you, you could have wore a Haitian jersey. They probably would not have mistaken you for being Haitian.
No, I think here's the thing about the Haitian jerseys is that their colors are also red, white, and blue. So it looked like it was like Haitian and Americans, but there were so many Scottish people there.
You know what? Right now I'm getting from you. He brought up the Haitian. You know the video that goes around where it's like do something or be Jamaican, and it's the white guy like doing the Jamaican at the mic. You could do that with your mic setup right now because you look like the guy. You've got the same mic setup that he does. We might need to get might need to get something going there.
I got there 7 out. The game started at 9. I got there at 2. So
9 is unacceptable. It's unacceptable.
9 at night. Yeah, dude. I was in no shape to root for any of it. Up from the nosebleeds, I was like,
I've been up watching these games until all hours. I'm a lifelong soccer fan, as I mentioned in the previous segment, and I'm scheduled to go on July 5th to MetLife, which is a round of 16 game. I was invited into a suite, so until I get in there, I will not believe it's happening. But as of right now, it's on. So I'm excited for that.
Love it.
And
sick, dude.
the finals are the day of SFB Boston. Coop, you realize that, right?
We'll have it on the TV at the point, dude. Come out to the point.
Here's the thing. To say real quick, give the details about SFB Boston. You're running it. You might as well sell it a little bit.
I was trying to remember what this Podathon was about. Now you're right, Scott Fishbowl, and
so whatever the hell you want it to be.
Scott Fishbowl Boston is going to be awesome as always. Last year we did it at Gillette Stadium in the shadow of the Colossus that is, the creator of parades, right? Gillette Stadium.
Didn't everybody get poison ivy last year?
I don't get poison ivy, so I might, even if I'm covered in it, I don't get it. Everyone else does.
What kind of genealogy is that?
Come out to the point in Boston. You may or may not get poison ivy, but I'll tell you what, you're gonna have a blast. We've got like eight drafts going, but there's a big enough space there that pretty much anybody can come hang out if they want. A couple of my buddies always come. Jordan Luke came up last year. He went to New York and came up, from the Virginia area. So pretty cool. And it's we snagged all the characters from James Bond, the James Bond video game, Jaws, Mishkin, Bond, Odd Job, right? Mayday. So we're running Carla, who definitely goes overboard with the celebration stuff, is setting up the James Bond stuff up there. So we're gonna have a blast. So just come out. We'll have the soccer games on. We'll have whatever sports are on. We made sure there were TVs. We made sure there were outlets. It's gonna rock and probably roll too. And you gotta get again. No guarantee you get poison ivy. So
make a guess the next James Bond board and have everybody write on the board who they think the next Bond is gonna be.
Yeah, most problematic pick wins. I love that.
I think everybody should come dressed
Jared
Leto.
Jared Leto.
Most problematic. I like that.
So my plan was to be in Boston. So I have a concert in Connecticut on Friday, and I was going to do the concert, sleep over in Connecticut, get up Saturday, head to Boston, and then Scott's trying to convince me that I need to go to Philly because they need more people in Philly.
What?
I'm like, I don't want to. But let me just correct this. I love Philly. I was there last year. I haven't been to Boston in 3 years. I was
Yeah.
so
You haven't.
I think I'm just going to ignore Scott and come to Boston anyway. But hopefully he's not paying attention right
Come
now.
to Boston, dude. You're
But-
gonna
'cause
get
I miss
beat
my
up. You're gonna
Boston
get
guy. Plus,
poison ivy.
Faello wants to fight me, so I got to come there and give him.
Well, I get to fight you first.
Let him beat me up, so we get it out of the way.
Me first.
All right. Well, if you want to get me at full strength, buddy, no problem.
I wouldn't fight Faello. I'll tell you that. He's
Yeah,
a big
no,
boy.
I'm just gonna let him have his way with me. And I
Okay,
mean
that's
fighting.
fair.
Don't get
Yeah,
it.
Come on up. Why is Philly the same day, dude? Bob.
Yeah, you're right. Bob was he's too busy being at Fenway while we're doing a Podathon. This guy.
My strategy for Scott Football Boston is incredible. I take credit for everything, and then if anything bad happens, that's Bob.
That's pretty much life in general. We use that.
Scared to compete.
Anything Fantasy Cares goes well, Scott and I will take credit for it. Anything goes wrong, Bob.
Yeah. Bob.
Wait,
That's how
what,
I handle relationships too. That's why I'm saying-
And meanwhile, John Bosch is the one doing everything. So everyone's taking the credit. Everyone's giving the blame to Bob. I think it really is a good system. You get a pamphlet when you become a host that says to do that. So
I have a theory. I blame everything in my life on John Bosch.
Smart.
And that curly hair of his.
I was about to say, you're just jealous that he chooses to shave his head. And
Yes. I have no respect for a man with a full head of hair who shaves it. I have no respect for that.
No, that's a power
Unless
move,
you're an
bro.
Olympic swimmer, don't show up.
Are you doing a live draft this year, Chuck? No, you're
I
online.
am not. We're gone. We're on some trips, and then we got the baby coming in August. So we're
Congratulations, man.
making some moves. Thank you. So I'm gearing up. I'm doing an online draft. What online draft are you doing? You said you're in one also, right?
Yeah, I am in the
Coop is Pokemon.
Yeah,
Drafted from the one spot.
and a bunch of people I know, dude. So like everybody, the funny thing is, I met a bunch of people at this first Scott Fish Bowl I was in, which is why I always encourage people to try and get in and join, because in the pick chat, I met all these people: JB Barry, Kevin Tompkins, Jordan Loop, Linda Godfrey. She goes by Linda TM on the internet, and
Shout out.
we created our own. I had never done a podcast before, and there you go, and they invited me to do one, and I didn't even have a mic. And I set up John and Pemba, our editor, gave me a mic. I set it up on like an ironing board. But I met all these people from that draft. And this year we all decided, since it's Scott, there's JB Barry right there in the chat. Let's go, baby. He was on TV the other day. He did an episode of
Password.
I'm going to be watching it tonight. We recorded it. So
What?
but yeah.
Wait, so you don't know
he was
how
on Password. He was on TV with
it
like
turns out?
The Miz. No, don't spoil it, dude.
I
Don't
won't
spoil
it for you.
What are you doing?
But I said before the show, clearly he didn't win. I was predicting this because I've seen JB. We live not far from each other, and he still looks broke. So that was my prediction. But anyway,
You want everybody to fight you. You're taking on all
At a
comers.
certain age, I feel like you just start wearing free T-shirts. Like that's it. I feel like most of my T-shirts are free.
Yeah, we can tell.
I paid for the shirt. Now my face is on it. What the hell?
Hey, let's
You
get
have
like
to
a
pay
shirt.
for it 'cause your face is on it.
Yeah.
By the way,
But anyway, all those
me or
what I was
Joe
saying
Rogan?
is all those
No.
people jumped into my draft this year. I jumped in Pokemon draft
Hmm.
right away. Linda, Luke, Tompkins, they all did. So none of us are gonna win. My rankings are available online for free, so I never really have a chance anyway. People print them out and bring them to Boston, and I'm like, okay. So there you go.
Happy birthday to Rachel.
Go check out those rankings
Shout out our
for
girl.
free and donate. And shout out Rachel.
Yeah, and I was going to ask, and so Chuck, this is not your first. So this is number 2, or
This is number 2. I am just absolutely crushing it right now. I've got the secret. I've got the genealogy. I've got everything you could ask for. Cold brew's hitting me especially hard right now, and I'm feeling good.
amazing.
Salvatore is an amazing name, by the way.
It is.
It was between Charles Jr. and Skeletor.
We go back and forth with if we can pull off a very nice Italian name. My bloodline doesn't necessarily lend itself to that with my smoky Baltic roots, but that doesn't mean we can't rule it out.
Is Skeletor an Italian name?
Salvatore.
Oh, Salvatore. I thought you said Skeletor.
Okay, well now you have to name your kid Skeletor.
It does sound pretty good.
Skeletor.
Salvatore Skeletor Bass.
It would play into the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles vibe we kind of started off with.
Yeah, I like that.
Oh, you have a Michelangelo?
Donatello.
You got a 25% chance of getting it right.
Yeah.
Well, I could say all four of them until I get there. Somebody shouted out Donatello.
I don't even know if
But
I know that. Raphael.
But I had the greatest season I've ever had in fantasy the first year, or my first son was born. So I'm pushing all my chips into this next upcoming season. We're talking taking out second mortgages, get home equity loans, whatever I can do, whatever I can sell, because I'm going all in.
Just dad stuff. Yeah. The more dad stuff you do, the better you do in Scott Fishbowl. I could kind of see that actually.
What's the most dad thing you can do?
I mean, before the show, I was literally in the shed, my own shed, putting up what's it called, the insulation by myself, and I'm still wearing my boots and stuff. I just changed my shirt, so I'm covered.
Are you itchy?
I'm very itchy, actually. Yeah, thank you for asking. I didn't even think about it till now. It's not poison ivy. I don't get poison ivy, so it's insulation.
It's new ways of getting itchy with Andrew Cooper.
Very itchy, yeah. But even without poison ivy, there's a lot of ways, dude. But that's a dad move, no? What about you guys? What's the most dad thing you've done?
Oh, I moved out. That was the most dad thing I could do. In 2018, just left. That was it. Didn't come back.
You and my dad should
get
get
some
beer
milk and never came
wherever
back.
he is.
What about you, Ross? What's the most dad thing you've ever done?
Mowed a lawn in some New Balances, I guess.
That's pretty up there. That's pretty up there.
Oh yeah. The best is when you have the New Balances for mowing the lawn, and then you, like, my dad growing up had like 3 generations of New Balances that were still in use, right? There was like the lawn mowing ones were at the far end, and then there was like the kind of beat up ones, and then there was the nice ones for special occasions. Like, that's the dad stack right there. I'm not there.
The dad stack.
the dad trifecta. So, I will say this, and I talked about it with Heath in the last segment. There is actually nothing I love more in the world than being a dad. Like, my children mean everything to me. And, my marriage did end. I was with my ex-wife from the time we were 15 and 16 years old, right? And we made it till just about, I was almost 40, right? So,
that's what I'm planning on.
Like Marriage Hall of Fame. I'm in there already. But I have 3 children, wonderful children. They are the light of my life. My youngest one just graduated college in May. So all 3 kids are done with college, have graduated. And I'm in that next phase now where they're young adults and they're facing, life head on. And I stay young because I want to be able to be a part of their life. So I value nothing more than my relationship with my children. So I love seeing you guys with the young kids and just starting out. I like to laugh at the fact that, you're not going to sleep much. But it's.
I also have a kid coming in August. I just didn't want to steal Chuck's thunder.
You do for real?
I do for real. Yeah.
Early August. He let me run with it for a while.
I appreciate what was that? 17 minutes. I didn't say anything. That's a new record for me. But yeah, I also have a child.
yeah, no big deal.
I'm just happy that both of you guys.
No.
What was that, Russ?
I was like, well, we're telling the secrets. I have a kick. No, I don't.
We all did.
No.
Yeah, congratulations to you both. We got 2 minutes, so I'm going to let you guys, say what you got to say before you go. We'll start with Chuck.
Well, the most dad thing I did was I bought a bunch of stuff to build a small picnic table, and I've never done anything like that in my life, and I haven't touched it. So that's sitting in the garage waiting for me to YouTube how to build a picnic table one day. What are we doing? We're shouting at her. We're plugging stuff. Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, I just saw a bird plummet to the ground behind Sal. So
did you see that? I rolled over my shoulder. I was like, what was that?
That's a bad omen.
What the heck was that, dude?
I'm going to go with it. I'm going to just.
Yeah, that's like right in an M. Night Shyamalan movie. That's right before the second act starts.
The fog or something's happening over there where Sal's at. Ross, you're going to have to talk a mile a minute. All right, so go ahead, Chuck. You were saying something.
I don't even remember. You go, and then I'll finish.
I don't even know what the question was. The bird completely derailed whatever I was thinking about. Donate to Fantasy Cares. Come to Scott Fishbowl Boston.
Yeah, everybody knows what Coop is.
Yeah, donate to Scott Fishbowl. Spread the word, all that stuff. I'm Chuck Bass over at Player Profiler. We just released our draft kit. You guys can check that out. All the good fantasy stuff going on. Go Team USA. Let's go, baby.
Beautiful, guys. Be well. Good to see you.
USA. 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 USA.
I don't even remember removing anybody. They just disappeared. What happened?
They were just done. They were just like, you know what? After chanting USA, how much further can you go? Let's just get out of here.
So I guess I'm a little concerned that both of our next guests are not here.
Are not here as of yet. No, they are not.
So we're gonna have to chit chat. Well, first of all, we could go back and do some of our our business that we're supposed to do here. We have contractual obligations to Scott Fish and the Fantasy Cares community, and we're gonna put that QR code back up in the corner,
Right back up.
and we're gonna tell you about the Mockathon that is being done right now over at the Going for Two Discord. You have been listening to strategies from our guests on the Podathon today, and you'll be listening to so many more over the next 22 hours. Why not test them out for yourself before your draft kicks off? Our friends at Going for Two are hosting a Mockathon from 1 p.m., so they're already an hour in, to 1 a.m., with all the proceeds going right back to Fantasy Cares. Click on that QR code in the corner of your screen and jump into a draft while keeping the SFB Podathon in the background to get some live advice while you're drafting. It's the perfect way to hone your draft skills before the real drafts kick off. So click the QR code now and start mocking. And not the mocking I do of Russ, like real legitimate mocking, drafting,
Yes.
mock drafting.
And you brought up consistency before when you were talking about, real life. I want to bring up the consistency of this is the second time you've done this read, and this is the second time that JB has, called you a Mockathon. So
here's the problem. I didn't see it the first time, so thank you for pointing it out. Because, JB is my brother from Long Island. We co-commission a league together, and I need him to be funnier than that. That's just not funny, JB. That's not what doesn't make sense. I need you to go back, write more material, and be better. I will not spoil what happened on Password to anybody, but I will just hint it by saying JB does owe me a nice dinner. Based on the way his life has changed. But yeah, maybe take some of that money or your winnings and buy a sense of humor, my friend, because that wasn't funny.
Oof.
I love him. I think it's a good time for us to remind everybody that we are doing the SFB 16 Podathon Challenge, and that Podathon Challenge is to donate $100 over these 24 hours. So you're already down 2 hours, but you have 22 more hours to donate $100 or more to get a signed Scott Fish custom Mario Brothers mini helmet. If you look, that is Scott. You see that lush orange beard pushing through the face mask of the helmet. And I actually have one of those right here in my hands. They're wonderful. We also have this Zelda one. Now, the Zelda one is not available for this particular challenge, but it's available if you go to one of our live drafts. So I was at Las Vegas last week, and I did the live auctioneering. So I'm surprised I have any voice left this week. And we auctioned off both of these suckers. I'll not tell you the full number we got, but I will tell you that I got over $100 for each. Over $100 for each. And we had a black helmet left over from last year, and I got over $100 for that one. So people have paid in person more than $100 for these. If you donate $100 in the next 22 hours, you'll be able to get one of these signed by Scott shipped off to you. Or I recommend going out to one of the live drafts, even if you're not drafting in it.
Yes, definitely.
And bid on it there. You might get it for a little cheaper than $100, but I hope that you end up spending more than $100 because we want to raise more money for the kids and for all the other stuff that we're doing. Russ, what's the favorite charity we have donated to? Do you have one?
Oh, that's like asking me to choose my children. I mean, come on, man. My favorite child. I don't know. We've donated to Mast Cell type the type 1 that Bob always does work with, American Cancer Society, St. Jude. We're huge with donating it to St. Jude along with CBS. Of course, the Toys for Tots. There's just again, it's always when you're in the weeds of things, you don't always get the perspective. And then you take a step back, and we actually but we wanted to see how many charities we donated to. It was a really long list, and it makes you glow. It makes you shine. It makes you just so happy to see how much all of this, it's fun. Like What buttons are you pressing, Sal?
JB wanted to focus on your shirt, and I was trying to focus on it, but I pressed the wrong one. There we go. We zoomed in a little bit more on it.
There you go. It's Bubble Bobble.
Yeah.
And if you want to buy one of these Bubble Bobble shirts or the Podathon shirt that Sal is wearing, you go to shopfantasycares.com and you can buy many SFBs, not just SFB 16. If you go digging around, you'll find some older stuff as well. But all of our SFB 16 designs are out there. Some all t-shirts, there's some hats. Hoodies will make it eventually, I know. I'm sure Corey's here asking about hoodies already. He's always in the New York City live chat saying where my hoodie's at. And I'm just like, man.
Corey Hurt?
Yep. They're coming. They're coming. Just not yet.
I'm going to disappoint Brian. It's Brainbuster, not Brian. I'm going to disappoint you here. It's not that I'm not a Harry Potter guy. It's just that I've never read one of the books or seen any of the movies. So I'm not anti-Harry Potter. I just never took the time for them. And my kids weren't into them. So it wasn't something for us. We never got involved with that. So I can't even pick a house there. We have a request for Ian to sign a helmet instead of Scott. It's going to cost you a lot more than $100.
Oh, yes. You got to pay up.
That's he actually is the talented one in the family. So, get that. That'll be worth more. So I would say you got to pay $200 for an Ian autograph. But over the course of time, it'll be worth way more than a Scott Fish autograph. His question is, where they at? Oh, here he is. There's Corey.
Yep.
Wants to know where the sweatshirts are at.
And where his hoodies are at. They're coming eventually.
Russ, you'll like this one. Russ,
yep.
I think at least once a year I have to tell you to show people the tattoo. So stand up and show those legs. I mean, look at that. Look at that beauty. Gotham, the bat symbol shining in the sky. Russ is one of the biggest, if not the biggest Batman, fangirls. And there's the other side. Look at this. There's the other side. So, yeah, I mean, if you want, we could auction off Russ's leg. We could take it right at the knee. $500 seems reasonable.
That's a good starting point, at least.
So $500 will cut Russ off at the knee. If you haven't noticed, it is 2:07. We're 7 minutes into the segment. We did have two guests scheduled to be on at this time. They have not arrived. So I'm losing hope now, 7 minutes in, that they're going to arrive. So Russ and I can handle this. We'll answer your questions. Talk about whatever it is you want us to talk about. We'll scan out there so you see the SFB 16. Remember, Russ, am I pointing to the right corner?
Well, technically now, yeah, you don't really have a choice.
Is it that corner over there?
Yep. Yeah, there you go.
If you scan that QR code, you can go join a mock live draft over at Going for Two.
Oh, by the way, Sal, 100% Gryffindor. That's just who he is, what he does. He's the main character, I guess, is really what it comes down to. That's to me, if Gryffindor is main character energy, and that is absolutely Sal.
I started to cough. I'm so sorry. It's one of my favorite quotes, by the way, that we say at work all the time. So I don't know who Index of Suspicion is, but yes, I use that quote at work repeatedly. Me and my coworkers. So that's very funny. Russ, who was the best version of Batman?
I mean, I go with Kevin Conroy, who was the voice of Batman the Animated Series, just because that's my childhood. That's watching that cartoon. We can't see it because it's a little. I have a 3D printed Super Nintendo game of The Adventures of Batman and Robin signed by Kevin Conroy that I keep behind me on the wall. If we're talking live action, it's impossible to choose because, again, Michael Keaton is my childhood, and he's the reason. My high school yearbook quote, my senior yearbook quote was "I am Batman." But then you go, and then there's Christian Bale with the Christopher Nolan movies, where my child is named Nolan, partially because of Christopher Nolan, and it's just how do I choose? I can't choose. And don't get me wrong, the Batfleck movies were pretty good, and As long as your answer isn't George Clooney, I'm good with whatever you say.
Okay, it's not George Clooney. Christian Bale had the best movies, but Keaton. Yeah, for me, it's Michael Keaton, right? So,
yeah, I think that's a good way of saying it, Index. Like Christian Bale had the best movies, but Keaton was the best Batman. Yeah, I like that.
Russ with the correct answer. Wow, well, look at that. Russ, I didn't know there was a correct answer, but you nailed it.
There you go. I'll take it.
Oh boy! So I mentioned earlier I do have a little bit of a cold. Oh, we're gonna bring this guy on here. Look at this. Look at this. My later in the day, JB jumping in to fill a little time with us, and perfectly. JB, I'm gonna let you and Russ talk, and you can talk about me. If you want to talk about me to my face, wait till I get back. I have a cold. I have got to go blow my nose. So I'm gonna jump off camera real quick and let you guys chat it up.
Thank you for jumping up camera to go do that.
See, Russ, I actually thought it was getting to that point in time where the old man would have to go to the bathroom. So I figured with you guys filling space, I'd hop in. I just finished working. So I figured I'd hop in, say hi, let the old man do his little potty.
I'm still here, JB. I haven't left yet. You shut your
Go away already.
What's up, brother?
Not much, man. How are you? How's it? You're a celebrity now, I hear.
Why'd I lose audio now?
I don't know. Why'd you lose audio now? You didn't touch anything.
What a mess.
You know.
Sal probably came in, muted me, and went back to blowing his nose.
I hear you. But you don't hear me.
That's terrible. What a mess this guy is.
All right. Well, since it's just me, apparently.
Hold on.
Ooh, okay. See, here you go. See, Adam West only because he was from my childhood and nostalgic to that. But Keaton and the newer ones better with regards to the authenticity of the character. See, again, yeah, the later you get, the more real it has gotten to the character. We're not here to talk about Batman. That's absolutely fine. But okay, so hey, this is super awkward, and it's really just me by myself on the Podathon right now. I guess I'll answer the question Sal has been asking everyone. My history in... There you go. Hey, welcome back.
Thanks.
My history in SFB, I've been in since SFB 8, which was TV, which was the first one I joined. My best finish was 156, which I bragged about already once. Here we go. This is what I was saying right before you lost your audio, that you're a celebrity now.
Something like that. It was cool because I had a lot of people messaging me on Twitter, a lot of people from the community that watched the episode, that saw me post about it. So that made me feel really cool. It was a really fun experience, man.
How did that even happen? Is this something you signed up for? Do you have to do like a preliminary competition? How'd it go?
Yeah, there's a bunch of auditions. So I was on a game show in 2018. I was on Match Game with Alec Baldwin. So I had just randomly applied for that show because I used to watch the old version. Then I watched the reboot when they came out with it in season 1. So I just applied to be a contestant just randomly. And like a year later, I get a phone call from a producer like asking me to audition. And I had forgotten about it. I was actually boarding the cruise ship that I got engaged on. So I was like, can I call you back? So I ended up auditioning for that. I passed that audition, got on the show. And then one of the producers from that show remembered me, reached out to me and asked me to audition for Password. And I did. And I went through like 3 rounds of auditions and they liked me and put me on. And it was awesome.
That's so cool. Like, I remember my family auditioned to be on Family Feud. And like, I'm talking back in like the 80s. And they got to the first audition, and then that's as far as they made it. And if you knew my family, that's as far as they should make it. As a bunch of Brooklynites, their language isn't really made for TV.
It's funny. My cousins were just talking about that because now this is my second game show, so now I'm game show guy. And my cousins were all like, "Oh, we should do Family Feud, Cousins Family Feud." So, you know what's messed up though, Russ? Like, I wish I had more time to talk to The Miz because I know we've talked about getting The Miz into Scott Fishbowl.
Yes.
He's a big fantasy football guy. He's a big Browns fan. Like, I wish I had a few more minutes to just talk to him and just give him a 2-minute elevator pitch on joining Scott Fishbowl and jumping on the Podathon with us. And that was a missed opportunity. I wish I had the chance to do that.
That would be a lasting story for being not doesn't matter if you win or lose. It doesn't matter if anything, but you got the Miz into SFB. That would have been a lasting story.
You guys, I heard you speaking about it. You didn't give away any clues. You're keeping it quiet for people still, or what?
I'm trying to, because I know like Coop was on before. He said he didn't see it yet, so I'll give people a couple extra days. It went streaming on Peacock and the NBC app like after it aired, so it aired Tuesday night, and then by Wednesday it was on Peacock and streaming services. So like people were still texting me Wednesday, Thursday that they were watching it. So we'll give people a couple of days.
Yeah, I'd love to blow. I have some things I'd like to say to you about it, and they're positive, but I'll keep it to myself because.
Well, we could do it at midnight, bro. We could do it at midnight.
Sure, you can. I'll be asleep, but no problem.
No, you're still here at midnight. You leave at 12:30.
I'm here till 10. I don't know who left that on the schedule, but
what do you mean? I thought you were staying off for Kendall.
I don't know who. If you look at the schedule, I leave at 10, and then I'm back on at 12. If I can't sleep, I'll come back. But I mentioned it earlier. We got about 14 minutes more to kill here. I mentioned it earlier. I'm only doing 10 hours today and 6 hours tomorrow, so 16 of the 24 hours. It's the first time in 9 years that I haven't done at least 24 hours. Because in the years that we went to 36 hours, I still did like 28 of the hours. I would sleep for 4 to 5 hours and get back up and pull myself together and go. I'll be honest with you. You joked about me getting older and stuff like that. And regardless of how healthy I try to be and stay in shape, the 24 hours kicked my ass last year. I was retaining water and stuff. I was like, whoa, what is going on here? Like, I was so uncomfortable. I was just like, whoa. So I got up this morning. I slept. I got a good night's sleep, and I did mention I drank a couple of margaritas in Times Square last night watching World Cup, but I was home by 11. I wasn't home late. Went to bed fairly quickly after that. Got up this morning. I did my workout, by the way, kettlebell workouts in the morning. I highly recommend them. They're fantastic. I went shopping, got some food, got some yogurts, and I decided I got to get my steps in. How am I going to get my steps in? Even the watches tell me you're supposed to be standing. So at some segment today, I don't know which one it is, I'll be on the treadmill. So I'm going to do the Scott Fish Bowl live on a treadmill for the first time. Scott Fish Bowl Podathon live on a treadmill for the first time this year.
That'll be something. I want to see how much you can channel your breath during that. That'll be a fun segment.
I'll try not to go above like a 2.5 on the speed. That way I'm not huffing and puffing too much. But
you know where I went wrong? When I signed up to do the overnights, I didn't realize today was the day that I had inventory. So I have to be up at 5 a.m. to be here to start doing inventory at 6 a.m. So I'm running on 4 hours of sleep, and then I'm doing the 12 to 3 shift. So I'm going to try to take a nap today at some point, which I don't normally do. I was telling my coworkers what I did last year when I did the overnight. I think I did like 5 or 6 hours last year in the overnight. I literally brought my coffee pot downstairs with me. I don't know if anybody remembers that. Russell, you might have been with me for the part of that. But I literally brought my coffee pot downstairs, brewed a pot of coffee, and was pouring myself cups of coffee throughout those couple hours. It got me through it.
That's what you got to do, man. You got to do what you got to do.
I don't remember it because I was asleep. No, I was on for the full 24. You're saying last year, so I had to have been there for that.
You were not on.
That was when you napped
last year.
You napped in that overnight.
You sure it wasn't 2 years ago? You sure it's not 2 years ago?
Pretty sure it was last year.
I don't know what's going on, but Jorge will be on with you overnight, and that reminds me, Russ. We have a spot in the schedule today. Russ will be with me until 4 p.m. Right, Russ?
I'll be here for as long as I don't go insane.
Okay. According to our schedule, you're off at 4, and then I have no co-host from 4 o'clock to about 9 o'clock tonight. No, 10 o'clock. Actually, it's 10 o'clock tonight. I have no co-host from now till then. And I text you on the side about something, Russ. But if there's anybody out there who has worked with me before and wants to jump on and co-host during those times, let us know. We'll get you on.
Thank you, Lou Brunson. I appreciate your comment right there. I felt like I was falling asleep, but I was going, man. I appreciate that. But Sal, I'll try to jump in at pieces too. I mean, maybe I'll bring Jaden on with me, get a little 4-year-old on the Podathon.
Yeah, you can bring the kids. We love bringing kids.
Oh yeah.
We'll see what the day brings.
Sorry, guys, I was sending a text.
Is that the text you
tasking
made that you didn't actually send, you liar?
I sent it to you. I'm sending it to one other person as well.
What a shady guy.
What happened? Sorry.
Send it to me, Shade Bull.
It wouldn't pertain to you.
He's talking about you, so he can't send it to you if he's talking about you.
So, Russ, talk me through your Bubble Bobble shirt that I'm obsessed with, because Bubble Bobble's a game that my mom was obsessed with, and her and I like played that all the time. And like whenever I see that game, like it gives me like core memories of like me and my mom playing video games together. So
Yeah.
I love that choice of shirt out of you, sir.
Yes, my wife and I, one of the first things we bonded over was Bubble Bobble.
Yeah.
There's a place called Yestercades, which is like a retro arcade near us. Every time we go there, the first thing we do is, well, she sits down, she gets the stool, brings it over there, and I'm old school arcade. I'm not sitting down, got to stand. And so, yeah, we sit there, we play it. We don't beat it every single time, but we play. Last time we flamed out on level 99. It's a sore spot right now.
Yeah, I'm sure you're still thinking about it.
Yeah. But she has the shirt as well. She wore it yesterday, actually. I got to wear it today. I chose to wear it today. I specifically, a little bit of a peek inside the life of Russ. I have so many T-shirts, 99% of which are SFB shirts, that I'll never pick what shirt I want because I'll never be able to, because there's just too many. That I literally put them in a drawer in a pile, and I take the shirt that's on top and then just move it down the line like it's a conveyor belt of shirts. Today I'm like, all right, it's the SFB 16 Podathon. Let me wear an SFB 16 shirt. I looked at my SFB 16 shirts and I'm like, you know what? Bubble Bobble is just youthful. It's playful. It's not necessarily bright, but it's not black, which a lot of my shirts are. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going Bubble Bobble, and it's effervescent. It is making me effervescent.
I love the choice. I will be wearing my Monkey Sal or Donkey Sal shirt this evening when I cover for him. Since Sal won't be on the air, I will put Donkey Sal on the air on my chest.
Yeah. Some version of Sal needs to be on.
I have to set up downstairs. I had a flood in my basement a couple months ago, and we redid the whole basement. So I need like time to set up before midnight too. Sometime before or after my nap, I guess.
I might pop in. You never know. I'm old. I get up to pee a lot in the middle of the night, so you never know what's going to happen.
Sleepwalk Sal. That'll be fun.
I don't think I've ever been a sleepwalker in my life. I'm fully aware of what I'm doing. So, any questions from the people in the chat? Anything you guys want to ask? TV star, JB.
Oh, nice hat. That's the way you go.
Nobody likes you. JB, how is sales over at the countertop world? I don't know where the place that you work, but
good, man. We've had some record-setting months here these last few months. It's been busy. It's been busy. Yeah, I'll walk you around the showroom.
Yes, let's go see. We're gonna go see stone countertops,
So
and
this
not
is
just
our
we get
Stone
slabs.
Quartz line. Some
we're getting
beautiful
slabs.
quartz.
Okay.
We'll take a walk in the back, show you some natural stone.
While you're walking, JB, and no trip trying to think at the same time that you're talking, but people want to know what they could do to increase their chances to get on a game show. Is there some tips you could give them?
Honestly, it's really just about applying to it, right? If you apply to game shows, they'll give you an opportunity to audition. And if you audition for the show and they like your vibe, it's all about energy. Like I guess I have good energy, and they like, the vibe that I brought in my thing. Plus, it was, it helps if you're good at the show. There were people that were just super energetic that had no idea how to play the game, so they weren't going to get through. So I would say just look for auditions for different things. If you're interested in a certain show, just find out like where it films, where the casting auditions are. They usually ask you to submit, like you have to fill out a form with a bunch of questions, and then they ask you to optionally put a video in. Always put the video in, and let the video like show your energy, show your passion, show that you really want to be on this show. You've watched this show with your grandma for the last 40 years and you love playing it, and just show it. That would be my advice, is just show your energy, because really at the end of the day they're looking for good TV. They want contestants to win, they want you to be good at the game, but they want good TV. So show your energy.
I think you summed up really well. I'll say this without trying to give too much away. You exuded both of those things, right? Your energy was great. I saw how you interacted with the star guests that were on there, and I was thoroughly impressed with the way that JB played the game. Like thoroughly impressed. Like he gave clues that I was like, that's the only clue possible, where the only answer could have been the answer. Like I was thoroughly impressed with the way you played the game. So excellent advice to people out there. You're seeing all the wonderful. Oh, I like that one, JB. Can you get me that
That's
for
a
my
really
kitchen?
nice one. Yeah.
I like that for my kitchen.
We call this Burberry because it looks like the Burberry. This is a Zabrino barcode marble.
Yeah, no, that is natural marble. This is such a bad conversation for the Scott Fishbowl Podathon, but
It's not like
this
it's
is marble. This is basically leftover pieces of Zabrino marble that they fused together in this barcode pattern to make this slab. It's really
so
cool.
that is, if in a world of food, that would be the scrapple of countertops.
Sure.
So what is your favorite SFB 16 shirt in a merch store? Russ, I'll let you answer, since I'm wearing a shirt that has my face on it. So there's only one answer for me.
I don't necessarily have a favorite. I can tell you the ones I bought besides the Bubble Bobble shirt. I also have the. I really do love the Fantasy Cares, just the Nintendo logo, just the big Fantasy Cares.
I bought that because it's so simple.
Yep.
And it's evergreen.
The throwback to SFB 7, where it's the Mario Castle and it says SFB annual 16th, whatever it says.
Right.
But it's the SFB Super Mario Castle, where it was the Disney Castle back in SFB 7.
Yep.
I bought the one with it looks like Donkey Kong's tie, but it's a fish.
Yes.
That one made me very, very happy. I told Bob that he needs to make me a Donkey Kong shirt, because otherwise I don't know what I'm going to do. Because in SFB 9, I was in the Donkey Kong division. But I didn't want to double up and do it again, so I went in Baseball Stars this year, because that game is just my jam from the Nintendo days.
You know which shirt I thought was cool was the concept behind it, the Oregon Trail one.
Yeah.
And cool graphic, but then at the bottom where it said "You've died of D. Singletary."
Yep.
To throw the fantasy football reference in there, because everyone thinks of, you think about Oregon Trail, like everyone, that's where anyone learned what dysentery was, right? Nobody ever heard of that, right? So if you died of D. Singletary, way to throw that fantasy football edge in there. That was great.
I got to tell you, that is a game that was like right after me. Like I never played that game, Oregon Trail. I don't have a history of that game, but I do know the saying. JB, one last question for you before we get you out of here. No Tampa Bay Bucks flag on the slabs to represent. If
Not on the slabs, but it is my pen holder. And
there you go.
You had them ready.
Water bottle.
True to form. Well, here's the good news: is I do see that our next guests are in the background. JB, you're welcome to stay if you can.
I'm going to go home now. I stayed here, work an extra half hour to hang out with you guys, but I'll be back on a little later.
Jump on whenever you want, because as it clearly looks, I have no guest host or co-host rather for 6 hours now. Okay. Thank you, bud.
Got you. Thanks, guys.
You got it. Oh, you know what, Russ? Before we jump over, I just look at these, wonderful graphics. Bob works so hard on them, so I want to share them with people. But we are running a few other campaigns this year, and you might want to elaborate on some of these because you probably know a little bit more about them than I do.
Sure. So this is the stickers. First of all, you can find it at fantasycares.org/campaigns, where you can find all of them. Or if you just go to fantasycares.org and scroll down for a bit, you can find it as well. This is for the SFB 16 sticker campaign, where you will get your donation of, assuming you're in the US, $20, gets you a thank you of 5 stickers. As you can see, it's the Marvel Galaxy logo, the NFL Blitz logo, which is holographic, it's nice and shiny. We got Atari, we got NBA Jam, and then you see in the middle we got the Pac-Man logo, which is glow in the dark.
Oh, sweet. And stickers are kind of your thing. Like that's a perfect one for you to pull up there because you always were the sticker guy. And as evidenced on my Stanley that I have here, all my past SFB stickers that I've had, and Russ has his there. There's the old SFB 14 merch one and Monsters Inc. and Back to the Future. So Scott Fishbowl stickers, another great way to decorate your Stanley. Or I have my old MacBook inside is covered in SFB stickers. And by the way, if you've noticed, my connection is the best it's ever been this year because turned out my MacBook was just an old piece of crap. So I bought a new Mac, and I bought this new Mac when Liz Loza reached out to me and says, "Hey, do you want to be on Facts versus Feelings?" And I'm like, duh, yes, of course I want to be on Facts versus Feelings. And then I'm like, oh, my TV, my computer's going to crap out. It's going to crap out. I know it is. I'm going to be on with Liz and it's going to crap out. So I literally went online and ordered a new MacBook at Apple that day and got new earbuds, at the same time, and went to the Apple store, got everything, came back, recorded the next day with all the new stuff, and now
And then just returned it all?
No, it's still here. I have it. I'm recording on that same computer now. No, I don't do the old. I mean, let's not say I've never done that, but anyway, as I said, these guests were kind enough to actually show up, so I don't want to keep them waiting much longer. So let me bring in Joe and Tom
Borelli.
Yep. What's up, guys? Welcome in. Tell everybody who you guys are and where you're from.
Well, my name's Joe Dolan. I am the co-owner and editor-in-chief at Fantasy Points. I am currently in central Pennsylvania. Just moved up from Greenville, South Carolina.
And I'm Tom Borelli, co-owner with Joe over at Fantasy Points. I do our betting, the betting side of our site, and I do a lot of the fantasy stuff as well. So, and I'm also in central Pennsylvania. Joe just moved back into the area here, so I am very happy for him to be back up here. So we're only like 10, 12 miles away from each other right now.
Awesome. It's what's funny is Russ and I are also probably about 10 or 12 miles away from each other, but it would take us an hour and 15 minutes to get to one another from New York to New Jersey. How long would it take for you guys to drive that 10 miles?
15 to 20 minutes.
Yeah, I was gonna say I just did it last week. It was pretty quick. Just jump right on the highway, and I'm over at Joe's.
I was gonna say
Parkway to the Turnpike to the LIRR. I mean,
Yeah, no, 99 is 99 is a nice, easy, as my father-in-law calls it, the Bud Schuster. He's the only person in the world who does that. But 99 right up here, right around Penn State University. As long as it's not a football weekend, in which case it's a hellscape. But right now, man, I'm cruising down the road. It's a little rainy and gloomy today, though, so I'm not exactly thrilled about that. Me and Brawley have a tea time tomorrow, so I'm hoping we don't get washed out.
Get the
I
now.
have a golf outing on Monday, and actually it looks like the best weather of the week is projected for Monday. 66 as a low, 84 as a high, pure sun, no rain. So it's going to be a good day out on the golf course. So I hope for you guys it holds out tomorrow, but I'm excited to get back out there on Monday and play. My son will be playing with me. It is for my actual job, the hospital I work at here. So it'd be a good time.
How do you hit him? How do you hit him, Sal?
Not well.
Not well?
I try to play as much as possible, which is not that often, but I'd rather get out and do par threes, if I'm being honest with you. 18 holes just seems too long for me. I like to do a quick 9-hole par 3, so I'll do those more often. I've played. Yeah, I did one 18-hole outing this year.
Okay.
So far, actually, Phil Simms was the keynote speaker, so I got to meet Phil Simms after it.
Yeah, you got to meet him.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So my niece was this was for Discover Long Island is the name of the organization, and they were actually doing an event to draw attention to the U.S. Open because it was out at Shinnecock on the eastern end of Long Island, and so my niece, she invited us to come. So it was my son, myself, my uncle, and my uncle's grandson. So my nephew once removed, and she's like, "Oh, you get to meet Phil and everything afterwards." So I was in an Under Armour. A quarter zip. And afterwards, Phil is doing a fireside chat being interviewed.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm telling my son, I'm like, I know this sounds kind of weird, but I feel like Phil Simms keeps staring at me. And I get in the back and I say to him, he goes, I got to tell you, big guy, I thought you were Rob Sala the whole time. And I started dying laughing. And I'm like, well, Rob Sala is not only jacked, but he's also good looking. So I'll take that.
Yeah, that's quite the compliment to you.
Because the guy I used to get, 20 pounds ago, I used to always get mistaken for Dana White. And I mean, twice a week, I'd be out somewhere in different parts of this country. And somebody like, Dana, Mr. White. And I was like, but I've lost, I've lost weight and since then, and I just don't, the resemblance, I don't think it's that much.
I feel like you're getting profiled a little bit just because you're bald. I mean,
it's bald white man syndrome.
Yeah, exactly.
It is. Nobody's mistaken me for Michael Jordan ever once in my life. Mostly because I have no athletic ability. No, I'm actually not a bad athlete. But anyway, there were some other guys that were supposed to join you. They're not here. Did they forget, or did they tell you guys, screw you, go do it yourselves?
Yeah, we were the available people here. It's a rainy day here in central Pennsylvania, so Brawley and I aren't really doing anything. My brother-in-law is here to help me install some ceiling fans. Which
nice.
Which by that it means I hold the ladder and he installs the ceiling fans.
I'm gonna recommend you guys turn the breaker off. Before you do
we
that.
didn't do that for the last one actually.
That,
He's like he told me that's what the light switch is for. So and it worked. It worked.
I'll be honest with you. You could do it by just shutting off the light switch, right? Because you're opening the circuit and the circuit's not connected anymore, and you are safe, but it's even safer in case somebody walks in and stupidly throws on the switch while you're doing it. And by the way, I was a 20-year union operating engineer where I did this work, and now I'm an assistant vice president of facilities. So this is my job. Like, these are things I know about.
Bless you.
Take that tip.
So obviously, like when you move, you deal with and God, I've been talking about some asshole on Twitter yesterday was kind of chirping at me about it. I was like, it's consumed my life. I'm sorry. It's all I can relate to right now. But one thing that I respect above anything else when you go through this kind of process is respect of people who can use their hands. Because I cannot. I am terrible at it, and the respect I have for people who work with their hands is just through the roof. I love to watch home improvement stuff on YouTube actually, because I'm like, man, I wish I could do that.
I think that's why those shows became so popular, because people are like, man, I love that people could do that stuff. And I'll be honest with you, I mentioned I'll be 52 this August. I probably started doing carpentry in my late teens, right? I was a carpenter in my 20s. Then I got in the union and I learned plumbing, electric, HVAC, everything.
Yeah.
And in my home, we were talking with Coop earlier about what's the most dad thing. My ex-wife, she would never let me hire anybody to do anything, ever. So I had to do everything. She's like, well, you do it for a living. Exactly. I don't want to come home and do this nonsense. I do it for a living. And now I live in an apartment in Brooklyn. It's a one big living room, one big bedroom, and a kitchen. There's a bathroom, by the way, just in case you're wondering.
Oh, good. It's not a communal
I will
thing.
never do home repair again. I want to tell my children, if my son's still watching, when you buy a home, you're on your own. I'm out of it. I don't want to get back into it. I never want to touch it. People like, oh, I want to do it. It's so exciting. Not for me.
Yeah. It's funny. My dad, I come from a long line of people that cannot do anything. My dad, one of the very few things he ever said that stuck with me that were a life lesson was, I may not have taught you how to build anything, but I taught you how to, or fix anything, but I taught you how to write a check to have someone else do it for you. And now I'm just like, Dad, no one writes a check anymore, so what good is it?
They
Just swipe. You just got to swipe.
Venmo, credit card. Yep.
Zelle. I recommend Zelle. It's the safest.
By the way, does anybody else with Venmo? I just kind of Venmo to me is just like a savings account that just rotates between fantasy payments and fantasy winnings, and it just stays there until the next year. And then I can't remember the last time I actually put money into Venmo. Nor do I remember the last time I took money out of Venmo. It's just kind of floating there, and I think that's probably
like
what
a
they
slush
count
fund
on.
for you.
Yeah, it's like
sitting there collecting.
It's just sitting there interest free. I probably am not using that the way I should.
Was this guy on last segment calling me an old man, JB Barry, and he's over here still writing checks?
I have to write a check every month. I rent, so that is I still write one check a month. So JB's not the only one.
So
yeah, you're not advertising it in public, Tom.
Tom, I can tell you exactly how many checks I write a year. My checks still have our address, 1104 North Hope Street in Philadelphia on it.
Okay.
We lived at
the
the
last
Bachelor
time, what? That was about 2015. The last time.
Yeah,
you lived there?
2014 was the last time I lived there. So that was before my wife moved down. So yeah, I'm not writing checks a whole lot these days. But I would hope I hope somebody is writing a check to me for fantasy winnings this year, or at least you're donating it, of course, to Fantasy Cares. That is exactly what this is all about.
That's what you do.
Yeah, well,
I jumped on this, right before we hopped on here. I dropped a little donation there, so I encourage anybody else that's watching.
I bought a couple. I bought a couple Scott Fishbowl shirts. I'm wearing a favorite of mine here.
Yes, I know.
Nice.
I was living down south when this one came.
The Waffle House one.
Yeah, my wife ran a marathon for the first time ever. She was a half marathonist, and I think she got tired of me asking her what else she's accomplished half of, and so she decided to run a full one. And all she wanted to do afterwards was go to the Waffle House. And I said, you know what, I respect that. And then
well, you benefited from that too.
I got to enjoy
get a
the
nice
Waffle House
breakfast
as well,
out of that
yeah.
after her running a marathon.
Joe, that is a killer line, Joe. By the way,
I've run 5K.
Do you guys have the 13.1 stickers on the back of your vehicles?
I don't think she does not have that, and she used to have one on the fridge. I don't know. I think we're going with the nude fridge now. She said she likes how it looks without magnets on it. So I guess I guess there will be no 26.2 sticker going up on the fridge.
My version of a nude fridge is I have no food in it.
That's the worst.
I just keep it empty. I keep it empty that way, Tom, so I don't eat shit anymore.
That's a good strategy too.
I stopped buying garbage food, so I won't eat garbage food, and that's the best strategy possible. But let's bring it back around. By the way, I'll talk about nothing all day.
You guys have a lot of time to fill.
You have a lot of time to kill, so you can only talk about, hey, what's your strategy from the third spot for so long, right?
But I do want to talk about fantasy points a little bit. I want to let you guys talk about your business and what you do over there. Let the people know, because we got, I got nearly 1,000 that I could see on YouTube right now with their eyes on this. So tell them about your business and what you guys are bringing to the table this year.
So obviously, we are a worker-owned company. All of the owners in Fantasy Points are invested in the company and are actively working for the company, which I think is a huge benefit, and I think it eventually is going to benefit. It does benefit the subscribers, but it's eventually going to benefit subscribers in a much bigger way because of the things that we have done with Fantasy Points data, like Brett Whitefield, who runs Fantasy Points data. He is actively invested in how successful the company is, and he is actively invested in making sure the work is as good as possible. Tom is our betting lead. Okay, we're launching a betting package this year, a separate betting package. We had been at Fantasy Points, and I think people who look around the industry, play DFS, and do betting content would agree that Fantasy Points has been one of the most stupidly affordable websites, because we package DFS and betting together and all that. We're trying to take the next step this year, but ultimately, I think one of the things that we're good at is we've had extremely high just subscriber retention. Our owners are so invested in what the company does. We are forward facing, whether it be on a show like this or on our YouTube channel, on Sirius XM, those are the people who are making the decisions for the company. So yes, we are the we are. I guess there's Marxism involved in this. We do own the means of production. We create the data too. We mine that data, man. We do it ourselves. And Brett Whitefield does an amazing job, and all of that feeds back into itself, right? It feeds back into the projections. We tracked our projections this year. We found that they were the most accurate on a week-to-week basis in the industry against some of our top competitors, and we really just credit that to the fact that every data point that we use, we make sure it goes through a rigorous process. Like, so we know exactly what our data point, what our process is. We're not asking what is this website's process for mining this data, so we do it ourselves. So and then Tom Brawley obviously has used that to great success for his betting results. And Tom, by the way, Tom's the best fantasy player I know. In case you're wondering, like, because look, I'm still in like a bunch of like $20 leagues. Like, that's kind of what I do, you know. So, and Tom's in all of them, and Tom's always one of the marked men in the leagues, and he uses the fantasy points data just outrageously. I think we're an entertainment company, but we're an entertainment company that gathers our own information and puts that forward.
Yeah, we're investing into the site, so anybody that's a subscriber or is thinking about subscribing, we have some things that are going to be probably rolling out here in the next couple of months here, leading up to the season, hopefully. That anybody that's subscribed in the past, they're going to be impressed, and their experience is hopefully going to be even better than it has been in the past. So we're very excited about that, and I'm using all of our fantasy points data to help us, give out the best advice for fantasy, but for myself on the betting side, give out good player props, and had a great year last year. So looking to keep duplicating that this year. And Joe, I've had some success here in the Scott Fish Bowl. I've had some pretty good teams in the past. The first year I ever played in the Scott Fish Bowl was the Scott Fish Bowl 8, and I drafted Patrick Mahomes that year. He was a real late pick, and I finished 10th overall that year out of, I think, 900 people. And a couple of years ago in 2022, I was the last undefeated team out of 3,000 teams. So I got a couple notches in the belt, in the Scott Fish Bowl. So hopefully I can have a little bit more success. I was down. I had a down year last year, but I'm hoping to get back towards the top of the leaderboard this year.
Look, if you're winning every year, it's not special. So you're going to have a down year every so often, just so you feel the joy of coming back the next year.
Yes. I'd love to have a down year when I was 10th overall in a tournament of over almost 1,000 people. And you said that, bring me back to, I mentioned earlier, SFB 480 was my first one, and the following year SFB 7 was when they started giving them numbers. Prior to that, it was the amount of teams that were in there. And Russ may remember this. I don't remember his level of involvement back in those days, but I remember when it went from like 480 to 720 to 960, and Scott was like, "That was it. That's the most. I'm not going over 1,000. I'm not doing more than 1,000 people." And now it's at over 5,000 people. And honestly, it could probably be 10 easily. The amount that, look at Russ. No,
hey, let's pump those brakes, buddy. Pump those brakes.
We're good.
I meant by sheer volume of people who apply, we could probably be into the tens of thousands. People that want to get in. But it's grown so tremendously. But I mean, that's SFB 8. You go back a ways with us, so that's awesome. Well, you guys are drafting this year online, or so. Ryan, who's not with us, is going to be live in Boston. Okay. So, Tom, you're Duck Hunt.
Yes.
Spot 7. And, Joe, you're Solid Snake from Metal Gear Solid. Again, I don't know that game, so I don't want to sound like an old man. But
that's offensive to Joe.
Yeah.
Al was already 35 when PlayStation 1 came out, so it doesn't really, there's nothing you could do about it.
I have a very memorable PlayStation 1 story. My ex-wife bought it for me.
Oh,
I'm going to be okay. Back when I was still dating her in 1999. Anyway, tell me about, you said we won't talk too much strategy, but I'm going to make you talk strategy anyway.
Yeah.
In a 5,000 person tournament, where we have video game scoring, could you maintain a strategy going into something like this?
I have no strategy going into something like this. I have absolutely none. I mean, I fly by the seat of my pants in Scott Fish Bowl. I've had some success in years past. last year maybe not so much. But I actually forget where I'm even picking from this year. And I tried to check in my draft room, but my draft is not filled yet. There's only
third spot, Joe. You could get somebody pretty interesting there.
Yeah. Okay. I'm drafting third. Okay. Well, that's. I'm sure I could get somebody interesting. We have a strategy article at Fantasy Points that Zach Swales broke down. He was
is that
really
free, Joe?
It is free. Yeah, it's free.
Okay,
It's a free article, so we can pub that. That's a Scott Fishbowl draft plan and strategy that Zach Swales, who is on our charting team, by the way, also does some content that he put out, and he ran our projections through, and he's really kind of created a checklist of players and what to do at the positions that I am just going to be following when the draft kicks off. But obviously Superflex is a huge thing, but there's no points per carry this year, which is really going to dampen a little bit of the impact that like your Josh Allens and your Lamar Jacksons and your Jalen Hurts have had in the past.
Yeah, Joe, one strategy that I've kind of used over the years, quarterbacks, at least in the past, tend to go off the board pretty quick, but I usually draft just like one quarterback in the first couple of rounds, and it goes back to that Scott Fishbowl 8, where I kind of held off on drafting my second quarterback, and I tend to use that strategy most years, and I'm able to get some better players at the top of the draft, and that is one little strategy I have used in the past, so I'll probably still stick to that. I know we can use multiple quarterbacks in this format, and but yeah, that's one little strategy I do tend to use. Draft one quarterback early and try to hit a late round quarterback and hope for the best. Like my undefeated team, I drafted Tua really late that year in 2000. I think it was 22, and he had a big year, and he ended up scoring me a ton of points. So that's one little strategy I use in Scott Fishbowl.
Yeah, in all things with fantasy these days, I don't really have a strategy on anything. I've been playing since 1994, as I mentioned earlier. I feel like I've seen pretty much everything, and I just wait till the day and see what everybody else does. And I read off of what everybody else does, and that'll dictate to me what's going to happen in any draft, because people are going to reach, people are going to think that they're smarter than, and I'm sure you guys have gotten this now. Like, you have certain leagues, home leagues, or leagues where you play with people where, oh, you work in the fantasy space, you're the industry guy, and everybody wants to taunt you, and it's like, okay, you'll make your own mistakes, and I'll counter on them, but I don't know that you could have a strategy in a 5,000 person scoring system like this.
I'll be honest with you. You talk about the home leagues. The home leagues are the ones I dread the most.
Yep.
Because, I liken it to, you guys probably remembered like the poker boom with Chris Moneymaker winning the World Series of Poker in 2004. I think that was. It was either 2003 or 2004. And one of the things that I remember a lot of the players saying about Chris Moneymaker was, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. He's just running hot, and they couldn't read him because he wasn't a professional poker player, and in some ways he didn't act logically. And that probably played to his advantage. So this is the kind of draft where the Scott Fishbowl, I always feel like I'm going in playing kind of defensively, because I'm like, I have no idea. First of all, it's an uncommon situation for me to not be comfortable with the scoring system, but to have absolutely no idea what anybody else in the league is going to do always makes it more of a challenge for me. And I've had teams that I thought weren't very good in this that came out looking great. I've had teams that I thought came out of the draft looking great that weren't very good, and I just think it speaks to the variety here. But to think I'm gonna sit there when our draft kicks off in 8 days and say,
I got it.
No, not a chance in the world that's going to happen.
Yeah, Joe, we have our article, though. I am going to be using that. We do have a nice breakdown. Chris Wecht helps Zach kind of come up with like bonus scoring, what guys might be able to get hit those bonuses the most often. So we do have a nice breakdown of regular projections and bonus projections. So I'll be using our little article quite a bit during that draft week when I'm doing a slow draft, Joe. I don't know.
I'm doing a slow draft.
Okay, yeah, I'm in a slow draft, so I'll be consulting that article quite a bit, and we do have an interesting player right at the top of the list, Joe. I think most sites are going to have like Josh Allen as the #1 overall player, but we actually have Puka Nacua as the highest scorer in our system. So
the bonus scoring that he's going
yeah.
to get is like double the next highest guy.
Yeah, he
based
gets
on
a
our
lot of those
projections.
20-yard receptions. He gets a lot of 100-yard games. So he actually tops out our list of players. But just reading through that article, I'm going to be like really targeting running backs that also catch the ball a lot on top of the rushing production, because you do get that nice bonus for 100 rushing or receiving yards. So trying to focus on those running backs that also catch the ball a little bit and pad their stats and get up over that 100-yard mark.
Yeah, Puka and JSN were the two players that had the highest weekly scores using this year's scoring with last year's stats. So Puka being able to do that again is clearly on the table.
And to that point, don't go into this every year not reading the scoring, because it changes every year, and some people might not pay attention to that. And I was in Vegas last week for SFB Live, just as a volunteer. I did the auctioneering. I wasn't drafting, but somebody took Puka number 1 overall, and I think some people were questioning it. And, you look at the scoring, it's really not that questionable. The only thing that could hurt Puka Nacua is Puka Nacua, right? Like, he's suddenly become a little immature, and we hope he gets that. By the way, I'm outside in Brooklyn, if you're wondering.
Yeah, I can tell. So I didn't mind about my dog kind of wandering into the room.
No, your dog was great. I saw him. I was
very pet friendly over here.
But yeah, Puka went number 1 in only one of the 3. I think to your point, Tom, running backs like Gibbs, like Bijan, and being the homer that I am, but we'll say it. I think Genty's going to be a pass catching hound this year. I'm a Raiders fan. I think if you think that Genty's not going to be good because he didn't play great last year, it's a foolish strategy, and they're going to throw the ball to him a lot.
And by the way, he pops in some of our advanced metrics in terms of his production on runs when he wasn't contacted in the backfield. He actually was among the highest. The most productive runners in the NFL. The problem is he was contacted in the backfield on virtually all of his runs, which you hope doesn't happen again this year. But you mentioned Puka Nacua being only he can hurt himself. I'm trying to figure out which guy that I want to apply this nickname to more. But I've likened both Puka Nacua and Cam Scadaboo to lobsters, in that they have a nervous system that effectively functions as a brain, but they can't really think, and nor can they feel pain. So the crustacean is the crustacean is what I've come up with, and I think my wife prefers I apply it to Scadaboo. She's not a big Cam Scadaboo fan, but I think Puka might fit it a little bit better. But I mean, as long as they play, as long as they catch ball, score point, I don't think the fantasy managers are going to care too much.
I got Scadaboo at under 3 years in the NFL, just based on his playing style. There's no way he lasts more than that. He's a death trap to himself.
Yeah, I mean, Puka kind of is too. It's just that he just doesn't get the pounding that a running back gets on a down-to-down basis.
Well, guys, we're 2 minutes up from your time being up, so I just want to give you an opportunity to say anything it is that you didn't get the chance to say here today, and then we'll send you guys off.
I saw somebody in the chat talking about the Final Fantasy design shirt. That is one of the 2 that I got. That and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles one was the ones that I got.
Which color? Which color?
I got gray in Final Fantasy, and I got green in Ninja Turtles. So
okay, so
kind of your basics, okay. There. Yeah.
Okay. You didn't take a stand. You didn't plant a flag. You just
in terms of what turtle I would. I guess I guess Raph is my favorite, but I think Raph was kind of like the one where you're like kind of being edgy. You're like, Raph's my favorite, but Michelangelo's still my favorite. I think.
Yeah, I was Michelangelo too.
Donatello was always the best one in the video games, though.
Yeah, he had the long reach.
Yeah, the bow staff very long. So that's why. I was a big Barrett guy in Final Fantasy Rebirth, so Barrett was my man. That was my main play.
Yeah, no. Hey, anybody? We're on Sirius XM every morning, 8 to 9. So encourage everybody to listen to that. We're moving to 2 hours here in a couple of weeks too. So if you can't get enough of us over at Fantasy Points, check us out on Sirius XM. every morning from 7 to 9, starting, I think, July 6th, Joe. So, yeah, appreciate you guys having us on here. Hopefully we ate up some of this 24 hours for you, and make sure you guys have a lot of caffeine to get through this.
Yeah, plenty of coffee. I had a nice big iced coffee before I got on this morning. Plenty of water to keep me going because I don't want to get slogged down. But appreciate you guys, and good luck with everything this season, and good luck in the Scott Fish Bowl.
Oh, cheers, thanks, guys. Thank you so much for having us.
Be well. All right, Russ, we have some business to take care of here, and I got to switch over to my media page over here, and I got to go back up to, it's not up there yet. But
I'm going to hold the finger there until you get it up
there.
There
it is. Did it go to the right corner?
Yep.
All right, so let me open up the old trusty iPad over here, and I am going to tell you about the Mock-a-thon that is going on right now. You've been listening to strategies from our guests all 3 hours so far, and 21 more hours of strategy to go. Why not test out the skills you're learning here before your draft kicks off? Our friends at Going for Two are hosting a Mock-a-thon from 1 p.m. today, which was 2 hours ago. So they're 2 hours in. They're going to 1 a.m. this morning, or this coming morning. So that's Eastern time, with all proceeds going to Fantasy Cares. Click the QR code that is in that corner right there, and you will jump into a draft, keeping us in the background. You don't want to leave here. Keep us in the background. Get some live advice while you're drafting. It's the perfect way to hone your draft skills for when the real drafts kick in. So click the QR code and start mocking. And so we've said it early, and we'll remind you, Russ, we're going to repeat things. YouTube exists on every smart TV. The Podathon should be on your TV right now, not on your computer, not on your phone. It should be on the TV in your living room or in your bedroom or in your studio apartment. I'm not judging anybody. Put on the TV, then jump on your computer and go mock. Get ready, because we've had a lot of conversations about how hard it is to win a 5,000 person tournament. Go practice. Get some practice.
Yeah.
You mock a lot, Russ?
I do not mock at all, because I don't want to get inside my own head and think that I know what I'm doing. Because
I agree with you.
Yeah, and then I won't say I don't mock at all, because drafting is fun. So I do mock a little bit. Again, not talking about the mocking we do with each other, which we constantly do.
That's my favorite type of mocking.
You're bald.
Just seems like a real statement. I don't. Our guest in the background, I feel like, does she have a camera that moves with her? I don't know. She'll be on in a second, but she moved and the camera moved, and it's freaking me out a little bit. And she nodded her head yes. So, all right, Jen, we'll see you in a second. All right. I was going to do another read, but why? Let's bring Jen on.
Hi.
Hello, Jen. How have you been?
I'm good. How are you? Before,
good to
I want to
see
say my camera moves and I don't know why. Okay. It is a new MacBook that I just got like a couple months ago, and I've discovered in meetings and whatnot that it does it, but it's literally the one that comes with it. Like there's no setting. I don't know. But
okay, shift to your left. Go.
Oh, it's not doing it now.
Oh, we broke it. All right, do like a handstand.
Yeah, no, that's not happening. You listen, you don't even know what I'm wearing underneath here, so I might not even have pants on. So
I know you're a married woman, Jen. I don't want to get.
No, I am, and I'm kidding. I am wearing shorts. I promise.
You are one of my favorites in the fantasy space, because we are from the same generation. You know, we've go back many years, chit chatting about older in not old but older. And we have so much in common and stuff. So I always love catching up with you and what you got going on. And speaking of that, why don't you tell everybody all the many things that it is that you do and you have going on before we jump into the conversation?
So I'm very singly focused, which is great. I've been at 4for4 for, I believe this is my 12th season. I am the director of content now at 4for4. I started as the tight end specialist. I believe I had one article in my first year. And I'm now the director of content there. So that's pretty much where I am. I do it all, write, edit, podcast, all the things. Yes, I did, but you know what? I'm sure we'll get into my my Scott Fishbowl history here in a minute because I have been watching the show for a bit and heard that you've kind of been going down that road. I will say it's funny that you Sal mentioned your first was 480 and so was mine 480. And I still remember I was in the Matt Damon division. I believe that was actors and actresses, right? Was that the
It
first?
was.
We didn't have to pick anything. Scott just put you in a division and you got your spot and that was it. There was no picking of any kind.
Yeah, you were assigned, and I have to think of the actress's name, and it's a popular actress. But as I am getting older, these things escape my brain. But
I definitely remember I was in the Matt Damon division. I don't know why. I mean, in between there and now, I can't tell you what divisions I've been in. But
people are excited to see you.
Well,
people
good.
are very excited to see you. Yeah, I will tell you that back in the day when they used to be division champions, right? There was a time in Scott Fishbowl where if you won a division, that meant something, you know? So the only division I've ever won was the Al Bundy division. And I beat Memphis that year, Randy, who's, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that. We lost Randy, another guy from our age group there. We lost him back around Christmas. He was on a trip in Mexico. So rest in peace to Memphis, as he was affectionately known in the fantasy space. Had a lot of life in him. We connected on so many ways, and that just thinking about that draft and an Al Bundy division, because he was probably the better team, but I just had better luck. But yeah, I won Al Bundy. I am Mr. 4 touchdowns.
What?
Pokai.
Oh, I'm trying to remember what year that. I guess it must have been. There was like because I think I was in the Ashton Kutcher, his that 70s show, Kelso or whatever.
Kelso. 2018, I believe it was 2018.
Yeah, I think that I seem to remember I was in that division. I'm guessing it was that year. I don't know. It's all a blur.
By the way, this was a great line. I don't know if you saw it, attributed to you. Yes, I did kick his ass.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Dave. Yeah, I don't. Honestly, I don't remember. But if you say I did, I'm down.
That was actually Dead Duck. Dead Duck's name is Sean.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking about Dave Stewart. That's who I thought that was for a second.
Sean is an old school falafel guy. It's like Sean is in the falafel
I'm
league.
Sorry, Sean.
No, don't worry about him. He'll be fine.
I thought it was Dave Stewart.
You don't have to worry about it anymore.
He's a dead duck. Don't worry about it.
Gotcha.
So
what should we talk about? I don't want to talk about strategy because I literally have not done anything. I know that, as you know, Sal, I'm always a 12, forever a 12. I will always be a 12.
12, that's right.
Screw the third round reversal. I'm not scared of that. Don't care. Still a 12. But to be honest with you, I have looked at nothing. I'm going to be straight up. I haven't even looked at the scoring too hard. I've looked a little. So we have to entertain ourselves elsewhere because I don't want to talk about strategy. I will if you want, just because I can.
We don't have to talk about strategy. You want to go over scoring? We can learn about it together.
Oh yeah, we can do that. I'm sure others in here probably haven't looked yet, like myself.
I haven't looked. I when I saw people drafting like Puka Nacua last week, I was one of those people like number 1, and then I went and did a little research. I'm like, oh, that makes a lot of sense why Puka went number 1. So and you were in SFB 9, so this is kind of a throwback there. So a lot of bonuses, right? Oh, you always got the extra points for tight ends, but big 10-point bonuses for 300 plus passing yardage. And if you get another 100, you get another 10 points more. Like these are some really large bonuses.
Okay.
So receiving yardage and big receiving plays, I feel like probably dominate this year, which is why we were saying Puka, but also running backs that are going to catch the ball that could break them, Jahmyr Gibbs and Bijan Robinson and hopefully Genty this year. In the past, a player like Barkley. Guys that are just as big a receiving threat in their offense as they are a running threat. But I think catching the ball overall this year is the thing you're really going to want to focus on.
Interesting. All right. I like this scoring. I just, you know me, I'm a kicker gal. So I'm bummed out that the kicker is not a focus, nor are they, because I've been loving the kicker every year. The last couple people have been making fun. I'm like, dude, by the end of the season, I'm starting like 4 kickers, right? People are laughing about it. And I'm like, you'd rather start a kicker than some, wide receiver 7 that may catch a ball and may not. But obviously that's not applicable this year. So whatever.
Are kickers even, there's the kicker scoring at all? They're not even in it.
I didn't see it on your thing.
Out.
So, yeah.
Out.
Bummer.
Yeah.
Bummer for us kicker lovers. There's only a few of us around, but
Linda's on later, so when she's on, we'll make sure we bring it up. But she's probably maybe relieved that she has to do less work this year, or maybe really disappointed. I don't know. We'll find out.
I write my kicker streaming. I've been writing it for 12 years. It'll still be there at 4for4 this year. I'm a big fan of kickers. I love them. So, it's usually me and Denny and Andy Behrens and Linda. That's it. Those are the only 4 in the industry that care.
Yes, I am one. There you go.
Oh, okay. We got another in the mix.
So let's talk about life like that.
Yeah.
The one thing I always talk about is life. So I
Me
mentioned you're married, right? So talk about family. Like my favorite connection with anybody is family. So how's things in real life?
That's an interesting subject that I'm certainly not going to broach on this podcast, but things are good for the most part. I am taking my son, who is I guess you call it a rising senior, whatever. He's going to be a senior in high school this year.
Okay.
And he is debating going to college abroad. So I am taking him to the UK in a couple weeks. Just he and
exciting.
Yeah, we're going to go do a little tour of the school he's looking at, and we're going to hit the UK for about 5 days, which unfortunately I just found out they're in like an extreme, massive, ridiculous heat wave. And I was
super
excited. Yeah, I was excited to go and do the whole rainy thing because it's super hot here. But I might just be going from one heat to the other. But either way, I'm excited to go just, get out of here for a little bit, check it out. Yeah, so that's kind of what's going on around here. Just a lot of work. I do, obviously at 4for4, I do a lot. I also kind of have this side gig that has taken over quite a bit of my life, which is kind of fun as well. And so I'm just kind of all over the place. But yeah.
My favorite place to be is all over the place.
Yeah, right? I mean...
I spoke earlier about you have just the one son? It's one kid?
Just one, yeah.
Okay. I spoke earlier about my youngest daughter graduated college. So all 3 of my kids have finished college now, which I'm not a believer that you have to go to college, by the way, but I do feel a tremendous accomplishment that all 3 went and all 3 finished. And they're starting their lives. I have a daughter who's going to be 27 this year, who's been out in California for 5 years, absolutely killing it out there, by the way. She's a publicist in the film industry. She doesn't like me to talk about her job, so that's the most I'll say about it. The other 2 stayed local. My son lives here on Long Island. I mean, I'm in Brooklyn, but he's on Long Island. And I remember the process of going to look at colleges, specifically with the older one. It's fun, but it's also not fun.
Yeah, the whole thing is super stressful to me. Like, I feel like back in the day, and I mean, I'm sorry to all of you who are in your 20s and 30s on this podcast listening, but, it's like I felt like we as we took on all of it. Like for me, at least personally, like I remember signing up for the SAT myself. I did all the applications, but now my son, he's not doing any of that. I have to deal with all of it. I feel like everything has changed, and somehow, I feel like if I didn't do anything, he would just be asleep or playing games in his room.
If anybody ever says FAFSA to me again for the rest of my life, I'll hurt them.
Right? Like there's so much of that, and I feel like now I don't know.
Every semester since 2017, for at least one child and sometimes 2, I had to fill out that same dumb paperwork. I know it's on a computer, and with the same questions. And I'm like, how much really changed since 6 months ago? Can you just give it, yes. Okay, this much income has changed. It's a chore. It's a chore. But you're right. I think back in the day that we did it ourselves. I remember I went to college. My parents gave me a check. Yes, we're bringing up checks again. I went to college. I showed up. I picked my classes, gave them the check in person.
Yeah.
Nobody came with me. Nobody drove me there. Nobody did any of that stuff. It's different. The world's online now, and it's bigger, and it's more security layers and all that stuff. And the kids decided they don't want to fill that out. Let their parents do it.
I think it's crazy, by the way. You obviously started much younger than me, because I believe I'm a couple of years older than you, and that your children are that old is amazing.
No one is going to believe it. I'll be 52 in August. Nobody's going to believe that you're older than me. So I don't.
Okay, but I am. So I'm going to straight up. We every year you say this, but I am older than you. Not much, but I've got you by a little bit.
And every year, I as I get older, I forget that we had this conversation before.
And that's fine, because that's the point, right? I mean, and every year I think we say that we both were in 480, before they made the numbers. So people are always like, "What's your first one?" I'm like, "I don't know what number it was. I just know it was 480." But I guess so. You're saying it was 6? Okay.
Yes.
All right, I'll remember that for next year at this time. That my first one was 6. And I know that I heard you earlier talking to people about their best finish. I feel like I'm always a make the playoffs and then lose in the first or second round person. I think that's pretty much almost every year. Like I think maybe only one year I haven't made it, but I usually end up there. And then I've never gone farther than the second round, which I think I got to the second round last year. And I believe that was it for me. Last year I had I remember having a quarterback issue. I don't remember specifically, but I remember I kind of punted and shouldn't have. But I know this year I've noticed I have seen a few of the live draft boards. And I'm surprised that quarterback is a little different, I think, for the first time in a long time. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I have not. I draft a lot online as well, and
Yeah.
I haven't seen. But I think you're right. Well, I was in Vegas last week for that live, and I didn't see a heavy push on quarterbacks. So actually, I got to take that back. One person, and it was the one pick in one of those drafts, took a quarterback in the first, second, and third round. That I
Oh.
didn't. That strategy I didn't understand at all. But
Can't use 3 of them.
You
trade 'em.
can't. No.
You can't trade them. But they were hoarding. I didn't look back to see how their draft finished.
See, that's the kind of thing that screws up the whole draft, and that's where I start to get angry with whoever that is, because it's like, come on, man, like you don't, yeah, that's or woman, but that's just frustrating. But you assume they have some sort of strategy in their own mind, right? They've decided to go that route.
Russ, what would you call that strategy?
Oops.
I mean, people do that in best ball all the time, and it drives me crazy. They'll roll in there and draft like 5 quarterbacks off the rip, and you're like, come on. Like, then it just screws up the whole board there, because then everyone's panicking, and then everyone's grabbing quarterbacks. And
that's like why I'm afraid to play table games at casinos, because there's like unwritten rules that I feel like you need to know before you sit and do that. Like, I'm the idiot on blackjack to be like, you know what? I'm bored. I have a 17. I'm going to hit anyway. Let's just see what happens. And then you do that, and the whole table starts glaring at you because you're.
And then you get stuck behind the alley on your way out, and you're done.
Wow, it feels like Jen has done that before. I don't play blackjack. Oh, the camera moved. There it goes. It's
yeah.
Jen. I don't play card games either, Russ, for that reason. Like, I feel like I'm constantly under scrutiny. I'm being judged. It's not fun. I play roulette. I do like roulette. It's fairly straightforward. There's numbers. You put coins on them. You put chips on them, rather, and a number comes up. It can't be that crazy. But there are still rules.
Yeah, I video blackjack. Therefore, no one can yell at me, and I just do it on my own. I sit at video blackjack is the way to go for me. That way, if you do something wrong, it's on you, right?
It's a solo game. But do you feel like that is a game of chance, or do you feel like it's maybe predetermined because it's a video?
I mean, it's all who knows, right? I mean, I don't know.
None of us are getting rich gambling, I guess.
No, not certainly not. I actually was I went to Las Vegas in March with my son as well, and he's only 17, so there was no gambling. It was the first time I think I had ever been to Vegas, and I didn't even sit down once, and I could have. I mean, he could have just hung out wherever, but I just didn't, and it was kind of okay. We were there for 3 days, and I did not. Like, I didn't even put a penny in. You know what I mean? I did nothing.
Yeah, being pressed for time when I was in Vegas I was literally there for 48 hours. I got there Friday morning, 9:30. I got back on a plane Sunday morning at 9:30.
Yeah.
So I did stop at the roulette table on my way through one of the casinos. Yeah. $200, and second and third spin, I hit 2 of my numbers.
Nice.
I played one more, didn't win, walked away. So I was up $500.
Ooh.
And the following day, I made one bet in the sports book, and it also hit. That was all the gambling I did. So I went home up like 700, and I only gambled for about 15 total minutes. So
that is fantastic.
If you have the willpower to walk away from the table when you win like that, it's good. And being at the SFB live draft in Vegas the last 2 years, I've been down on Fremont Street. So Fremont Street is old Vegas. The Golden Nugget is down there. That's where Circa is. The 3 previous times I'd been in Vegas was all on the Strip, and they are really 2 different entities. They really are. I love that Fremont. I love that. I don't need to go back to the Strip, I don't think, ever. there's some shows over there, maybe, but I don't think I need to go to those casinos and stuff.
It's for me it's a once every however many years kind of thing, and it's quick. I don't understand people that can hang out there for an extended period of time. It's a lot. I mean, for me it's really like the food and the shows, and that's kind of it. So I don't know. And Fremont Street I've actually never been. So I should probably, I mean, I've heard good things. I should probably check it out. I think we were at the Paris, we were right there in the mix.
Yep. I did
yeah.
At the Super Bowl in 2024, when the Super Bowl was in Vegas. I got a last minute call from 2 weeks before. I'll call that last minute.
That's pretty last minute.
My best friend owns a sound and light and production company, and he got tagged to do a job at the Super Bowl, not at the actual Super Bowl, but in Vegas,
right
around the events for the Super Bowl, and it was in Vegas that year. And it was Rayo's. Rayo's is the oldest family-owned Italian restaurant in the United States that's still at the same building it was originally in, and more than 100 years. And turns out they go on the road to every Super Bowl and build a Rayo's in place. So we were doing the sound and lighting at the parties every night. So, and I mean, I met everybody that week. There was parties hosted by the NFL, by Nike, by Jordan Brand, by Deion Sanders and Colorado Steaks, and it was at the Paris. So it was at the restaurant in front of the Paris. They transformed that into Rayo's. So I know the Paris very well because I spent seven days. 7 days in Vegas is a lot.
Yes.
I could never do 7 days. Well, it depends, but
it was the greatest trip ever. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, it was so much. It was all football. It was all Super Bowl. I was in Vegas. I'm a Raiders fan. That's the closest we're gonna get to a Super Bowl is hosting it. Yeah. So that was nice.
Look, I'm a Dolphin fan. I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you.
Yes,
luckily, luckily I was alive. Well, I was barely alive for the 72-73 season. And then that's it,
Not alive to remember it. Like I was talking about the Knicks earlier. The Knicks won 53 years ago, and I was born 52 years ago.
Right.
So
yeah, it's pretty much the same. I mean, we had the Dan Marino years, but obviously, as everyone knows, there was no Super Bowl that came along with that. I will say this. So back then, my dad, I think they went, I believe it was 85. So it was somewhere, whatever year that was. My dad took my sister for that Super Bowl because she was older than me and she got to go. And it was always like, you get to go to the next one. And there has been no next one. And now my father has since passed. And it's such a bummer. I know. I mean, I have been to a Super Bowl. It just wasn't the Dolphins. It was totally different.
Well, when they do get there, you could take that in spirit for sure.
Well, it's not going to be anytime soon. Let's just say, let's put that out there. This current Dolphin team that they're going to trot out there this year will not be in contention for that.
Hep is just shouting out weird stuff. Bears 85.
Oh yeah, it wasn't whatever. It was 86. Whatever it was against the then Redskins. Sorry, that was their name, but whatever. It was whatever that was. It was in I believe in San Francisco. I don't know the year. I'm sorry, but
my favorite or earliest Super Bowl memory, and it's the reason I'm a Raiders fan, is when they beat Washington in 1984, 83 season, 84 Super Bowl, I believe, and Marcus Allen. So Marcus Allen was my first favorite NFL player, right? He had 191 yards rushing in that game. He has one of the most amazing cutback runs up the middle of the field. It just looked like an absolute, gazelle running down the middle of the field. And I was hooked. I was a Raider fan ever since. People say, how did you become a Raider fan, born and raised in New York? Because football's not regional. Like baseball's regional. You usually root for the baseball team in your city, but football's not like that. It's who was good when you were growing up,
Yeah, no, for sure. I think the 80s was a really good football era to grow up in, for us at least. I was lucky to have the Dolphins, but it's funny because you mentioned baseball. It's like, it depends where you grow up, right? Like in our era, like if you didn't have baseball, you were probably a Cubs fan because of WGN was the only thing that was on TV. Yep. So like my husband is a huge Cubs fan just because that's what he grew up watching because it was the only team that was on, the 3 channels that we got.
The super stations. TBS was the other one. That's how people became Braves fans.
Yep, Sam.
And, interestingly enough, Ted Turner and Bobby Cox, which was the coach of those, they passed away within weeks of each other.
I remember, recently, so. I went to college, as you can see. I went to the University of Georgia. So I lived in Atlanta for a while. So I definitely know of Bobby Cox and all of that. And I actually worked. I worked for Ted Turner, I guess. indirectly, obviously. But yeah, I worked for the Atlanta Hawks. Was actually my very first job out of
Oh,
college.
nice.
Cool.
Yeah, I sold season and group ticket sales for the Atlanta Hawks when I was like 21. It was my first job right out of college.
That's a fun start. I mean, I just went to Georgia for my first time. Like, I've driven through Georgia, I passed through Georgia, but I went to a work conference in Brazelton
Okay.
to what the heck, Casa Ilan, maybe it was called. Something Ilan. It was a beautiful winery resort, an amazing place, like an absolutely amazing place that I would highly recommend. I got to get the name right so I can recommend it to people. But it was beautiful. So Georgia, give it thumbs up to Georgia for, it rained a little bit when I was there, but other
Yeah,
than that, it was pretty great.
It's too humid. I mean, everything, like I live in Colorado now. Like I will absolutely never live in humidity ever again unless I'm like tied down and forced. I grew up in Florida and then lived in Georgia for a bit. So humidity and bugs and cockroaches and all of those things are not my bag.
We have those here in New York and New Jersey.
Yeah,
right,
I know,
Russ?
but we don't have them here, and I don't do it.
My daughter's contemplating a move to Colorado, not to to Boulder. Yep.
Oh yeah,
Boulder, yep.
It's about 20 minutes from me.
Contemplating. We'll see. Maybe next 5 years, maybe.
It's beautiful. It's great. Super expensive, but great.
Welcome to America, I guess.
Oh yeah, no, for
What's
sure.
not expensive anymore?
I know, right? I'm sure there's somewhere in Middle America that is not. But yeah, I mean everything's ridiculous.
I think that was a Counting Crow song. Well,
yes, it was. Yeah,
Counting Crow song was Omaha, right? Somewhere
in
Middle America.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's,
right to the heart that matters.
Oh,
right?
Jen and I gotta hang out at some point. Right? We just got so much in common. Just to spin it back to Scott Fishbowl.
Yes,
you are in the Frogger division. Was
Frogger.
that by choice? Like, did you want to be
a
Frogger? Like, you played this a lot when you were a kid?
I did. You know what? I was really torn between Frogger and Pitfall because I loved Pitfall as a kid. We had I had an Intellivision. I don't know if any of you know what that is.
My brother did. Yep.
And it had the little pad with the thing.
Yep.
So that was like Pitfall was my game. I mean, I was back and forth between Pitfall and Frogger. I landed on Frogger. It was on purpose. I like the slow drafts and I like MFL. Like I know people think, once again, I guess I'm old school, but that's where I am every year. I am MFL, and and nowadays people like sleeper more, whatever. So you're limited in your choices. So it was kind of that, whatever's MFL and whatever is the 12, that's where I am. But I did pick Frogger.
You said you landed on Frogger. You know what I could never do? I could never land on the alligator's eyes.
Right.
I always landed in his mouth in Pitfall, and I always would go into the water or into whatever.
It's so fun though. They swung over. Yeah, I loved that. I think that was the only game we had forever in my house on that Intellivision.
We always felt like in television, my brother, was my middle brother, he was the smarter one of the three of us. And we felt like that was the video game for the smart people. So you must have been the intelligent one in your family, and that's hence Intellivision. Well, Jen, I'll give you an opportunity. Russ, I talked almost the whole time with Jen. We let you just sit there and stew. But Russ, do you have anything before I tell Jen to get out of here?
Hey, Jen, how's it going?
Hey, Russ, how's it going? Haven't seen you in about a year.
Yeah,
how are things?
Not bad, not bad. It's been a year. It's been a year.
Yeah.
I was going to say that you could say it's been a year. It's been a year.
It's been a year. It has. And here we are again. I don't know what. I'm not sure what. Because I don't think I was on this for the first year or so. I'm not sure, but I've come and go with all kinds of coworkers and things. I think this is the first time I've ever been on by myself.
Mike Mike Hoff had to bow out. Mike reached out to me a day or two ago. And had to bow out, unfortunately. So you got the spotlight.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate it. I appreciate, I just, I appreciate being here and helping. Hopefully, you guys raise money and everybody raise money for this fantastic cause and Fantasy Cares. I have given my money, and I will give more after I get off.
Let me remind everybody, Jen, that during these 24 hours, if you donate $100 or more, fantasycares.org, donate $100 or more, you'll get one of these Scott Fishbowl mini helmets.
Nice.
Autographed by Scott. So limited edition. Mario, there you go. I didn't have free hand. Russ did it for me. Limited edition Scott Fishbowl helmets. That is Scott as Mario with the lush orange beard right there. and I begged Bob to make me a one-off of the Donkey Kong. So I'm getting a Donkey Kong one, I think. So that's going to be really, really awesome. That's the SFB 16 Podathon Challenge, $100 in the next 20 and a half hours, I think, that we have left of this show here. Parting words, Jen.
Awesome. Parting words. Everyone go donate. I don't know. I got nothing. Head over to 444 whenever you guys, we've got a ton of content right now and a ton on the works. I do the content plan, so I can tell you, I know exactly there's lots of articles on tap and coming. And my podcast, which is part of the Most Accurate podcast, we'll be back at some point. I'm on a little bit of a hiatus just because it's, June. It is still June, right?
It is.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway,
few more days.
Well, I'm just confused because it's just so early. Like all of a sudden, I missed that because I wanted to go to the Denver live draft just to hang out, and I missed it. It was last weekend. I'm just like, what is happening? It all just kind of went, and all of a sudden here we are. So, but thank you guys for having me. I appreciate it. It was good to see both of your faces. I'll see you again. I'll see you again next year. I guess that's it for me.
We'll try to speak to you sooner than that, Jen. All the best to you, and enjoy the UK.
Yes, we'll do for sure. Bye, guys.
Bye-bye. All right, Mr. Fisher. Wow, we went from having one person to having a room full of ladies in the back now. So this is going to be 30 minutes and a lot of voices. You and I should probably just get out of the way and let them do all the talking. But let's bring them on here. We got birthday girl of the week, Miss Rachel Tootsie Pop herself. Brittany Foxworth is joining us. Some woman who goes by Wild Rosie, even though that's not her name. And of course, I pressed the button. Am I there? You are.
Hey guys. Hello, everyone.
So I saw you celebrating the Mexico victory
Of
the other
course.
day. Yeah, having a great time at the World Cup. We've talked about the World
Why
Cup. with
can't
a
I
couple of
hear
our guests, and it's so great to have everybody here. What's going on?
Excited to be here. Thanks for having the Unwind crew again.
I got to get my Unwind t-shirts. I could wear it,
Yes, you need one. You're missing out.
Feel like part of the team. So go around the horn. We'll start with Rachel. Introduce yourself. Tell them what you got going on, and then we'll get to the conversation.
Yeah, I'm Rachel Tootsie Pop over at Tootsie Pop 6 on the Twitter and the Instagram. And I'm the founder of Unwind FF that started in the fall of 2023. It's a community of women who love fantasy football. We meet on Zoom hangs. We do best ball tournaments. We have chats. Just a lot of fun for women to hang out and talk about football, fantasy, and life. I'm also a writer over at Fantasy Six Pack now. I joined there a month ago, so very excited to get some writing out there.
I got to say before we go to the next person, Joe Bond is on tomorrow, right? I want to give you. We have Andy Behrens, Matt Harmon, JJ, Tim Coventry, Joe Bond, and Matthew Berry. Who does Joe know? That he got in the middle of that group, Joe Bond of Six Pack Fantasy. He must know somebody that
he's
got
Joe Bond, Sal. He's Joe Bond.
Bond.
That's who.
Yeah.
That's how it happened. He's Joe Bond. He's doing great things over there, and happy to be part of that
He's
team.
a good dude. Joe's been on with us many, many years, and a supporter and a donator in the past, a sponsor rather in the past. Sorry, Brittany, go ahead.
Oh, no. Oh, hi, everybody. It's good to be here. I'm Brittany Foxworth. I help Rachel with some of the Unwind graphics, and I also write for fantasy footballers and do social media for Player Profiler.
Rosie?
I don't think Rosie can hear you.
Oh, or maybe you can't hear me?
I hear y'all.
But you can't hear Sal, right?
Can't hear Sal.
Just me?
I don't know.
Maybe
you block.
Did I do it on purpose?
He would like you to introduce yourself.
Hey, well, Rosie, in Unwind Fantasy. This year, we're Brittany and I are hosting the Unwind dinner at the Expo.
Yeah.
And I've been playing fantasy football since 2012, and I love it. And I love fantasy cares. So please donate.
I want you guys
bowl.
tell Rosie that my ex-wife would like whatever it is that she has that blocks me out.
Are y'all talking about me and I can't hear it?
No, tell her I'm insulting myself.
Ray, I still have Rachel's birthday party.
I
Wow. I did not come ready with party supplies. Emma.
Hi, well, hola, mi nombre es Hannah Martinez. I generate fantasy content for NFL Mexico, Football Girls, and Estadio Fantasy. I organize a redraft ball that called Football Girls Fantasy Ball. This year is going to be in August 15. It's free. It's only women. We have women all around the world: Spain, Peru, Chile, Panama, Mexico, US, Canada. And I love to organize this ball because it's I like draft with men's, but this is like another things, another talk, another trash talk that we can talk with women. And I love all the things that we can make all together.
Do you know this guy by any chance? Who's in the
Yes.
background? saying all these
Yes,
wonderful
he is the
things?
best.
Hey,
Yes,
yep,
of course.
that's
He is,
amazing.
Maurice.
You know, I've talked about my time out on the road the last couple of years and getting to meet I think I've met all of you in person. I think.
Yeah.
Me. Yeah, I believe I've met you too, Brittany, right? In person.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, I just like Mauricio and Emma. I love you guys. I love your relationship. I love all of you ladies. Don't get me wrong, but like I love families and relationships, and this is one big family what you do here. But just seeing you guys getting to build what you've built there, and what's going on. And Mauricio was on Podathon #1, SFP Podathon #1. But I just love it. I love the family love in it. I used love like 25 times. Because as I've spoken about, Podathon will be 10 years old next year. This is number 9. And I'd like to maybe step back a little bit and have somebody else take on more of the role of the Podathon. And maybe I could come on as a guest. But I want to go out into the world more and be in person with people. Because there's been nothing better than that for me the last 3 years. I've talked about a lot of stuff today and health and growth and my children and all that stuff. And I got another 6.5 hours today that I'm going to talk about it before I come back on tomorrow. Then I'll repeat stuff. But it's been such a great mental journey for me to go out and meet people in person and meet good people. And all 4 of you, and Mauricio included for number 5, are those type of people. So I just wanted to
Thank you
get
very
that out
much.
there. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think it's one of the most important thing about fantasy, the community that we are growing up. And not only, for example, in the US is a huge market, and in Canada, but also in Latino community. And I think that right now, also in different parts of the world that speak Spanish. Like for example, this year, I think that is going to be the second year in Spain that Javier Manzanera is going to make a draft of the Scott Fishbowl draft over there. And in Monterrey, Pac Tames too. And this is our 4th year in Mexico City. And I think that all the things that you, Scott, and Fantasy Cares, and all the people behind scenes are making a great and fantastic community. And I'm very grateful for meeting these girls online. Rachel, I think that she is one of the most women that unite women's too, and I love it. And I love to see you here and in the chat and on Twitter, and hopefully we can see us in the expo.
Yeah, now I might not be coming to the expo this year. We'll have to see. So my son turns 25 on July 25th. So and his mom is going to be in his mother. This is oddly enough. This is my ex-wife. She's going to be in Europe with my mother.
Wow.
They're still very close. They're still very close. So my brother and his husband were taking my mother. My mother wanted me to go. I told her I'd rather have needles stuck into my eyeballs. So she's taking my ex-wife. So she's going to be out of the country. And I was going to the expo, and I was like, oh, our son's turning 25 and nobody's going to be home. So I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to go this year. I decided to, and then I said to my son, what do you want to do? He's like, oh, I'm spending all day on Fire Island with all my friends. So
He doesn't not have friends. He's 25. He's not 12.
I know, but 25 is a big one. Like, it's a landmark birthday. That's the way I look at it, you know?
Yeah.
So I think what I'm going to do is the 24th Friday, I'm going to take him out to dinner and then get up early Saturday, get on a plane and come. That's where I'm at right now, but I have not booked anything. So
hopefully we can see you.
yeah, I want to see everybody. I don't want to miss it. Yeah. Yeah, the friends you've made for absolutely, Mauricio. Yes, same. I could say the same. So you talked about Unwind. Let's talk about Scott Fishbowl. Let's talk about who's drafting alive. Show of hands. Who's drafting alive?
Me. Karen is too. She can't hear me, but Karen's drafting alive with me. We're both drafting in Richmond.
Forgot you couldn't hear me. Okay. It's the weirdest thing
Brittany to translate.
Hold on, Russ. Could you hear Russ? Russ, you take over. See if she can hear you.
This is hilarious.
It's more fun to watch you struggle and forget that she can't hear you.
Can you hear us?
I can hear everybody, but Sarah, I think he muted me on purpose, just to watch and see what I would do. But
I don't think that's possible.
I need a lip reader. Because he's doing all this, and I'm like,
I found a button that says ban from studio. I could do that. Kick from studio.
I
Ban
probably
from
should get
studio.
off.
No.
So Brittany, since
Karen's
you're drafting-
doing the live draft with me in Richmond.
Yeah. In Richmond, Virginia,
Yeah.
I guess that is, right?
Oh my gosh, I'm so looking forward. I'm so excited. It's in Richmond.
This is my first live draft, so I'm excited.
Wow.
And didn't y'all say there'll be other Unwind girls there in Richmond? So you guys gonna
There
have
will be a couple. Yeah, Veronica's coming.
Sam Sled,
so
Samantha.
cool.
Mhm. So I'm going to be able to meet a couple of Unwind girls I haven't been able to meet yet.
Oh, that's amazing. So you get to see some people in person you haven't met yet. So I want to scooch over to, I got so far down my list here. So, okay. So Rachel, you're in Oregon Trail and you're
Yes.
drafted for the 8th spot.
Yes.
Emma, you're Tecmo Bowl. And
Yeah.
that's the second person at Tecmo Bowl today. Who else
Oh,
do
yeah.
we have? Charlene.
Charlene.
So the ladies
Okay.
are getting in there. Charlene is in there as well. So I mentioned to Charlene, Tecmo Bowl, I think, is going to be stiff competition because
Yeah.
usually people go after those bigger named games right away. So my move is to pick the most obscure league every year and hope that it's just some people that got in there late and they forget about it and they don't draft or something, like I'm in Kaboom, which I might have been, well, Karen was probably alive when that game was out, but I'm just saying we're not young, Karen and I. You can tell I said that. Kaboom is about as obscure of a game as you could get.
I was like, I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, it was literally a guy who looked like a jail. He was in jail with a black and white striped thing, and he would be at the bottom catching bombs. You had to sling back and forth and catch bombs at the bottom. I think might have been a clown. I don't know. It was a long time ago. I'm old, but let's get back to Rachel.
Karen, he's in Kaboom. There's your translation. Kaboom division. Sal,
Yeah.
do you know that game?
Kaboom.
Yeah.
Karen doesn't know any video games.
Well, tell me how you landed on Oregon
know
Trail, Rachel.
I also don't really know video games, but I did know Oregon Trail. So we played that in middle school. So I signed up for one I knew. And my friend Trash Sandwiches is in it. So that'll be a lot of fun.
Oh, that's good. I like it.
Another
Leslie
farm
has the best
representative.
shirt. That T-shirt's great. The Oregon Trail T-shirt.
Yes, yes.
For fancy.
Shout out to the Fishbowl merch. You got that shirt ordered, and hopefully it's on its way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I am in the Techno Bowl because oh my god.
Never seen that.
Kaboom.
That's cool. I love that game. I remember my father and my brother and my uncles and my cousins playing in the 80s, I think so. A lot of this Techno Ball. And I remember that sometimes they give me the control remote to play, but they were older than me. And I think that it was like that game in Mario, and I don't remember another one, but that I remembered since I was a little. And when I say that, when I saw the name, the Tecmo Bowl, I said I will be in that division because I remember my family.
Yeah, we used to play. So Tecmo Bowl was one where if we had off days from school, we would have Tecmo Bowl tournaments. So we would have 5 or 6 guys in the house, and we would just round robin with each other and play tournaments. Tecmo Bowl was like that first great football video game.
Yeah.
And there was certain players on there that were unstoppable. Like Bo Jackson would run over everybody. Lawrence Taylor would sack everybody. Like there was just, I think Tim Brown was great in that game. There was certain players that if you called a certain play, they would go in the distance every time. So, and it was great, memorable graphics from there. It's it's pretty awesome. Yeah, the pixelated, yeah. And I mentioned this earlier, when SFB9, I was in the Bo Jackson division, which was Bo Jackson from Tecmo Bowl, because that was video game year also. And it was crowded with good players. That's why I kaboom now. So
Okay. Good.
got all these amazing people.
Hey, Rich.
Hi, Richard.
I met Rich at SFB 14 live.
Sweet. And where was that one?
That was in Minnesota, Minneapolis.
Minnesota.
I met him at the expo 2 years ago. He's fun.
Yes, very good.
I would love to get to Minnesota. It was my daughter's graduation party was the same day as it this year, so I couldn't get there. But I'm gonna get to that one. We spoke about drafts being outside of the country, and Liz last week told me that we got to get to Dublin next year. So I might be going to Dublin, but I really want to get to either Mexico or Brazil or Barcelona, any one of these places that are, nicer weather than Dublin. Not that I don't think Dublin's nice. I'm just saying,
See, me and Karen are just trying to get out to the Vegas one. Like we're not even trying to make it out the country.
I will tell
We've been
you
talking
that
about it.
by far the Vegas one is my favorite.
Yeah, it looks like a great time.
Just because of location. And I got there a day early this year. So I was in the pool at Stadium Swim at Circa for when USA Soccer played.
Oh, yeah.
Against Australia. And what an amazing experience that was. Yeah. The place was jam-packed. Everybody except for the Australians were happy. They took that game personally against us. But it's just, I enjoyed it so much more this year even than I did last year, and I loved it last year. So I highly recommend getting out to Vegas, even if it's just to come to the draft and not draft there. But draft there. We could definitely have more teams.
Karen, can you hear Sal now? You're using your phone. That's smart.
Yep.
I called Karen up. Say, "What's up, Karen?"
I can hear you now, Sal. Meh.
That's good.
You went to Vegas.
I'll keep it clean now. Tell us what drew you to
No.
Who is she talking to? Is she on another phone call? I don't know what's going on. I'm so confused.
What's happening?
Lindsay, I so excited that you have a wonderful time in Mexico City.
Yes.
And with all the World Cup, it's amazing how we Mexican receive all the people and party all the time, man. And I am when I see photos of my friends or family in there, I love how even though the country is not so great in economy and all that stuff, but we can relax and enjoy a game, and for one moment, 90 minutes or a little bit more, being like together and enjoying the football.
Yeah, some of my favorite videos, and there's a ton of videos obviously coming out from the United States, but coming out of Mexico with the Korean team, South Korean team, the celebrating between these two countries together. Mexico beat them, and then afterwards they danced in the street the Gangnam style.
Yeah, that's correct.
There's crowds of Mexican throwing one Korean guy up in the air and catching him. Like the celebrating. That's why Mexico, the United States. I mean, I'm seeing less videos out of Canada. Maybe it's just the way my algorithm is. I don't know. But there is so much love coming out of this World Cup. There is so much acknowledgement that, hey, maybe media has painted a poor picture of the United States. I can't speak for Mexico. Where people are like, well, we really do enjoy it here. The people are super nice. And it starts to make you realize, all the nonsense, there's not that much different between all of us. Somebody's blasting their radio in the back driving by. I love seeing all these videos and the camaraderie and how happy everybody is in whatever country it's in. There's room for every ounce of it everywhere in this world. Makes me proud to see it, though. I'm a supporter of soccer, a longtime supporter of soccer since I'm a baby. the ball was put in front of me. I've been a fan forever. It's rare in the United States to find somebody with that history, but seeing everybody get on board with it now, I hope it sticks around a little bit and carries over even when it leaves the country. But the reality is, what is today's date? The 27th. We still got like 3 weeks of this left. Yeah. We just finished the group stage. So, but I love all the videos I've been seeing.
Me too. And I love seeing too the videos that come in the Scotfish, the live draft that you put in the social media self, that see you with Joy Wright, with Linda, with Liz Loza.
Yeah.
It was wonderful.
Yeah, it's a great trip. It's a great vibe out there. I decided to do some poolside interviews this year with whoever would come interview.
I like it.
And I'm going to do that. I'm going to be, obviously, I'll be at the New York City live. I'm going to be in DC. I'm going to be in Maryland, and I'm either going to be in Philadelphia or Boston. So the rest of my trips are on the East Coast of the country. And I'm going to do those there too, because I do think that that's the fabric of what we do here is being with people, out in people, and hearing from the people, and doing stuff like that. It's drawing some of you guys in. I don't think just my interviews drew you in, but a lot of the stuff that you're seeing going on in Vegas is drawing you in. And to Jen Egan's point on the last segment, you don't got to go to Vegas and gamble. I mean, go there, have a good time, be in a pool, eat, see a show. It's not that scary out there. If there's anybody out there that's afraid of Vegas, but I feel like I've spoken. Oh, my watch is telling me to stand. I feel like I'm supposed to stand.
Do it. I gamble.
Is it treadmill hour?
No, the treadmill. I don't know what hour I'm going to do the treadmill, but it's inside. I'm outside. Out here, I'm loving it.
I love it.
We don't need the crop shot of you standing up right now, though.
Oh.
Karen, you should tell the story about how you and Brittany found out you were neighbors. I love that story.
Yeah, we were on Unwind. This was why we love Rachel and Unwind dearly. Besides everything else, she's just a great human being. We were talking on the Unwind Zoom, and I said something about I lived in a Hickville place and outside of Richmond, and they said, where? I said Mechanicsville, and Brittany goes, no way, so do I. And I just lost it. I said, where do you live? She goes, you know where, some elementary school. I said, I'm right down the street. She goes, I'm like 3 doors from it. And we're less than 2 minutes away.
Yeah, you're on a Zoom call and you're just, that close.
And there was somebody from Italy. Hema might have been on there. There's all over the world. And here we are right next to each other.
Literally, and it's one of the smallest towns. It's not like,
yeah.
We're not living in Richmond.
The Bill. The Bill and RVA.
Yeah.
And it's been amazing. I love meeting with her, having our coffee. And
we get coffee in the morning sometime.
Oh, her kids, her family. It's just been it's been the great thing about this community. The community it's already been mentioned. It's the fantasy football community is just incredible people.
Yep, and she's going to be my expo roommate, and we're also going to be hosting the Unwind Expo dinner. For any women who would like to come join us, just hit me up on Twitter or Blue Sky, and we'll get you all the
It's
details.
going to be on Friday too?
Yeah, Friday.
Yeah, it's the same time. Yeah. I'm going to put out an announcement in the Unwind group today or tomorrow, and we're going somewhere different this time. People suggested that we try a different restaurant. So I picked Table 6. I didn't. We did. Asked around and got recommendations. So Table 6 is the restaurant this year.
Well, now I'm really
mix
sad
it up
I'm
a little
not
bit. Shots for everybody.
Yeah, I can't make it to the expo this year, but I needed this Unwind dinner to happen, so I delegated.
We're going to
one call
miss
lady.
you a lot.
And
Well,
that's
you're
a
not going.
bummer.
Unwind lives on.
So you and I are both not going.
It's a
People are gonna
bummer.
start
I'm
to
so
talk.
sad.
we
But
just all
I'm
figured.
going to respect her decision, even though I don't want to.
Not going to be the same.
No.
You know what? Now I feel
Just
I don't
life,
feel
and you
obligated.
know, things with life catch you up. So
I understand that.
Yeah. You're gonna
Sal,
miss
this
the
is how I hear you on the phone.
Yes.
I've got the YouTube on the phone.
Well, you know, me, any way you could hear me is probably not great for you. But wait, Rachel, the people are upset that you're not going to be there. But
Yeah. That was a big bomb you just dropped, Rachel.
Yeah. Like,
sorry, I love y'all. Hopefully next year, just not this year.
Yes, we mentioned
Sad.
Bill. Bill's been amazing, and what Bill does out there for in Cincinnati and in other places. So yes, we mentioned it was her birthday. She's stealing my thunder, but it's okay. We all know that I own the summer. Right, my birthday's all summer.
But I have a week. I get the week this week.
You can have this week. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. There's some things that have taken on a life of their own.
Mine's
over
July
the years.
4th next week.
I'm not
Yes.
convinced that Karen can hear me. She just
It's
shouted
7th.
right over me.
And mine's the 7th, July 7th.
Birthday
Oh,
fun
really?
here.
Yep.
All right. I'll give you guys July. All right. But August is mine.
All right, fine.
Got some people popping into the back. Hey, Russ, are you staying
Okay.
beyond 4 o'clock or no?
I'm gonna go grab a cup of coffee, but I'll come back and hang around. Yeah.
All right. So what I'm going to do right
Bye,
now,
Russ.
ladies, is Russ is going to leave in 5 minutes. So I'm going to go take this opportunity to do a couple of things I need to do because for the next 90 minutes, I'm going to be hosting alone. And I won't be able to get off camera. So you guys finish up with Russ. I'll try to be back before your segment's over.
Sounds good.
Well, there's 4 of you and only 5 minutes left. So if there's any parting shots that you want to give before you head out of here, why don't you just go around the table one last time and remind everyone who you are, why you're here, why we care that you're here. Not just because you're great human beings, which all of you happen to be, but just speak a little bit.
Yes, again, I'm Rachel Tootsie Pop over at Tootsie Pop 6 on the Twitter, also at Unwind FF for our group. So follow that for any upcoming announcements for Unwind. We have the next Zoom hang for women Thursday, July 16th. I just posted that announcement today. So reach out if you'd like to hang out. If you've never come to one, you should come check it out. Get to meet some wonderful ladies from across the world. We just have a lot of fun. And and then I'm a writer at Fantasy Six Pack. I'm really happy to be there under Joe Bond's leadership.
The Joe Bond.
The Joe Bond, yes.
All right. I'm Brittany Foxworth. You can follow me at bfoxworth07 on Twitter and Blue Sky. I write for Fantasy Footballers, so you can find all my articles at fantasyfootballers.com. And I also do the social media for Player Profiler. So Player Profiler, Instagram, Facebook, that's all me. Karen, can you hear us?
Well, Rosie here. I'm a huge fan. I love charity fantasy football tournaments. And please care and donate to Fantasy Cares and Scott Fishbowl. And go to the expo. Ladies, we have supper at 4 o'clock Friday. Come. And Hema.
Well, you can find me on X like _ Hannah Martinez. Right now, we are preparing content in NFL Fantasy and Espanol, and in Studio Fantasy, the Draft Kit. And also, if you want to join the Ball of Football Girls Fantasy Ball, it's a redraft league. And thank you very much for the opportunity to share with us to be here. And I think that it is amazing, the opportunity to play fantasy and being able to do good and give back, right?
Absolutely. Oh, yeah.
That's right.
So as they all said, donating is a great big part of what we do. So you can go to fantasycares.org right now, and you can scroll down and see all of the awesome campaigns we have running right now. And since Hema is in the Tech Mobile division, we might as well take the second to look at these awesome glasses that have the Tech Mobile logo on them.
Wow.
So go to fantasycares.org/campaigns. You can find the glass where your donation gets you a thank you, either 1, 2, or 4 glasses, depending on how much you choose to donate. So go head out over there, and maybe that's where you throw some of your money at.
Yeah.
I like those. Ooh, yeah.
They're very versatile glasses, as John Bosch likes to say. You could put, look, there's coffee, there's apple juice, and there's
apple juice looks like a whiskey.
Well, let me ask you a question. Is that coffee or was that just a very dark beer?
That's a very dark beer.
Yeah, it's like a stout, right? Like a stout beer or something like that.
I
have a
given
question.
up
Are you
drinking
going
beer,
to are you going to have a booth in the expo? The Fantasy Care
Yes,
booth?
we're gonna have a booth at the expo. Yeah,
okay, perfect.
We'll be there, even if Sal's not.
Even if I don't make it.
I can hear him now.
You can?
Now
Oh
the-
my God.
He did that on purpose.
Wow.
What in the world is going on with your audio?
I haven't touched it, and you came back and put it back on the audio. I'm
Just
telling
one
you,
block away, Brittany's got no problem.
you didn't want me to hear you, is what it was.
That's true. It's true. You could go back and watch this segment on YouTube on Fantasy Cares channel if you like. And that reminds me that if you're here and you don't already follow Fantasy Cares on the YouTube channel, what are you doing? Follow them immediately because there are many events throughout the entire week, every week, where you have opportunities to not only win prizes, but win a spot in the Scott Fish Bowl. Maybe this year, maybe next year, but you're not going to win if you don't tune in to the many events that we host every single week over at Fantasy Cares. So I don't know what you guys talked about while I was gone, but if there's anything else, anybody else wants to say in the final minute, go.
I just have to do a quick shout out that Unwind wouldn't exist without Hema. It was after the Expo from 2023, and I was missing her. So shout out to the Expo and Fantasy Care, Scott Fishbowl for Unwind wouldn't be here without all the community efforts of entities like you all. So just a shout out to Hema. I wouldn't exist without me building that relationship. So it's all about community.
Love you.
All right, everyone. We
Thank
love,
you.
We love
love
all
you.
of you and enjoy the unwinds. I've been lucky enough to get onto a couple of those, and Rachel always extends the invitation.
The huddle up, yeah, the co-ed version, yes.
Just so, yeah, that's right. You know, I don't cross any lines. I'll put it this: there's 2 instances on record of me wearing a dress. I'm just saying.
You can't come in on one.
I'm not
If you
shy,
show up
but-
like that, we'll allow you in.
So I'll show up like that to the dinner and cancel. Don't touch me.
Please.
All right, everybody, be good.
Yeah. Thank you.
Bye. Go Mexico.
Yes. All right, Russ, one more thing before you go. I just got to blow my nose. Hold on. Ah, there we go. So nice.
Oh, thanks for not muting it too. We got to hear it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's some good stuff in there. That was it. I just wanted to keep you for that.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab a cup of coffee and a snack. I'll be back in a little bit.
All right, buddy. Thank you for your help. All right, so we have our next guests are in the background, but first I want to not forget, because I've been given strict rules to make sure I read this every hour on the hour. And what I am reading for you is the Mockathon over at Going for Two. You have been listening to strategies from our guests at times where I wasn't talking about nonsense. You've listened to strategies so far in the Podathon for 4 hours. We have 21 of these, 20 hours left to go. Math is great. Not one of my fine points. Why not test them out before your draft kicks off? Our friends at Going for Two are hosting a Mockathon. It started at 1 p.m. today, and it's going to 1 a.m. today. That is East Coast time. So they are 3 hours in to their Mockathons. All the proceeds raised during that Mockathon will go to Fantasy Cares. So click that QR code that you see in the corner of my screen or your screen or the screen, and you will jump into a draft while keeping us on in the background. Do not turn off the Podathon when you go to mock draft. Put us on your TV and then put the draft on your computer. Get some advice live while you're drafting. It's the perfect way to hone in on your draft skills before the real drafts kick off. Click the QR code and start mocking today. So I want to bring in right away Kevin and Doug, because I was lonely, guys, for a little while, being on a screen by myself. I was lonely. So welcome in, fellas. What is going on?
What's going on? It's always a pleasure to be on the Podathon. The 8th time. It's kind of crazy and only fitting that the SFB 9 Redux doing that kind of scoring again this year. So I'm excited for this year.
And so I should have asked this, Doug, before you guys started talking. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, okay. Wild Rosie / Karen last segment. She claimed I muted her on purpose, and we couldn't hear each other the whole time. But I love her. She's great. But want to make sure you can hear me. But go ahead, Doug. I didn't mean to cut you off, pal.
No worries. Yeah, I'm just feeling your energy, Sal. That's great. It's I hope you've got this about 18 hours from now.
So I don't know what that noise just was. It feels like somebody dropped a plate somewhere. I'm not doing a full 24 hours this year.
No. Damn.
I'm going to do these first 10 today. And maybe more if I can't sleep. I said to JB's going to be hosting overnight. If I wake up in the middle of the night because I'm old and I have to pee a lot, I'll jump on, maybe say hello. tomorrow Sunday night, I have to go to a concert with my daughter. So I figured if I did 24 straight hours and then tried to get a nap in and go, I would just be a mess. And I don't want to be a mess. I want to enjoy that show with my daughter tomorrow. So I'm going to do 10 hours today. I'm going to sleep, get up, and get on at 6 a.m. tomorrow. And that's Eric Moody at that point from ESPN. And we got a run from 6 to 12 to close out the show of some real bangers. So, but we got 24 hours of bangers, including you two guys right now. So, you introduce yourselves. Doug, did you properly introduce yourself, Doug? Go ahead and properly introduce yourself.
All right, I'll introduce myself. I'm Doug Orth. Many years, almost 20 years with FF Today before I moved over to the Huddle and to take things over there last summer. And then I brought this grumpy guy along with me shortly after.
Man,
but
never beating the allegations.
Very good, very good analyst. Anyway, but so I took over the fantasy lead at the Huddle last summer, and I'll just keep it short so we can get on to some more of the good stuff. But yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
This is the good stuff. Having conversations is the good stuff. Like you pointed out, energy that's got to last for 18 hours. We're going to talk football, but we're also going to just talk life and some other things, And then Kev, you pointed out before, 8th time on the show. We go way back. Been around these fantasy mean streets for, a dozen years or so.
We ain't young pups anymore, so.
Wait, what was that?
We ain't young pups anymore.
Oh, I haven't been a young pup in quite a long time. So, it's good to have you guys back, though. So, it's SFB Podathon 9. So you've been on that 8 of 9 of them, which is amazing. So I think next year we're gonna have to really start planning the 10-year celebration. It's gonna have to be a big blowout celebration.
You gonna put on a dress for that one?
I'll put on a dress. I'll do it. Listen, it's not beneath me. It's not above me. It's not next to me. It's me.
Would that be 3, or are you planning on wearing one between now and then?
Wow.
I can't divulge that. I think it's best if I leave that to surprise.
Okay, that's fair.
But yeah, I'm good with it. I can't tell if it's starting to rain. I am outside. It's starting to rain a little bit, but I got
You're good.
I think he's going to tell us he's on the next season of Drag Race.
Yes, hell yeah, I go on that.
Oh yeah.
I mean, is there a cash prize?
Yeah, so I hear. Yes.
There's a lot I would do for a cash prize. Let's jump into a little Scott Fishbowl. Doug, you'll be drafting live in Boston as you have many years. I saw you out there 2 years ago at the Boston Live draft, you and Carla. And you're in the Baron Samedi from GoldenEye at the 8th spot. What led you to the 8th spot?
Well, that was just I wouldn't say natural selection. That was just I don't think I got around. I think I logged in. I think I signed myself up for this, and then I didn't get around. When I signed up for it, I didn't have the option of choosing the spot, so I got chosen for me.
Okay.
Sorry.
The answer is you did not want that spot. Okay. Well, I mean, can you have a strategy in a 5,000 person tournament? It's still a 12-person league, but the scoring is pretty wild this year. Lots of bonuses. Could you have a strategy for the 8, or is it just let me see what everybody else did and what falls to me?
Yeah, I don't have a strategy built up right now. Let's just put it that way. That's going to come in the next 2 weeks. But I wish I had something more, revolutionary to share with you. But that's not the case right now.
Yeah, my revolutionary thing is what's there when I get the pick. That's I'm the same way.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Kev, you're online. You're in Pokemon. I believe that Coop was in Pokemon earlier as well. He's got the 1 pick. You are also at the 8.
Yeah. 8's my lucky number. August 8th. Look, Leo gang. So you know what?
August 6th.
Exactly. Yeah, I know. You know, between a lot of good Leos out there, but no real strategy with that. Just who's going to be there, and because you have to navigate a minefield no matter where you're picking. So, I didn't want anything in the front, knowing you're going to have the 3rd round reversal anyway. So, get one kind of toward the back, let stuff fall to you, and You know, we know me. I haven't drafted a running back since the Clinton administration, so we'll see how that goes. But you know what? I'm willing to put it out there, live in person and on this stream. Draft your running backs. It's actually not a bad year with how ADP is. Like the running backs that you could get in like the 6th, 7th round, those are running backs you'd have to go into like the 2nd or 3rd round in like 4 or 5 years ago. So there's running back depth. There's a lot of fun at the end of the draft with, you know, a lot of like rookies and players that are still incredibly productive. So, you know what? Take your running backs, let everybody else fight for the scraps. You've got positional flexibility. You know, just have fun. That's what it's all about.
I got to break some news for you. If you don't know, there is no 3rd round reversal this year.
Oh, there's not. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, and I have the 12 spot, and I took the 12 spot.
Yeah.
But I always do because of the 3rd round reversal, and I got poo-pooed on that. And I forget who said it earlier in the show. It might have been Charlene, who said after last year's back and forth about no 3rd round reversal, she knew Scott was doing away with it, not me. I was with Scott the morning of the drafts kicking off. The very first draft was kicking off the morning last year. I almost got him to get rid of it only because it would have disrupted everything. And he didn't do it. And this year he did it. So no 3rd round reversal. You and I at the back end of the draft, but we still could have some strategy there as well. I have no idea what I'm doing this year. You guys, you've seen the insane scoring and what it looks like and the bonus points. It's very interesting. I got it up on the screen now. And it's not just like, you know, 2 to 3 points for these bonuses. 10 points is a hell of a lot. You know, for plays and for total yardage in a game. So I was mentioning earlier that I was in Vegas and number 1 overall in one of the leagues was Puka Nacua. And people were like, what? And then when I looked at the score, I'm like, oh, it makes all the sense in the world. Russ mentioned that Puka and JSN would have been the 2 top scorers in this format last year. So while everybody else is getting those running backs, Kev, you could be loading up on wide receivers.
Yeah, and I'm totally okay with like some of the running backs this year. Like you look at, you know, Javonte Williams, who, you know, if you really don't believe in anybody else behind him, you think Dallas is going to be a top scoring offense, which I would certainly bet they would be up in the top quarter. Then yeah, absolutely, Javonte's going to be scoring a ton. Travis Etienne, HN, whatever he's going by this year, you know, same kind of thing. Where if you're figuring the Saints are going to be a rising offense with how they've constructed, you think Tyler Shuck is going to take a next step up with Olave, you know, Jordan Tyson, those guys, Juwan Johnson, then yeah, that makes a ton of sense. But you know what, this scoring format also incentivizes a lot of yards after the catch stuff too. So I think it's really important where the guys you think about, like when you see the scoring, you automatically think of like Alec Pierce, Jameis Williams, guys that are going to lift the lids off of offenses. But what you don't think about is guys like Kenneth Gainwell, Khalil Shakir, guys that have made their mark in the last couple of years with yak stuff. Like you think about Trey McBride in like tight end premium, but you know, he was 7th in total yak last year. So that's even more of a bonus for players like that. So, you know, you look at, you know, the guys that can lift the lid off of an offense, but don't sleep on the yak, because those 10-yard, you know, catches are going to turn into 50, 60 yards and just pump up your scoring.
Yeah, you're picking up 10 extra points on an already big play.
Yeah.
It could be a big differentiator. I mean, I mentioned earlier I made the semifinals last year, and a lot of that was on a late run on the back of Kyle Pitts because he turned it up during. By the way, he fell off the last week of fantasy because he did nothing in that final week. But the weeks leading up to the Scott Fishbowl finals in those playoffs, because it starts a little bit earlier, like week 12 or whatever, he was the GOAT. I mean, it was insane. I got a 75+ point week out of him in one of those weeks. And you will easily get multiple games in that neighborhood this year. So, you know, I hate the term gun to your head, so I'm not going to use that one, but you know, threat of danger. Doug, who's the one player you hope you come away with in that first round or in any round?
Devin, are you?
I think you said Doug, but
I didn't hear that. Well, so yeah, I was just looking at the scoring last night. Obviously, I mean, Puka's not going to be there for us, obviously. I mean, pushing almost 600 points in this kind of scoring last year. In fact, he might have went over. But I'm kind of with Kevin with as far as taking running back high. Now, is that going to be? I'm probably looking more like at a Hampton. I expect Barkley to bounce back, but I think it's a little bit too early for Barkley. I'll take Jonathan Taylor. I think I'll go running back early. I think that's pretty clear. At least big play running back. Won't do HN, the real HN. But and I suppose I expect JSN to drop off a little bit, so I'm probably not looking him, but I don't know. I would probably lean toward running back first. I'll just go that way.
Yeah, I would love to. I'm totally open to a lot of builds, because I think no matter what is there, I'm more than happy to kind of build around that with what kind of gets to me at 8, and then just kind of go from there. Like, would I love, Trey McBride or Brock Bowers? Absolutely. Am I expecting it? I can't expect anything with knowing I have Andrew Cooper and Sam Wallace and Linda all ahead of me. I don't know if I could divulge too much strategy, because I have a group chat, the Fantasy Besties, to answer to as well. Jordan Loop as well. So, good luck dealing with that. That's gonna be fun.
I made this point earlier, and here's evidence of it. Right, you're in Pokemon, which seems to be a loaded division.
Yeah.
So we tend to get invited in that first wave of invites. Right, those of us who have been around Scott for these years, work in the industry and stuff, we kind of get that first wave. And more often than not, we get to pick our divisions. And you guys going after Pokemon because it's such a big name, I went and picked Kaboom, right? Because nobody was in Kaboom. I don't even know if the division's filled yet.
I thought that was a cereal.
Yeah, it might have been a cereal, but it was a game that I actually played when I was younger. And I was like, nobody's going to join Kaboom. I'll lose to somebody. I mean, I'm not really good at fantasy football. My talent has really been staying awake and being able to speak for 24 hours. That's it. But I've had some success in the Scott Fishbowl. I've had 2 semifinals in 10 years. I guess that's success. And did you guys catch the first segment with last year's champion? He's made it to 3 finals, this guy.
Jeez.
Must be nice. Wow. I can't even make I don't think I've made one, honestly.
No, I've never made it past the semis. But my point being is I always go and find these divisions that get filled out late, because, usually it's people who may not understand the Scott Fishbowl, the format and whatever. And I'm like, those are my type of people. I don't want to be a Pokemon where you're loaded up against Coop and Linda and whoever else you mentioned. You're loaded.
Yeah. I know this is the same old tired excuse, but for probably the first 5 years I was doing SFB, I would probably lose a third of my roster by the time the playoffs rolled around. And so I was feeling really good about my team each and every year. And then if I went running back heavy, which I usually did, I could count on probably 3 of my first 4 running backs being down by week 15.
I think that was 3 years ago. Maybe it's 4 years ago already with J.K. Dobbins and Cam Akers. I had them both, and they didn't make it to the start of the season. And that's it. It's over, Johnny. It's over. You gotta spend all your money on that first waiver run, hopefully to get the guy who's going to take their place. You can't get both of them, because there's no way you're bidding $50 on each and getting one of them. So that's the trickiness of the Scott Fishbowl. That's the early drafting and strategery, as somebody put up earlier.
That's right.
You got to be careful of. So yeah. Do you guys have a memory of your best Scott Fishbowl run, a year you've done the best, a year where we didn't make finals? Clearly we've divulged that, but the year where you felt like this was the year?
I thought it was going to be last year, honestly, because I had Brock Bowers, I had Fannin, I had a ton of wide receivers. I think I had Drake London and just T. Higgins and a bunch of dudes that I could fill out a lineup and a half with all those guys. And then everybody got hurt in the beginning of the season. Brock Bowers obviously got hurt. Fannin had a 60% route share and was still split with Njoku. So I had to kind of weather that storm and hope that I could make a pretty furious kind of comeback just to make the playoffs. And I almost did, but if I had one more week, I think I could have gotten there on points, because my record was trash. But it doesn't matter unless you get it on points. And I think I was 20 or 30 behind the cutoff. But yeah, that was probably like the team I felt the best about. Was actually last year.
You know the old whose line is it anyway? Where the jokes are made up and the points don't matter. In this case, the jokes are made up and the record doesn't matter. The points do matter. I had Trey McBride, Brock Bowers, Kyle Pitts, Dallas Goedert, and Travis Kelce last year on the Scott Fish Bowl. And Kelce wasn't a traditional Kelce year, but there were weeks where he still popped, you know. And
Right.
Goddard, there was weeks where he really popped.
Yep.
Bowers going down is the thing that really hurt me because, like I said, the way Pitts ran off in the playoffs, and McBride was steady from A to B. I did have a good strategy, I felt, last year, and it did get me to the. But boy, if Bowers was Bowers last year, I feel like I would have had a legitimate shot as well. I was stacked at tight end, and I was picking for the 12. And I was surprised that both Bowers and McBride got to me last year in that spot, but they did. And that's the other reason why I like the draft online, because the live draft is a little bit more talking and people in person and back and forth, and you might hear somebody's going after somebody. So, it worked out. Doug, do you remember your best run?
Well, yeah, I'll talk briefly about last year's team, which ended up being trash. But I thought I had it figured out with when I thought I was so lucky when I had Jalen Hurts and Jaden Daniels in rounds 1 and 2, because I thought last year was so set up for running quarterbacks, and we know what happened there. My memory, it was probably about 4 or 5 years ago when Kareem Hunt was still good, somewhere around that time. And I think he got hurt around week 13, week 14 of that year, and just about the time that SFB playoffs started. And I think I was able to get to the second, maybe the quarterfinals. Maybe I was able to get to the quarterfinals that year. But yeah, again, that was just so much of my SFB history has been defined by late season injuries.
Those late season injuries. I said it earlier about 2018. I really think it was 2018. It might have been a year after that, but was my first time I ran to the semis, and it was on the backs of Aaron Jones and James Conner, and they both got hurt in semifinal week. So it was a great run. It was fun, and then lost both running backs. I got McCaffrey in the second round that year, and he that was like the year he popped, right?
Yeah.
And I got Connor like round 20 because Lev Bell held out. And I got Jones somewhere in the middle because he was suspended for 4 weeks. So those are the type of things you got to do here, right? So we had Heath Cummings. Yeah. I couldn't get his name out. Heath Cummings on earlier today. He drafted Rashee Rice and he drafted Josh Jacobs, both guys who might have legal problems.
Yeah.
I got a cough. I'm going to go on mute. Sorry.
This is embarrassing, right? Like this is what the host does.
I have a cold. I told you that. I have a cold.
He had to sneeze he had to sneeze or cough, or what was it? No, he had to step out right before the ladies were done with their spot, and now he's coughing.
I had to blow my nose, though.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm sick. I'm pushing through. All right.
This half hour of the Scott Fishbowl Podathon brought to you by Sudafed. Not a sponsor yet.
But if I could be sick every year, they might be. Russ is so ungrateful. I'm pushing through being sick. He's so ungrateful. The things I do.
You gotta do better. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, somebody talking in the background? What did I miss?
I said you said you're pushing through, and I said you got to do it better.
This is as good as it gets.
Been saying that for years.
I didn't realize I signed up for the Salito roast, but here we go.
Oh my God, I'm a good sport. I would do the roast. I do. It's how difficult it is for me. So like, at work, I like MC stuff and I host stuff at work. You know how difficult it is for me not be this guy at work when I'm doing it. So we had a talent show called the name of the hospital is Maimonides, so they called it Mimo's Got Talent. And I did an opening monologue and I introduced everybody. And I did a couple of jokes that would probably push the limits a little bit at the beginning, including mentioning the COO. So, I didn't say everything I wanted to say. I'm falling up, according to Zach, I'm falling apart. Considering retirement soon. I wish retirement would consider me. Oh my gosh.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, I tell you, I got no respect at all.
Yeah, I'll tell you. That's right.
Look at Russ. He's doing a tie. Yeah, all right.
No respect.
Russ, what do you got, buddy, huh? Since you want to mock me, boy.
I got nothing. I have nothing but respect for you.
He came back just for good looks. You came back just to look good?
I just stick to what you're good at, right?
Well, let me know when you get there. So, in the background, he's coming up in the next segment is Bob Long. So, anybody go to the expo? Anybody going to the expo this year?
Been there every year.
Wild card. I didn't go last year, but I had to kind of prioritize some other stuff. But I'm trying to for this year to get back. So we'll see. Nothing in stone yet.
Doug, you'll be back.
Yeah, Sal. Yep, I've been there every year, even before there was the expo. So I got the Kings Classic to compete in. So yeah, good time.
Yeah,
I look forward to it every year.
I'm a little up in the air right now. Not because I don't love it. I love the event. I love being there. My son's 25th birthday is that weekend, and I feel like I got to be in town for that. But it sounds like he might be blowing me off, my son. So I might be just angling for Bob to, try and beg me when he comes on. It might be the angle I'm playing here. But Russ will be back with the Fantasy Cares crew. As always, we have our Fantasy Cares booth there. So make sure you look for Fantasy Cares in Ohio this summer.
Awesome.
That's it, Russ. That's all you got.
I told you, I'm here to look good. That's what I'm here for. I'm here for when you have to blow your nose and just to sit around.
Pick up the pieces.
I'm not sure if you noticed.
He's the reason why the ratings keep going up every year. You just tune into the top right corner of the Podathon, and there he is, and there's the ratings. As The Rock used to say. Rock said when he appeared on SNL one year, he said, "I'm ratings Viagra." That's this guy right here.
You gotta be pumped up on the Viagra, I guess.
To the moon, and I'm not talking about the ratings.
There we go. Oh wait, Russ, people are checking in to let you know that you look good, Russ. You look great, actually. Yeah, listen, and I'm getting compared to Michael Jordan here. Michael Jordan puts up 38 and 7 with the flu. Sal mutes every minute and a half during his 10 hours of 24-hour Podathon.
Hey, Kevin, years from now, they'll be talking about Salito's flu game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, Zach knows what he's talking about.
I was mentioning earlier how I always get compared to random, like the famous bald white guys randomly. It used to be Dana White before I lost about 20 pounds. And I told him, Phil Simms told me recently he thought I was Rob Saleh when he was looking at me in the crowd.
And I see that, though.
I said, I'll take that one. Rob Saleh's jacked and good looking. He's a handsome guy. And I said in that segment, nobody's ever mistaken me for Michael Jordan. And here I am getting compared to Michael Jordan. So it's come full circle today. Wow. Russ, how much when I went to use the bathroom before, what did you pay these ladies to say this stuff about you?
I just started saying nice things right away. As soon as you left, I was just like, Sal is here. He's so negative, but here, let me talk positively about all you lovely women and how great you are. And it paid off, I guess.
So we are approaching the end of this segment, fellas. I'll say, Doug, I know Andrew Cooper mentioned it earlier about what a great job Carla does at the Boston Live every year. And I know she did. It was last year that she hosted like the show the whole time and interviewed everybody there. And,
Yep.
Tell me about, everything she's involved in. And she's been just a great ambassador for the community as well.
It's amazing what she's done with. So basically how it started, it was about 3, maybe 4 years ago. Greg Kellogg and she ran into Greg Kellogg in the lobby of the Doubletree Hotel. And it was just one of those things where I won't say they hit it off, but they talked a little bit. Greg come back around a little bit later and said, "Hey, I'd like you and Wendy to host a show," and it was unnamed at that time. And then just to see what she's done, she's always been comfortable with public speaking and that type of thing, but just to see what it's evolved into. And she's such a good host. She knows she always has great questions to ask, and then plus that she's tireless with her giving. She loves to do charity type of stuff. That kind of effort, that kind of spirit tends to rub off on people. It tends to you can't help but gravitate toward it, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's great leading into our next guest to say that formed at the expo, right? So that's an amazing plug for our next guest. And yeah, actually, I was on the show last year. She interviewed me, and it was one of my more favorite appearances that I've done. I mean, good, like you said, not your typical run-of-the-mill fantasy show. It was really about a lot more than that. So I appreciate that. So awesome. And Kev, anything you want to say before you get out of here?
Just that it's always a pleasure to get on these airwaves and talk about the Scott Fish Bowl and all the charity work Fantasy Cares is doing and everybody else is doing, and just it's a treat to get on here every single year, and love chopping it up with you guys.
Love you guys too as well. Be good. Enjoy the rest of the show if you're sticking around to watch, and good luck in your drafts.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks, Russ.
All right, fellas. Bye bye.
See you, fellas.
Russ, just sitting around looking good, are you?
Yeah, it's what I do. It's what I'm here for. That's what you pay me for.
I'm paying you.
That's what they told me.
Do you want? Oh, I love when this happens on my computer where it randomly gets giantly large for no particular reason, and now I gotta.
Well, they know you're old, so they have to make it larger so you can see it without squinting so much.
No, I could see. My eyes are like one of the few things I still have.
Coming from the dude that's been wearing glasses since he was 8. Yeah.
Yes, but you look good wearing them. So while I figure this out, as it goes, one small jump at a time, and now I can't see half of my screen. Yeah, okay, I'm screwed.
Would you zoom in?
Yeah, it's way zoomed in, and I got to zoom out of it now. But I was trying to go over to here and get you to talk about some of these things that we're doing over here at Fantasy Cares. But why don't you go ahead and talk about that?
All right, you could have just told me. I could have done it for you. All right, well, we have many contests running opened right now. Clearly, the NFL isn't running, so we're not running right now. But the NFL Pick'em contest is one of the contests you can join at fantasycares.org. Just go straight to the main site, scroll down, you'll see all the campaigns we have running. Pick'em contest is exactly what it sounds like. Every week you pick the winners, no spreads or anything. It's just who wins. And you can go and join in on that.
And the point of the matter is we're doing stuff 365 at Fantasy Cares, right? Not just during football season. That will be during football season. But we want to show you some of the things that we're doing throughout the year. And which is why I've said follow the YouTube page, follow on the socials. But the YouTube page, in my opinion, is probably the best spot because you're going to get the notifications about all the live shows that are coming on and where the stuff's being done. So definitely do that. By the way, in the meantime, I've fixed my screen and I'm back, baby. And why don't we bring in Mr. Bob Long at this time, the creator and annual host, as well as his entire family, who we've gotten to know and love over the years, in Canton, Ohio, of the FF Expo, the Fantasy Football Expo. What's going on, Bob?
Oh, just less than a month from now, we have, 600 of our closest friends coming to Canton, Ohio to hang out for 3 days. So, yeah, just getting ready for all that. Lots of fun things going on, new things going on. So, always excited this time of year to get everything together and come on to Podathon, which you so greatly host, and appreciate you having me on here, man.
Yeah, amazing. And it's a little bit earlier this year and than it's been in the past. Usually it's been second week in August, and now we're last week in July. And tell people, is there a reason behind it? I don't even really know. I'm asking.
Behind the expo?
Behind it being moved up earlier this year.
Oh, the moved up. Yeah. So the problem is with when you're a week after the Hall of Fame, the Hall of Fame dates can actually move, which they did this year. So instead of it being like August 1st, 2nd, 3rd, it's August 7th, 8th, 9th, which would have moved us to like 13th, 14th, 15th. And so a lot of people already were complaining about, it's close to kid time, kids go to school and this, that, and the other. And there's other reasons we moved it, like simple as Trophy Smacks, Matt Walsh's son's birthday was always that weekend. So he hadn't come for the past 2 years. And a lot of people just said, you know what, it's the second weekend in August. It's starting to really ramp up for the content creators. So I just decided, look, let's just move this last full weekend in July. And then that way we don't have any issue with Hall of Fame ever getting in the way, because it will never move into July. It's always going to be the first weekend in August. And there's some other reasons for certain people that are maybe coming this year that I'm not allowed to talk about. And so, yeah, so we're, and a lot of people have said, thank you for moving. A lot of people seem to enjoy they can kind of have that one last hurrah, just do some fun, have some fun, relax, and not have to worry about writing and doing Sirius XM or podcasts that weekend, because it's the second weekend of the preseason. So yeah, I think it's going to work out in the long run for everybody.
Yeah, I think those are all excellent reasons. So while we're on the topic, just tell everybody, what it's all about. You could go back to what it started as and where it's come to now, because even in the few years that I've been attending, because I didn't get to go to those early years, it's grown tremendously. And just tell everybody about the vision and the idea and where it is.
Yeah, so the expo was created because I've lived in Canton, Ohio all my life. Born and raised here, grew up. I always tell people that I was born 11 days after the Hall of Fame opened. So September 7th, 1963 was when the Hall of Fame opened its doors. September 18th of 1963, I was born. So I know exactly how old the Hall of Fame is, pretty much to the day. So I grew up just watching, all the, and being a part of it. My dad and grandpa and I would always go to the games, and the enshrinement used to be like on the steps of the Hall of Fame, and you'd bring your own lawn chair and watch. And then I just watched it explode into this like 5-day extravaganza and parties and fun and just nonstop, activities. And so as I got deeper into the fantasy community, I was like, it would be kind of cool if we did that kind of same thing, but just for the fantasy football people. And so I started the Kings Classic in 2018 just to have a best of best live draft at the Pro Football Hall of Fame, which everybody thought was cool. And all the big guys like Doug Orth and all the big shots, came to that. And then the next year in 2019, I said, well, what if we had like a little expo, trade booths, panel discussions, for fans. And so everybody was like, yeah, great idea. Let's do it. And so 2019, we did it. We had 75 people attend. And then COVID came. And I thought for sure we'd never have an expo again. But COVID did one good thing. It kept everybody in the house for about 18 months. So in 2021, when the vaccines were coming and everybody starts asking me like, are we going to do this in August? We're going to do this in August. I'm like, okay, sure. And guess what? 500 people showed up. And it's been, between 500 and 800 people now for going into year 7. And I just couldn't be more happy for the community, for all meeting live, for the support of Scott Fish and the whole Fantasy Cares group always coming in. I give them a booth, because they're part of the nonprofit world, obviously. And so it's just, perfect combination. You guys do all your stuff all summer, and then everybody kind of like, okay, we've done our drafts. Now we're going to go to Canton, and then the season will start. So it's just a perfect transition from Scott Fish Bowl Lives to Expo weekend. And it's 3 days of parties, drafts, trade show booths, panel discussions, and everything else in between.
Yeah, it is amazing to have watched this thing grow. And 2018 was when we did the first Podathon. So Kings Classic and Podathon are the same age. And I remember as you were, you and I played in a league or two back in the day together. And I remember when you were building this. And, for those who don't know, Bob for years drove players around at the Hall of Fame. That was an awesome thing that he got to do for many, many years. And it's cool to hear that you were actually born. I didn't know that part, that you were born literally within days of the Hall of Fame opening. And so you being tied to this is so natural, like, but watching this thing develop and for years, I'm very open about life and stuff that happens. And 2018 was when I first moved out, when my marriage had ended and I first moved out, and I had so much going on in my life. And every year I wanted to get to the expo, and it just never, money was a little tight. I was living in one place, paying for another place. And it just didn't happen. I would do this Podathon every year, and people would be like, oh, I want to see you at the expo. I want to buy you a drink. Come there. And I was like, I'm going to get there. And I would never go. And 3 years ago, I finally, I made the leap and I started going to the Scott Fishbowl live drafts, and the expo just fell in line with it. And yeah, when I realized it was my son's birthday week, being 25, if it was 24, 26, I do consider that a landmark birthday. But then when he said to me, oh yeah, we're going to Fire Island that day, me and all my friends, I'm like, oh, there might be a room for me to skip out of New York early Saturday morning and just come back on Monday. So that's on the table right now. So I may still be there. I don't want to miss the Friday night. It is a great time down there.
Yeah.
And, I hate to miss that, but something is better than nothing.
Well, and let me tell you, the Saturday party now is sponsored by Trophy Smack. Awesome. And anytime Trophy Smack is involved with something entertaining, it's going to be off the chart. So I will just say that they're having the first ever Trophy Smack Expo Olympics. There will be 3 events at the Saturday party, and I think 2 events at the Sunday Expo at their booth. So to win the prize, and they're talking about maybe giving away one of their big trophies, you have to do all 5 events. We're going to have a golf simulator at the Saturday party right outside the deck. We're going to have a foosball table. We're going to have a Connect 4, adult size, big, giant Connect 4. We're going to throw axes on Sunday at the Expo trade show booth at their booth number 8. We're also going to have an adult-sized jumbo kerplunk game. So should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely winning me over as far as making sure I get there Saturday.
I know you'll miss the Friday party, but I think you're going to be okay. I think you're going to be entertained enough at the Saturday party.
If I could get the Saturday party and some Sunday karaoke in, then I think I still got my
Sunday karaoke at Jose's Landing. Yep, got to do that.
Knowing Matt and knowing Trophy Smack was the first ever title sponsor of the SFB Podathon, so I got to know them well back in the day, and they don't do anything small, like you're saying. If you've ever go back and find the episode where they were on Shark Tank, and they sold themselves. Forget about the product. Yeah. Somebody wants to make sure we don't forget the cornhole.
Yes, and cornhole on Friday night. Yes,
cornhole will be Friday night, right? That's usually Friday night, which is. It's it's a great time. I drink. I don't know what that alcohol is. I'm drinking out of a giant fish bowl, but
right, they have fish bowls, which I think is hilarious.
Yeah,
that was not something I planned. That was theirs. They didn't even know a fish bowl existed.
Yeah, it was so coincidental, but what a wonderful little marriage it became. So a nice teaser alluded to there might be a person or some group of people or whatever that may come this year that haven't come in the past, which is awesome. But can you talk about, who you do expect to be there and the type of people that you could interact with?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, all the big names you expect: Andy Behrens, Jeff Radcliffe, Michael Florio, Marcus Grant, JJ Zacharias, and David Kitchen is coming this year for the first time. That works with JJ. Darren Armani, Fantasy Mojo. Gosh, who else? Scott Pianowski from Yahoo, Matt Harmon from Yahoo. There are others. Jorge Edwards, Nate Polvold, Nate Markham, Doug Orth. I totally forgot Doug. He was just on in front of me. I'm sorry, Doug. Apologize. He's there, of course. Drew Davenport from Football Guys. We're going to be missing Howard this year, and we're going to be missing Bob Harris. But things happen, life happens. But we'll miss them, but I know they'll be back. But yeah, we're very excited to have. Oh, and there is Bob Harris.
Like Beetlejuice. You said his name and he made a comment.
You didn't even need to say it 3 times.
Yes.
And Bob is only one time for Bob Harris. Yeah, it's an amazing list of people and far too many for you to remember off the top of your head. But also Russ Fisher, ladies and gentlemen. Russ Fisher will be there. So
there you go.
Don't forget that.
There we go. Right.
And possibly Salito, that doesn't get people super excited, but
yes, no, that will. Yeah, trust me. They will know. Where's Sally? Where's the rest of that? Come on, people.
Do you have a favorite expo memory, Bob?
The 2 that still to this day really kind of hit me, right here was Lawrence Jackson when he was a nobody He was filming his own videos in his delivery truck where he was working, comes to the expo, meets up. That year, the title sponsor was NBC Sports. He gets hired by them, and now the man's a superstar, right? He's on Matthew Berry's show, went to the Super Bowl with NBC. So that's one of my favorites. The other one was, and I always forget who this was, but somebody went their first year, and it was like 2021, maybe it was 2022. And they wrote an entire article about how they had horrible anxiety issues and really did not want to come because they were just so many people. And they wrote about how everybody there was so welcoming, so happy to see them, hugs, just so excited. And he said, I never once had an anxiety issue the entire weekend. And he goes, that is super rare. And he said the fact that there was 500, 600 people there and never once did he feel like the anxiety hit. That said a lot about the community, which is what this is. Anybody who's thinking about this and they're like, well, I don't want to go to this because I see what happens on social media and the rude people and the nasty comments. And I'm like, that doesn't happen at the expo. That can't happen at the expo because somebody will get beat up. No, I'm just kidding. Sal will play the enforcer, but it's just, there's no reason for it. We're face to face. If you have a take and the other person disagrees with you, you're just like, okay, well, yeah, cool. Here's a drink. Cheers to you. And and that's exactly what it is. It's just a very nice, relaxing, fun time. Yeah, there's some competitions like cornhole and various things like that. But it's just such a great community. It's hard to find an expo that is kind of like a business expo. Like if you go to an accountant's expo, there's people that are going to be fighting for their customers. They're literally going to downgrade or talk bad about that firm or this company or whatever. It doesn't happen. We all love each other. We all support each other. And it doesn't matter if you're Bob Harris and one of the big names or one of us, or you're just the first time as a fan coming. You feel like you belong. And I think that's what makes it so cool. And that has nothing to do with me. That has to do with this community that just treats people like human beings. There's no race, there's no color, there's no religion, there's none of this. It is just fantasy football. And I think that's what makes it so awesome.
Yeah, and nothing sounds worse than an accountant's.
Oh, yeah, no, that's horrible. Yeah, I've been to those.
Wait, we have an accountant in the thing.
I'm a CPA. That's why I said it.
I'll just keep my mouth shut. Yeah, I think to your point, the people that bully online don't show up to events, right? Because their strength is being behind a phone or a computer or whatever. Right. Mm-hmm. So you don't get those people there because they know that they'd be called out. And yeah, so the expo and the SFB Live, like that's the fabric of humanity that I was talking about earlier. It's like getting out there, and when I say touching people, I mean like touching them here.
Yeah, right.
Being out there in person. And speaking of people, I had people come up to me at the Las Vegas draft last week and say to me, you posted some stuff about your transitioning in your health, and it was inspiring to me, and I want to tell you how much I appreciate it, blah, 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 blah. And you put stuff out there sometimes because you're proud of it. And you don't know who's going to pick up on it. Mm-hmm. But those are the things when I get out and get to speak to that person in person, mm-hmm. It's so much more than through Facebook or X or Blue Sky or whatever number of social media platforms that we're on these days. I mean, it's what binds us together when we can't be there together. Mm-hmm. But for sure, being in person, there is nothing like being in person. And COVID robbed us of a lot of that. So, as much as we say, hey, it's 6 years ago already, it's only 6 years ago. Yeah. And, people have not fully come, not everybody. And it has created a little bit of anxiety in people mm-hmm. that wasn't there before. There was some, but it's created more. And for somebody to come to the event and break down those walls, that's an amazing success story brought to you by the Fantasy Football Expo. So that's great.
Yeah, no, that's definitely one of my favorites.
Russ, you have any favorite moments in the many years that you've gone to the Expo?
It's tough because, my initial thought is to go back to the very first one because that's when I met everyone for the first time in person, because like we keep saying, in person.
Mm-hmm.
That's really what it is about. Like, you know, we play this game and we are in this community that is all online. And while, I mean, Sal and I, like we said, live about 12, 13 miles apart from each other, but it still takes an hour and 40 minutes to get there. You know, we live so close to each other, but still life has a way of getting in the way and we never actually see each other. But then the expo comes around and it's just like, Sal's talking about touching people here. I'm like, no, I am absolutely 100% a hugger. You know, so I see people and I am invading their personal space, not whether they like it or not, if they don't want to hug it.
Right.
But man, like, the Friday parties are always great at the Centennial Park. I have my my safe places, my friend Zach Reed, who we always go together. And like you said, there was that guy that wrote that article about having anxiety and all of this stuff, where I do too. And it's great because like I'll run around and talk to people and like get myself out of my introvert shell, and then all of a sudden, like, okay, too much. I got to run away for a little bit. Like, and it's like people see it on my face. They're like, Russ, do you need to go for a walk or something? I'm like, yeah, that's probably a good idea. Like, that's how great the people are that are there.
Yeah, right.
Your own, where they even see where you're just like, all right, you're probably hitting your edge. Your social battery is getting a little low. Why don't you just go back to Zach and hang for a few minutes? So it's just all of the being with people and, oh, well, I mean, to be a little selfish, I think it was the first or second year where we did Dynasty Game Night Live, which was just so much fun to do. That'll be my selfish favorite moment.
Yeah, the after parties. Yeah. Playing wiffle ball at 3 o'clock in the morning in the streets of Canton. I wasn't there, but I wish I would have been.
Yeah, and there's been videos and pictures of that posted over the years, and the organic stuff in and around it as well, right? There's so much stuff for the attendees. You know, Bob, where was I was trying to think where that party was last year. That was
the jerseys.
Yes.
Yeah,
that was a great spot as well.
Yeah, we're gonna be back there at the same place this year. Yeah,
we were there the night that the Jaguar kicker kicked the 72-yard field goal in preseason. And here we were. By the way, I'm outdoors in Brooklyn, so that's natural sounds for here. We were there together as a group of fantasy football players and fantasy football folks when that amazing kick happened. So, like, you never can be sure what's going to happen.
Yeah.
But if you're not there, you definitely won't get to experience it.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, the year that Des Bryant came and played in the flag football tournament, kind of hard to beat that one, too. It's a shame that we couldn't get him to come back, but it was still a pretty cool experience for a lot of people. So
back-to-back Johns. Laub is next. That's true. John, we should nickname him John Loud. He's up next. You know, my favorite thing about John Laub is that, and by the way, I got to meet him in person at the Expo for the first time. I've spoken to John. He's been on the Podathon since the beginning, maybe the second year. And I got to meet him at the Expo a couple of years ago for the first time. So there you
He's
go.
coming back. He'll be there again doing the College Fantasy Kings Classic. Love him.
My favorite, and I don't take this personally. He's my favorite guest because when he comes on, I could just be quiet for 30 minutes.
You don't got to say
He goes. He goes for the.
He goes. Yeah. No. Yeah. He brings it.
Yeah, there's such a energy out of that man. So, what is this soccer you're referring to? I don't know. What is anybody talking to Bob Harris? Where did he just wake up from? Have we mentioned soccer
from the beginning?
We definitely talked about the World Cup earlier.
I didn't remember talking about soccer, but
we definitely talked about it earlier. And listen, World Cup fever. It's another one of these things. People are getting out into public. They're joining together. You're having these wholesome gatherings, and that translates over to the Expo. So, I mean, if you haven't come before, if you haven't booked yet this year, and if you haven't gotten excited about it in these last, 25 minutes, I don't know what's wrong with you. You got to get out there and you got to enjoy it.
Love to have everybody join us out there again. Sal, Russ, hope to see you guys there. And like I said, it's going to be another fun one, but we also got some new twists this year. So I'm looking forward to it. Like I said, we're going to miss Bob, Mr. Harrison, Howard, and Fabs, and some of the guys, but I know they'll be back again, and we'll be good, and we'll have a great time. And so don't miss it. thefantasyfootballexpo.com. Get your tickets. Prices go up July 1st. Get them before Wednesday.
There you go.
Thank you guys for having me.
Just a few days. Thank you, Bob. Be well.
All right, buddy. Take care.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So was this true? I guess I should have. Did Harold Fannon's family showed up to the Friday night party? How did I miss that? How did I miss that?
I mean, it was just a group of people with it, and there's a large groups of people there, so it's tough to know if you didn't know. But yeah, they were just there.
A lot of people tip checking in. I had a story like that where I didn't know. So when I mentioned earlier that I got the opportunity to work in and around the Super Bowl when it was in Vegas in 2024, and we were at a week, we were hosting a week-long group of parties, and it was very late at one of the parties, and a family showed up. It was two women, one closer to my age, one a little bit older than me, and then some younger folks with them, like teenagers or whatever. And they came in, and the lady said to me, "Sweetheart, could you get him like an iced tea or a lemonade? His sugar's a little low, and it was for this kid." And so I said, "Sure, no problem." That wasn't my responsibility. I was there to work on lights, but she asked me. I got to know the people at the restaurant. I went and got them, and I got it for him, and then he finished it very quickly. She goes, "He really didn't like that. Can you get him another one?" In a joking way. Well, it turned out to be Usher's son.
Oh.
Because Usher was the halftime performer at the Super Bowl in Vegas, and this was one of his aunts, possibly his grandmother and his son there. And that's just like the thing. You don't know. People roll in. They're regular people. You think that they're going to be glitz and glam and all this stuff. And they were terrific people, but they were very humble and very, nondescript about who they were. I'm starting to cough again, Russ. Don't judge me.
No. We're letting it happen. We're not bringing it up. Now, the real question is, if they did go up to you and be like, "This is Usher's son, will you get him a lemonade?" Would you have done it? Or would you have been like, "Oh, don't you big time me? Don't you know who I am?" Like, that's my real question is, would you have still given him a drink if you knew who it was? Or would you have been like, no, don't you big time me. I big time people.
I'm the big timer. I would have been like, yeah, I don't listen to Usher. But I do actually listen to Usher. I think his music's great. I think he's super talented. And to their credit, they didn't do that. So, boy, I tell you, we got a few more minutes before we could probably. I said we could put John Lobb on for 30 minutes and he'll just go the whole time. We could probably put him on for 34 minutes and probably he'd go the whole time. But it's almost 5:00. I guess we've been on for 5 hours. There are a few things we should probably do here, and I will jump back to this one here. For the 5 hours, we've been telling you that if you donate $100 or more during the SFB Podathon, you can get one of these custom autographed Scott Fishbowl Super Mario Brothers helmets. It's these are fantastic. I have one here in person. I could show when I get back on screen. The coloring is great on them. Alone, they're amazing. But getting one with Scott's autograph on it, I mean, that goes up at least $2-3 in value right there. So, you have an opportunity to do something great, donate to Fantasy Cares, and you have an opportunity to get something great in return. We are definitely raffling these off at the live events, and they've been going for more than $100 at the live events. So here's your opportunity to donate $100 today and get one of these. Yeah, and we have a lot of other wonderful things going on, and we will get to some of those later. But right now, I got one. Oh, we do have one more thing I got to talk about. I should have sent you this read. It's actually at the bottom of the schedule. If you ever want to look it up, Russ, and all the time you've been here.
Oh,
that QR code am I in the right corner, Russ?
Yeah, you got it.
The QR code in that corner, right over there. You've been listening to strategies from our guest all Podathon long. Why not test them out before your draft kicks off? Our friends at Going for Two are hosting a mockathon from 1 p.m. today. So 4 hours, they're 4 hours in. 1 p.m. to 1 a.m. on the East Coast, with all proceeds going right back here to Fantasy Cares. Click the QR code on your screen now. Jump into a draft while keeping us in the background to get some live advice while you're drafting. It's the perfect way to hone your draft skills before the real drafts kick off. So click the QR code now to start mocking. And as I previously said, here is that helmet. live and in person right here. And there's one other one I have over here. And only if you go to one of the live drafts will you have an opportunity to bid on this one right here in Zelda Gold. That is the wonderful Zelda Gold. So you have a shot at either one of these if you show up to a live draft and auction it. And you can have this one today if you donate $100 at fantasycares.org. So I'm not sure what you're waiting for. They even got, look at these cool shields. Like, it looks intimidating. So very, very cool. I'll leave that QR code up there for a little while. All right. And without further ado, my good friend and co-worker and technically my boss, Josh Aglio, who's out there, he's got to be watching because every year he cannot wait for this one 30-minute segment. And it's the 30-minute segment of this man right here, Mr. John Lobb. What is up, Professor? How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. I've been listening to you guys since 2:30, and there was a story, Sal, that I got a comment on because I have a similar one talking about how different our generation is as far as going to college and everything like that. My parents told me you can only go to a Connecticut state school. So my brother and I, now we're technically stepbrothers since 4 years old, but he's my brother. So we were going to college at the exact same time because we're the same age. So we both got into WestCon. I had never even saw the university. I think I might have at best flipped it through a book in the guidance counselor's office before I ever went there. And that August, my brother and I, there was orientation. And we go, Mom, Dad, we got to go to orientation. I haven't even been to the school. I don't know where it is. And my dad's like, just go to Danbury. You'll see signs on the highway. Follow the signs. And literally, that's how my brother and we commuted for the first year together. My brother and I driving in a white Arrow. I think it was a white pickup truck called the Arrow. But man, I went there and I knew nothing about the school. Literally nothing about the school.
Yeah, that's kind of sort of what we did, right? I went to a community school here on Long Island called SUNY Farmingdale, State University of New York, Farmingdale. And at the time, it was a 2-year school. It's a fully accredited 4-year school that my son graduated from just a couple of years ago, and far different. There was no dorms on that campus back then. There are dorms now. Kids come from other places to go to that school. But yeah, you went there in person, stood on lines. If that class was sold out, you went on to the next line to get the next class. And to your point, like we can sound like old people if we want. You know, we're a little bit older. You didn't go online and find directions. You didn't get an address. You didn't put it in your GPS. I tell people when we used to travel as kids, for holidays, like you'd go to a Thanksgiving dinner, and I had family. Russ is in Jersey, but he's northern Jersey, Cherry Hill, New Jersey, which is Philadelphia, essentially.
Yeah.
It took us one time on Thanksgiving 8 hours to get there, and because there was a bad accident on the road. So there was no GPS that told you to avert that way. Your father knew one way how to get everywhere. And you went whatever way your father knew how to get there. And if you were going to sit in traffic, you were going to sit in traffic. And we didn't turn around. We went 8 hours for probably what amounts to a 2.5-hour trip. Shoved turkey in our faces, got back in the car and drove back because my dad had to work overnights for Con Edison.
Yeah.
But that was it. You took to the road. And I don't know what's going on here with Russ. Zach is saying,
hey, I talk to my children and my students, and I'll be like, oh yeah, you go to New York City, you go I-95 South. I might as well be speaking Taiwanese to them. They have no idea what Highway I-95 is, and they clearly don't know what South or North is. And you're in the tri-state area like Sal. We knew all the major highways. Yes. And you had to know east, west, north, south. You had general ideas about exit numbers. Like they literally, and my kids included, if it's not for GPS, they have no idea how to get around. Like they just don't even understand like New York City south of Connecticut. Like that doesn't like register. And I'm like, you just go I-95 south. You end up in New York City. That's all you have to do from Connecticut.
Yeah, and 95 will take you from up here all the way down to Florida.
I've done it 4 or 5 times. Yeah. Straight shot.
You don't got to get off of that. Just keep going south on 95, and you'll hit the end. Faith checking in. Faith saying hello to me, not Russ. That says something.
Trust me, it says something.
Oh, I have a question.
Sure.
That helmet you put on for Scott Fishbowl, can you buy that on the website? Because
this one?
No, anyone. Or do you? I mean, I know you're having a giveaway. Yeah, that one. I like
So,
that one.
If you donate $100 during the Podathon, you will get this one.
But I mean, can you buy one if you want?
Well, yes, for
Not
$100.
that one. What?
For $100.
Okay.
That's the
The proper verbiage is if you donate $100 as a thank you, we will give you one of those mini helmets.
Because I think they have mini helmets. As you can tell, I got mini helmets behind me. I love that mini helmet's totally cool.
I don't verbiage well, but yeah. So the thing we're running here is for a $100 donation during the Podathon. We will send you one of those helmets autographed by Scott. There it is.
There it is. It's beautiful.
And the other one, if you want a shot at the gold one, you have to attend a live. Look at that beautiful Sal Donkey Kong on there. For those who haven't noticed that Bob Gilchrist has made me into Donkey Kong. If you want a shot at one of the gold ones, you got to attend a live event because that's the only place where we're putting those up for a bid. Yeah, I'll say hi to Russ later. Okay. Very good. So, yeah, just one more thing about being old. I love technology. I will not get in my car now and not put the GPS on, and mostly because I want to avoid traffic. So I don't want to be pig-headed and say, I know how to get there. Hell no. There's many ways to get there. And in New York, you want the least amount of traffic.
Oh, look, I've lived in Connecticut. You're in the tri-state area. You've got to find the least amount of traffic or you can get burned for like 2 or 3 hours in the wrong spot. So I know what you mean, my man.
I can't tell if this guy wants Scott's autograph twice or he's just trying to insult me by not including me in there. But I'm thinking, there's a correct. How much to get Sal Russ Robinson? There you go. He wasn't trying to hurt me. You're forgiven. That's $1,000 directly to my Venmo. I'll send you my Venmo later. Yeah, I got to tell you, we're gonna set John loose on all his good stuff. But
oh no,
we talked earlier about the Knicks winning the championship. I had kind of a weird idea, something I've never done before. Is I got to work Monday after the Knicks won a championship on Saturday, and people are like, "Oh, 4 people got stabbed, somebody got shot in the foot." I'm like, "It was a Saturday in New York City, and you're telling me that's all?
That's it."
And I kept saying, but nobody died. And I had a funny idea for a T-shirt. And that idea for the T-shirt was 2026 Knicks Championship Parade, 6/18/2026. But did you die? And I printed them and I sold 100 of them at the parade. That's real. I could send you the pictures. I had it up on my Instagram story. I went down and I was like, my buddy set me up with a guy who does shirts for him. He turned them around in 2 days. He had them Ubered to me. This is the way we do things in New York City. He Ubered the shirts to me on Wednesday. I got up Thursday morning. I took the train, the subway in, which by the way was insane, to Lower Manhattan. Certain trains weren't running. You had to walk. I had a giant duffel bag and a backpack full of shirts. And I didn't need the money. It's not about money for me. I have a good paying job. I thought it was a funny shirt and I thought it would be cool. I didn't make a lot of money off it. I sold them almost at cost, but people loved them. And I was out of them by 9 a.m. So I was able to go enjoy the festivities around the parade. Couldn't get too close to the parade, but what an amazing experience seeing people. I ran into people hours later wearing my shirts around New York City, and they were the only shirts being sold that said parade with the date on them. So there's 100 of these out there, and they're definitely one of 100. Nobody else will ever make them, to my knowledge. So that was just something weird that I did. I like doing weird stuff.
Nothing wrong with that.
But John, we're almost 10 minutes in, and we haven't really talked about what you do and who you are. I think people know. I mean, you're the guy when it comes to college fantasy and stuff like that. But just give a quick overview of what it is that John Lobb does.
Sure. Right now, mostly I am my biggest project on the plate is college fantasy football. And Scott Fishbowl also holds the Tadpole Bowl with Eric Froton is kind of like the organizer / front man of another gentleman in the college fantasy football space. Last year was the first one, so this year's the Tadpole Bowl 2. I loved last year's Tadpole Bowl. It was incredibly fun. I was in first place in my division all year, my friend, and the last week my team pooped the bed, and I ended up second in my division. I was so bummed about that. Someone who I hadn't met, he was a great competitor. He kept fighting, picking up players, making smart moves, and he ended up taking me. I'm in the Scott Fish Bowl this year. I think the draft kicks off July 13th. I'm in the Boston division or Boston League, so I can't wait for that. It's a great way. It's only the P4 conferences. So some people, I get it. I like the whole FBS, which is 136 teams, I believe now. Keeps moving up every year. But the Power 4 conferences are basically your top 65 teams in the nation. Those are the ones that we tend to watch on television every year. The ACC, the Big 10, the Big 12, and the SEC. Join the Tadpole division. You learn the player pool. And one thing I like about the Scott Fish Bowl, and I've been in it since, I think, 540. Didn't he call that one the 540 Scott Fish Bowl? I think it was called the 540. He changes the rules, which changes the strategy and makes you think before you draft and how to assess player value. I love that part about the SFB league that he has every year. Well, the great thing about college fantasy football is that the way to design a team and a roster is far different. We all play in PPR leagues, right? And by the time you get to about August 10th, right? The first 5 rounds, the top 60 players, maybe someone takes player ADP 28 at pick 24. Maybe you get a value ADP 35, you get them at 40. But in general, we all know what to do because we're so smart and there's so much information and you have a limited player pool. The great thing about college fantasy football, there are so many different strategies and ways to win the league that it's kind of like playing NFL fantasy football like 25 years ago when there was 2 magazines and you had to figure things out and you were playing with your buddies. So I love the Scott Fish Bowl because the rules change and college fantasy football gives you a bigger player pool, which changes the outcome and the roster construction.
Yeah, and I've never gotten into the college fantasy because I think I struggle enough with a small pool of players that I'm not built for it. But they did some of the Tadpole drafts live in Vegas last year when I was there.
Yeah, I want to go.
Was there. Yeah,
I can't wait to do it. I got 4 more years probably to retirement. That's my goal. And my daughter's sophomore, going to be a junior in high school next year. So once, she's in college and then I retire, then I hope to go to more live events because I basically our family vacation and our live event. You just had Bob Lung on. I was listening to him. I love the Fantasy Football Expo. This is the 6th year I'm going out to I met you, 3 years ago, Sal, at the Expo?
Yep.
It is my favorite weekend every year. I love the event. I draft live a college fantasy football team. The CFF Kings Classic from the Expo every Saturday morning. We broadcast it live. I just love the whole weekend. I've been to the Hall of Fame every year for 5 years. I'll go again. I just love walking around the NFL Hall of Fame. I always see something new, and I love the experience of the Expo.
Yeah, it's amazing that I didn't know that story about Bob that he was born right around the same time, and I'm just going to bring this guy on because he's in the background. What's up, Bobby Gilchrist?
Not much. How's it going?
Fresh off of another Red Sox beating of the Yankees, unfortunately for me and my son. My son was in Fenway for 2 days, and they lost both games.
Yeah, we're going to keep him around.
Yeah, all right, you can house him. I mean, I don't get enough money in rent for him, so
I don't get enough money.
So Pedro was there. I got to meet Pedro.
He was there last night too. My son had pictures.
I said we're gonna start the "Who's Your Daddy" chant. It takes an old person to remember that one.
Oh yeah.
I remember it well. And I don't want to talk any more Red Sox and Yankees. All right, we're over it. But You know, John, you touched on retiring maybe in 4 years. You got 4 years left. We've had great stories from you in the past about, you know, what you do in your regular life and your teaching. And, you know, how many years have you done that, by the way?
23 full years in my city, 21 years at my current school. I was actually an art director in a magazine in publishing. I worked for books and magazines before I went into teaching. I made in my mid 30s a career switch, which is, you know, it was challenging looking back. I mean, obviously it's been worth it in the long run, but it was kind of hard to go from publishing into teaching, but I did it. It was the best decision I ever made, you know, because, you know, I was able to get a pension fund. I was able to help young people. I just love teaching. I really do. I mean, it's funny. I'll say one of the weird things about COVID, because we were teaching from home, right? The video. The one thing that it made me appreciate how much I like going into school every day and interacting with the young people. It is just when you're in the classroom and people are excited and you're enjoying their enthusiasm, there is literally nothing better. But when you're on video teaching, you don't get that. That's where like you can talk about like computers replacing teachers all you want, and that might work for like 10% of the population. But we are social animals as human beings, and we like to be around people. And when you're around young adults for my entire life, they need good adults around them and to interact with them and to talk with them. I mean, when we came back from COVID, their social skills were completely shot. I've seen in the last 4 years, it's an entirely different group of students because they've been back in the school. They've been, you know, interacting with each other, interacting with other human beings, going to classroom. I mean, I cannot even describe what it was like the first 2 years out of COVID, how difficult it was to teach and try to get the students back into social interaction because they had been on their TV or their computer screens for far too long. But it made me appreciate how much I love going into school. Like, it's just when you have that great class, and not every class is great, and that's okay. But when you have that great class with those kids who want to learn or are excited about learning, it's it's magic. It's like winning a fantasy football championship every day. Like, it is just such a great thing. And what I appreciate most, and it's always a double-edged sword at the end, the seniors, when they graduate, you know you're probably never going to see them again. But when they thank you and they say things to you or they write you cards of thank you, you know everything you did. And you're a parent, Sal. How much do your kids change from the age of 14 to 18?
Yeah.
I mean, I see freshmen, they're 14 and they're leaving school as 18-year-old adults. They're not even the same human being. Like, you know, we have boys. I love this story. I had one of my smartest kids I ever had, unbelievably bright. He came in as a freshman. He was probably 5'2", little guy, wiry, right, all over the place. But I'm cool with that. Like, I get being boys. You can't dislike a boy. Wicked smart. Just, you know, had a lot of energy. He grew up. He was 6 feet as a senior, and he ended up graduating UConn. And now he's like 6'2" with 2 kids, and he's a father. Like, you see this constantly on how much these kids change and grow in the classroom.
Yeah, I mean, young people, we sometimes we say, "Oh, generations, things have changed," but you know, young people are always the future, right? And you got to play a role in their lives. John, you've played such an important role in their lives. I touched on it earlier about how coming out of COVID, you know, we were going to do live drafts sooner. Scott Fishbowl Lives was supposed to start in 11, I believe, and had to get delayed a year. And I think they had some tremendous ways of working the 11 into the live and all that stuff, like doing graphics. Bob could think back to that stuff. But it got delayed because of the Omicron spike and all that stuff that was coming on. And so when we were able to get out there and start doing these live drafts, and I was a year behind the live drafts. I didn't come until the second year that we were doing them. Boy, what a difference it has made. And I talked about, while the Podathon is going to be in year 10 next year, believe it or not, the big 10-year anniversary.
Yeah, I
of
was
the
trying. I
Podathon.
think I've been with you 8 years or something. I've been on.
You started on year 2.
Oh,
Yep.
I did. Okay.
We got you in year 2, so you've been on the last 8 of them. That's because in year 1 it was just kind of a thought and an idea we threw together, and we were begging people to come on. We were doing 1-hour segments with people and overnight, and it was a wild time. But within 2 years, it became something like what it is now, and so many wonderful people helped me put this. I don't do this alone by far. Back then, I used to kind of do all of it, and don't, not even remotely. I get to show up today and host because so many people put this together. I can't thank them enough. And shout out to Mike Fiella, who's is celebrating his birthday, who put this wonderful guest list together. I want to get out to some more live drafts. I want to get out and see more people. And even inside and outside of Scott Fishbowl, I'm doing so many other things in life now. My life has changed so much in the 9 years that I've done this show.
Yeah, mine too, dude.
Yeah, it's like we're different people. I'm a completely different human being, and it's crazy at 52 years old to say I've changed this much. But my 40s were an amazing awakening for me. Like I've learned more in my 40s than I learned in the 40 years I was previously on Earth before that, and now into my 50s, just about life and longevity and mental health and awareness and people and openness and acceptance and diversity. And I want to go out and talk to people in person. I started doing interviews, at the SFB Vegas draft last year because I wanted to, last week rather, because I wanted to post those things and get the feeling of what's going on in a live draft, and out in the world. And I'm going to do that again. And I think I said earlier, I have New York City, DC, Maryland, and in either Philly or Boston left, one of those two. So there's 4 more for me to go to. And so I'm excited about that this year. I got 10 concerts to go. I love live music. I'm doing things different. But live music is one of those things where you're in a room or a hall with people and you're all enjoying the same thing. That's what the Scott Fishbowl Lives are. You're in a place where everybody's enjoying the same thing. And we need more of that in this world.
Hey, the expo is so great because everyone likes football. Everyone you see, you can at least talk about football, right? You're like, look, are you a Green Bay fan? Are you a Tampa Bay fan? They have jerseys on. I love the whole thing. And believe it or not, I'm turning 60 this July.
Don't believe it.
I'm older than you, Sal. So actually, my birthday is the Fantasy Expo weekend. So my family and I are going down. We're celebrating. We're drafting. My birthday's the next day. I'm going to have a whole nice weekend for my 60th birthday. And honestly, there's nothing I'd rather do other than my family. So that's just obviously your family's number one. Like you always know that. That's without saying. But man, to spend a weekend on vacation for my 60th birthday doing fantasy football. If you had told me this was possible in 1991, I would have laughed at you. In 1990, I started playing in 1989. No one even knew what the game was unless you were one of the hardcore. So now that we actually have hundreds of people going out to Canton, Ohio, who love fantasy football, and then you have a 24-hour Podathon talking about fantasy football. And Sal, I remember those overnights. I used to go to bed. You were on. I got a good 6-7 hours sleep. I woke up. And there's Sal waiting for a bagel to be delivered the next morning, and you were still on. Oh, I'm like, how did he do that overnight? But so I remember those early 2-3 years of the Podathon.
Yeah, I miss one of the things that I don't get in New York now that I do the show in Brooklyn. When I used to do it on Long Island, I mentioned it earlier. Andy Singleton drove from Brooklyn one year out to Long Island to bring me a bacon, egg, and cheese and a coffee.
And now that you're in Brooklyn, he won't even come see you?
Yeah, he's dismissed me. But by the way, shout out to Andy. He retired from the FDNY this year.
Oh, he did.
He retired officially from the Fire Department of New York. So props to him. A true hero, risking his life every day out there. And Andy's become actually a very good friend. He's the defensive coordinator for the FDNY football team. So I've been out to see those games when they played the NYPD, there's a rivalry there. If you ever get a chance to see the NYPD play the FDNY, that is something. And I think NYPD wears they look like Notre Dame, and
Okay.
FDNY wears red and white. They look like a little, like maybe a team out of Boston. But what a fun time that is. But yeah, JB has brought me a pizza in the past. I've had people bring me multiple things. I missed that a little bit, but I'm set up. I got all my food. As I mentioned, also I'm eating much differently and healthier these days. So I prepare most of my food myself. So I have some things inside. I might have to sneak away while Russ and Bobby here to have a little dinner soon. But it's all these events that we get to go to. It's just been eye opening and wonderful.
Well, you were also talking about health and all that. Unfortunately, I got to have eye surgery. I have cataract, if anyone knows what cataract is. So it's been hard for about the last 2 months, but I'm waiting when I come back from the expo. I'm going to have cataract surgery on my left eye. If you want to see something wild, people, look up how they do cataract surgery. They basically put a needle in your eye. So I'm hoping, I'm crossing
Do it
my
on an
fingers.
empty stomach if you're going to Google that, please.
Yes.
So I'm hoping, be careful if you're going to Google that. I'm hoping they put me out. I have to get final confirmation, because they put you under anesthesia. And there's, as you get older, they prefer not to. So I'm crossing my fingers I get knocked out for it. Or if I don't get knocked out, man, you're awake and they numb your face. I don't know how I'm going to deal with that, but one step at a time. But that's what I'm doing, cataract surgery on my left eye.
Yes, you need to sit there with your eye being held open and stare at the needle that is coming into your face. Yes.
I don't know how I'm going to do that, but I got to do it, right?
Yeah.
Why did I come in on this segment?
My wife got both of her eyes done. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. She's very grateful that she got it and that it worked.
Yeah. Everyone says it's really good. I've talked to a bunch of people. My best friend's mom and dad got it. A lot of coworkers or their parents have gotten it. So, hey, what can you do? It's better. I can't keep walking with a cloud everywhere as I look.
Well, so many people commented in the chat earlier about when you said you were turning 60 about how good you look. And if the eyes are the only thing you got to get the surgery on, then and you've made it 60 years, then that's good. I will say probably the personality you have and the low stress level that you exude has kept you looking younger these years.
Yeah, I mean, I got a little lucky. I can't. Hey, I will say this: for all things considered, I've been very happy with the health. I made it to 60. When you're 24, you never think you're going to be 60. Then all of a sudden, I'm like, oh, I'm going to be 60 all of a sudden. But yeah, I mean, overall, I'm in pretty good shape. Hey, I still like working. I go into work every day, right? As long as my health's there and I can see, I'll be, I'm going to keep going.
When was the last time you were beardless, John?
Oh, before COVID. It's funny. Just before I came on, I sent a picture to my daughter and my wife because we're going to go see Supergirl tonight. And you know how your iPhone has pictures that scroll across? We went to a minor league baseball game in Hartford, Connecticut, and I had no beard. It was like 2018. I was like, oh, yeah, I forgot I had no beard until COVID. Then I just let it go crazy. I try to trim it now. I'm not as crazy. But in COVID, it got pretty long, my friend.
Well, you are the GOAT of college fantasy football, and you have a goat's beard, so it fits perfect with the repertoire. John, we're getting up against it here, so you got a few minutes. Like any parting words about anything at all that you want to say?
Hey, please join a Tadpole Bowl League. If you sign up, the money goes to the Fantasy Cares. It's a great opportunity just to explore the 64-man team field, get to know the player pool. It's fun to watch, man. I'm telling you, watch Ohio State versus Indiana on a Saturday night, and you have Fernando Mendoza and you have Jeremiah Smith, man. It makes that Saturday night very fun and interesting. And please give the expo a try, and please donate to Fantasy Cares. If you like what I come on, I take a half hour. This is about the kids. I'm lucky I can provide my kids with Christmas gifts and holiday presents. Not everyone can. I mean, I've seen all the great pictures over the years, everyone buying gifts, sending them to children. And I know the Tadpole Bowl, Eric Froton was talking about on one of his podcasts. He went shopping, and gave the gifts to some children. I think it's upside in Sacramento, California area. This is for the kids so that they have a better holiday season, everyone.
Amazing, John. Thank you as always for bringing the energy and being exactly who you are. And I am trying to get to the expo this year.
I
And if
hope
I do
to
get
see
there,
you, brother.
if I do get there, I'd love to be able to give you a big 60th birthday hug, man.
Thank you.
All right, buddy. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Have a good one, everyone.
Hi, John.
And just a reminder about this helmet right here, which you could get autographed by Scott Fish and receive if you donate $100 over the next 19 hours, 18 and a half hours, whatever we have left at this point. I don't even know.
I mean, I feel like that's a steal. That's a steal because I know in Boston they went for over 400 last year.
Well, yeah, I got a tremendous. That was the one time I was there. We ran it up pretty good. We sold 2 of them.
Yeah.
I definitely got north of that for 3 different helmets each in Vegas last weekend. It was over $100 each. So
and they've never been available. This is the only time anyone's been able to get them, and not at a live event auction.
And if you want this one, you're going to have to go to a live event, right? So the only way to get this one is at a live event, live auction. And there's been some other surprises at the live auction as well. I don't know if you're telling everybody about that one other thing that we auctioned off last week. Looks like Bob's getting it right now. There is Fishbowl whiskey, and that is Fishbowl. I mean, I do not want to tell you the number we got on that. Should I tell them the number we got on that in Vegas last week? Because I barely got the words out of my mouth about this being up, and it was over $500 before I got to say going once, going twice, and it sold for $530 at Cincinnati last week. That is Fishbowl whiskey. There's only 24 of them in existence, and they're only available for auction at live drafts. So, even if you're not going to be drafting at a live draft, attend, show up, be a part of the festivities, and then maybe jump in next year. So, we got a lot of people getting excited about that bottle. So, if the excitement is that high, I'm sure that we could always bring it back next year as well, and expand.
Different label though. It will have a different label.
Yeah, different. That's right. We got to change it from year to year. So it is 5:30, and one thing before I bring these 2 folks on, the Scott Fishbowl will go for 24 hours, but it only goes for 6 hours at a time per feed. We have not mentioned this, so we're coming to the bottom of the hour here, where we'll finish at 6 p.m. East Coast time, and we will switch over to a different feed. Now, as I mentioned many times, if you follow Fantasy Cares on YouTube, you're already there. You already know. You just go right over to all 4 of these sessions are already up. You just jump right over. If you're not, why are you not following Fantasy Cares on YouTube? Do it now. You're watching us there right now. Just click subscribe. It's right below your screen. It's very easy. On top of getting to watch all 24 hours of the Fishbowl Podathon, you'll get to watch the many things we do: trivia night, Wednesday hangouts, race days, all the giveaways that we do. I've mentioned it throughout the 6 hours, but people say all the time, how do I get in? How do I not get in? It's a boys club. It's this club. Is that? No, we're giving away positions at the Scott Fishbowl every single week, multiple times a week on the live channel. So follow the channel. The best way to be a part of any of the giveaways, any of the stuff we do, to know about events coming up, is to follow on a YouTube page and tune in when you get that notification that we're on air. So I'm going to bring in Stacy, and I'm going to bring in Judy. Welcome to the show, ladies.
What's up, guys?
I have to mute every once in a while because I'm coughing and sneezing and blowing my nose because I'm sick. And Russ bullies me about it. And Russ, if you don't get bullied from Russ, it's because he hides it well. But he's a real bully, and he bullies me mostly only. So
it's true. Sounds weak. He needs to know it.
I put out a call for a co-host earlier, saying that we're going to we just have some vacancies, and I know Russ and Bob have younger families and have stuff to tend to. And Stacy's like, well, what time? So I think she's going to be hanging out after this. So Stacy, I have to send you the other link.
Yes.
Because it's a different link than this. So I'm going to make sure I do that. But why don't you both go ahead? We'll start with Judy. Introduce yourselves and tell everybody what it is that you do around here.
Yeah, so I'm Judy Atterby, and I started Fangirl Football a couple years ago, and we are probably going to hit 2,000 in the community this week. So pretty excited about that. We're going for 5,000 this season. Yeah. And so we've created an environment where we hope that women will want to come in and meet and play fantasy football together. And I apologize for my plain background, but I am in a hotel room on vacation.
Ooh, anywhere good?
I'm on Vancouver Island.
That sounds like fun.
It's fun. Other than being in Canada, I can't actually draft anything right now. So I had some slow drafts and they just ended. So luckily I'm going to Alaska on Tuesday. Hopefully that will all change then.
When I grow up, I want to be just like Judy. She goes on the most amazing vacations. I'm so jealous. Like, I'm sad that we weren't doing this like last week when you were in Banff and you had that like gorgeous background with the
Yes.
lakes and all the wildlife.
That would have been amazing. Yeah. Banff was a lot of fun. I planned a very long vacation at a very bad time. So we're trying to work through this.
Stacey, by the way, I did send you the link on X through DM.
Got it. I will go on there and check it.
Yeah, you could do it. You could
You probably want to wait till 6.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Judy's settling in. She's taking the jacket off now.
Yeah. I
She's
got
getting
warm
comfortable.
finally.
Boy, they love it. Stacey's got a following out there. Look at this.
Oh.
Some creepy guy, Bob Harris, likes you a lot.
I realized that I hadn't logged into YouTube when I logged in here to StreamYard. And I know that because I've done this before, if I log in now, it will kick me off of StreamYard. So I can't go in and comment. But thanks to everybody in the chat. Love you guys.
And the wonderful Joey Wright. We're doing summer 2 of the Joey and Sal summer. We were in like 4 cities together last year, and I think we'll be in like 2 or 3 this year. So good stuff.
Yeah.
So Stacey, did you tell everybody about what it is that you're doing?
Yeah. So I'm Stacey Perez. You can find me at Stacey_Perez 83 on all the social medias. But yeah, so Judy and I actually connected in January at this event that the Tampa Bay Bucks were hosting. It was this big career summit for women. And so we got to know each other there. And then I started partnering with her with Fangirl. And it's just been absolutely amazing. It's just something that is really close to my heart, making community and bringing people together through a shared passion, which is fantasy football. And, especially I think with like women, we may not have as many friends who share that interest with us. I know my group of girlfriends could not care any less about watching football on Sundays or who's in my starting lineup, but I know that there are other girls out there just like me. And I've been so blessed to meet a lot of them through, the expo and other live events like Scott Fishbowl Orlando. And so to be able to bring this, to women out there everywhere who are kind of looking for their tribe, their crew, it's just been something that has brought me just tremendous joy this year.
Yeah, and I think you probably have to look a little less than you once did, right? It may not be your closest friends, but I do like that. There was a time where there was ladies' leagues, but it was men putting ladies in leagues, right? Now the ladies have joined together and created their own leagues. They're like, we don't want you in our leagues. You're not going to put us in a league. We're putting ourselves in a league. We run them. We know them. And I go back to Falafel. So Falafel, which was Fantasy Life App Fantasy Football League, which is where I started. We used to have we had a 3-tier system. We had a Falafel Ladies League, and Sam Holt was in that league back in the day. There was some other ladies in there too, but we dropped that at some point because it was like, well, why are we separating the ladies from the men? But at some point, the ladies were like, you know what, we want to play our own, so we don't want you mouth breathers around us. But I love all the unwind stuff and the women of fantasy football and all the different female-led, not female-focused, female-led organizations that are out there now. So kudos to all of you guys who have been so strong in developing this.
Yeah, and it's not, Stacey and I are perfectly comfortable in pretty much any league, but a lot of women aren't, and a lot of women have never played before. So we're trying to get a lot of those. They don't even know how to play. Last year, I was doing live events inside the community where the women could get on Zoom and I could walk them through how to work Sleeper and what a mock draft was. And so it was very entry level, and they were free beginner leagues that we were just putting together. There was no money, but they were super dedicated to starting their teams and just learning about it. So just kind of a different environment and getting people to come in. But we do have all levels in there. So we have very experienced players that are also looking to share their knowledge with the other women too.
That's amazing. And sometimes that comfortability in that room is all you need to develop, like a fantasy killer, so to speak. And I agree. We had Charlene on earlier, and she was like, I always started playing in like 2010 or something like that. And, and she's doing amazing stuff out here with in the fantasy space. And I love it. I mean, if there's anything I'm about is I have 2 daughters, and I'm about let the ladies run, let them do their thing, get out of the way.
Yeah. I mean, that's how I started playing. I started playing with my dad when I was 12. And he got me into it. And, when I decided I was going to play in the league with his friends, he gave me, this is telling on my age a little bit, but gives me like a magazine, right? And is like, do your research, like study up. So there I was, flipping through the pages, trying to learn all the players. And that, that's how I ended up actually being a Packers fan. Because we took Brett Favre first, back when you actually took quarterbacks first.
My first championship, which was in 1998, Brett Favre was my quarterback. And yeah, I think I took him in the first round that year. I regale about that team. I had Marshall Faulk when he was in his last year with the Colts. Jamal Anderson when the Falcons went to the Super Bowl. Marvin Harrison, Keyshawn Johnson. It was a stacked team back in my old 10-team league, or back in the South Jersey Fantasy Football League back in the late 90s. What a time to be alive. Pen and paper leagues.
Calling in your lineup over the phone.
Yeah. We have to add drops. My cousin ran that league, and my cousin was an intimidating large man. This was in Toms River, New Jersey, Russ.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. You had to call. And by the way, during football season, he didn't answer the phone. You had to leave a message on the answering machine. That way he could timestamp who called to claim a player sooner.
Oh my God.
So like he refused to get call waiting. Back in the day when call waiting was a thing, he wouldn't click through. If you wanted him, you'd call back. So you had to call, add drop, and then if you were doing a trade, you had to call on a trade, and the person you traded with had to call for it to be official. Like we were grinding back then, folks. You young whippersnappers with your sleeper app, you don't know about this.
They have no idea, no clue.
They want to know if I used the rotary. Hell yeah. You know what it was like when somebody had 3 9s in their number? And you had to go all the
Takes forever.
Yeah. That was not easy.
The amount of people that went because of 911.
Sal's used to hitting the receiver and talking to the operator, asking for Klondike 635. I mean,
just pass me through.
We've lost all the people under 30 years old.
Yeah. Somebody says we have the newspaper days.
Did we have any?
There was a few in there. My son was in here earlier. He's 25.
That's family doesn't count.
Do I remember the newspaper days? Somebody asked. Yeah, of course. Like that league that ran. My league, by the way, ran until COVID, and unfortunately, there was some reasons why we did lose somebody during COVID. That kind of brought that league to an end, and it was pen and paper and Daily News. New York Daily News is the official paper of that league until 2020. That never changed. My cousin refused to put it online. And like I said, he was big and intimidating, so he listened. And there's something about that I miss. I mean, I love the simplicity of the apps and the computer and pressing a button and, it doing the research for you. AI is great if you know how to use it correctly and don't overuse it and abuse it. But, I miss that. And magazines, Stacey, heck yeah, I remember buying them. Magazines that were way outdated by the time the draft came around.
Yep.
But we loved them anyway. We bought them anyway.
I noticed the other day they're still selling them. I'm like, really? I haven't bought one of those in a really long time, but there it was. So
somebody gave me one. Yeah, last week in Vegas, somebody handed me one. Ian Ritchie, who's running the NFFC fantasy fan draft. I'm going to get all the names of it wrong, but in circa in August, I did an interview with him, and he's like, "Do you want a magazine?" I'm like, "Sure," because I love that glossy son of a bee. I love it.
Yes. Yeah, I'm doing my first draft with them in Vegas this year. I'm really excited about it.
Are you going to that?
Yeah. I'll be in Vegas out there that week of Labor Day when the season kicks off.
That's amazing. That sounds like a great event, and that's awesome. Yeah, I mean, if you're drafting at Circa Stadium Swim, I mean, they've done they've done amazing for us each year with the SFB Live there. I cannot tell you I've ever drafted in a better spot. I didn't draft. I was just reserving the drafts, but being around it, being around the atmosphere, the pool, the what they do for us. We get the owner's suite over there, and shout out to Stadium Swim and Circa Sports because it's a tremendous partnership.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely incredible. That was my first time last year. Last year I went out and I got to go over there and check out, there was a Friday night game watch party going on. And I mean, it was just absolutely incredible. Like I couldn't believe how cool it was. And just, it looks exactly like it looks in pictures. Like it's amazing.
Yeah, I was there the Friday before the draft, which was the USA soccer game against Australia. And I was in the pool for the game because there was nowhere to sit. It was that packed. So I got sunburned basically from my shoulders down to my back. That's it, because that was facing the sun in the pool. And the atmosphere was insane. It was insane. The United States won 2-0. Every time they scored a goal, the place went crazy. And it's probably like that every day for a different sporting event, because remember, it's Vegas. I don't know where everybody's at in the country. So like stuff's on in the morning and stuff's on in the early afternoon that wouldn't normally be on until much later here. So like UFC was on at noon when you're in the pool. Like it was great. I love it. I might move there.
I don't know. I mean, like I go out for like 4 days and I'm like tapped out of Vegas. I'm like, all right, that's enough. You've been out here long enough. It's time to go back home.
Yeah, I'd probably feel the same way. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but let's bring this around back to to what you guys are doing. And Judy, tell us about what's coming up at Fangirl Football and some of the stuff new for 2026.
Yeah, so the big event is our championship draft weekend. So we are hosting that in Tampa, August 21st and 22nd. And we're doing a happy hour on Friday night. And then we are scheduling 6 live drafts on Saturday afternoon with lots of giveaways and fun meeting each other event for women to come to. So I'm looking forward to it. It was Stacy's idea. She's probably got even more because she's been to these events and she's kind of dragging me into that world. I'm a little bit of a tech person, so I'm on the backside. I'm like, oh, well, I can make a website for that and I can do a lot of this tech stuff, but she's dragging me more out into the front of things.
That's why we're perfect together, Judy, because I break technology. If I just like look at it, it just breaks.
Well, tech and the real world have to come together, right? But tech is great. We need it, but we need more in-person stuff. So if you could bring that to the live, and I believe August 21st is now considered officially National Draft Day, right? That's a fantasy football holiday. So what a time for you to be doing it on what is now going to become the national holiday for fantasy football, where all the freaks and geeks like us out there who love this game and has watched it develop as far back as the 70s, 80s, and 90s get a national holiday now. So that lands perfectly.
I wonder who thought of that. I'm like, Stacey, we're going to have to like make this a national day, because we can always just wake up and go, it's National Chocolate Day or National whatever day. And so we're already declaring the 21st and 22nd. Somebody already did that, but that's good for us.
Yeah, Rick Wolf. Look up Rick Wolf. Rick Wolf is an innovator and a longtime guy in the fantasy space, Fantasy Football Hall of Famer. And he's involved in our Scott Fishbowl New York City live draft. To Break the Hold is the charity that he is connected with. And Rick is a great guy. I've gotten to know him at the SFB NYC over the last few years. And I believe it is his brainchild. So,
all right.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, I'm looking forward to our event. That's part of, what Fangirl Football was about, was that women are missing out on the networking opportunities that fantasy football provides. And they don't even know it, whether or not they're networking with friends, family, their son, whoever they're trying to connect to, that it's a great way to connect. And that's kind of missing in the women that aren't playing. So we're trying to introduce that and give them a place to come and learn and play and connect with other like women. And we have a gorgeous location for it. We're at the Aloft in Midtown Tampa with a rooftop pool and rooftop bar, and I'm pretty excited for it.
I'm pretty jealous of this, actually.
I
It
mean,
sounds amazing.
So can men come too,
You
or
can
no?
come on, come visit, come hang out. Absolutely. Like any of our ladies who want to play too. If you've got, husbands, boyfriends, or even just friends that maybe don't want to draft but want to come hang out, they're welcome to come as well.
We're going to have like a lounge area for them. They can't come in the draft room and help you draft or anything like that. That's for the ladies. But we're going to have a side lounge where they can hang out and have a couple drinks. And there's always the rooftop pool down the hall too.
By the way, why would you want them in there screwing up your draft? I mean,
yeah.
I listen. I said it earlier in the show that in order to get into the unwind party on Friday night in Ohio, I'll put a dress on. It's not beneath me or above me or anything. I mean, I've done it. There are actually at least two on record photographs of me in women's clothing.
I've got
done it
one.
before.
I've got one.
I'm not shy.
We can get one more.
Yeah, listen. Why stop at one more? It's funny you mentioned that. So my oldest daughter, she'll be 27. She lives out in California now, and I played fantasy football obviously before I got married, and I actually played fantasy football before I got married, and it lasted longer than my marriage. So, so my kids saw me grow as they grew up playing fantasy sports and fantasy football. And my oldest daughter never with the football, nothing. She moves out to California, meets a guy who's a big Cleveland Browns fan, and now they're like big sports fans. And I'm like, where were you when I needed you on Sundays in your youth to defend against your mother? But I do love getting a text with her now, and her and a boyfriend in a group chat together on Sundays. He's a Cleveland Browns fan for him, but I'm a Raiders fan, so it's not like I have a whole lot of winning going on either, which is why I love fantasy sports so much. It offsets.
Yeah, so I was an only child, and this is how I got into football to begin with. When I was really young, as an only child, on Monday nights we would vote what we wanted to watch on TV, and my dad would set up the bet. He would give me enough points where I always won when I first started out. And as I won, if I kept winning, then I was always voting to watch football on Monday night, and my mom got overruled. So he rigged it, but it worked. And then later on, he stopped giving me points for every game.
Somebody's drawing a line at me in a bikini. I'll have you know, the new felt Sal could pull it off. You just
Sal wears a Speedo anyway. Him in a bikini, at least it covers up the pecs a little bit.
That might be weird for my kids. So anyway, cool. Yeah, I wish somebody would have set the deck up for me. I could have convinced my kids. My son came along. He was a little, he helped a little bit. I used to try to tell my ex-wife. I used to be like, you should go shopping on Sunday. I would have loved for her to play. She just wasn't interested at all. So, if you're out there, ladies, I am single. I'm looking for somebody that might like football. Look me up. New York, Brooklyn. This didn't turn into Bumble for me all of a sudden, but
this is why he really does the Podathon.
Yeah.
This was the long con. This was the long con for the Podathon. It took me 9 years to try.
It puts him on the map. He was the one who made Tinder.
He's got his face on t-shirts.
I did not make Tinder, but I know that it started on the college campus by a woman who also created Bumble. I think it's the same lady who did both, right? She grew Tinder and left, and then went and built Bumble. That's a story out there, but no, I didn't build it, Bob, unfortunately, or else I wouldn't have to be doing this Podathon with you on a Saturday.
But you gave the person the start that created it.
That is true. I gave him the idea that online dating was the way to go. But if you don't know, I'm credited with giving a lot of people that start in whatever their industry is, mostly by myself. I mostly appointed myself. That's Judy and Stacy. So Bob would probably, you want to show them the shirt, Bob?
There you go.
Which is basically me giving Scott Fish his start. Scott Fish's Mario giving his start. If you didn't realize that I am Donkey Kong on the logo for the SFB Podathon this year, I think it probably looks a little bit more like Joe Rogan than me. Or maybe it looks like me a few months ago before I lost the recent weight that I lost, but I think it's tremendous
It
logo.
says Sal on the tie, so it's Sal.
It is. It's me. It's a me, Sal. That's the logo there. I can lean in a little bit. That's the.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Make
Sal,
it
That
dance.
is a nice shirt.
It is. It's a good colored shirt too. Faith.
Faith really here to say hi to everyone but me.
No, she said she'll say hi to you later. She checked back in and said she'll say hi to you later when she's on. I think when she's going to be on, and you might be on at that time, and I won't be. So she had to switch her time. Let's get to Scott Fishbowl. So
wait. Ann has a question.
Oh, go ahead.
Hey, Judy and Stacy, what type of leagues can ladies draft in Fangirl football? Redraft, best ball, guillotine?
Yeah, so we have
we don't have
guillotine.
Yeah.
No guillotine, and we also are trying to fill a dynasty. I'm trying, but it's been difficult. So it's just starting, and we're trying to get that one going.
And we've got pick'ems and a survivor pool also.
Yeah.
Well, if you need to fill that league out with a man in a dress just to get it done, I'm your guy. I have Stacy's listed drafting live in Orlando. Marvel Rivals 7. Judy, are you in?
I'm not. I'm on this vacation. So it's a 5-week vacation, and I am missing everything. I go to the expo as soon as I come back. I get in from Alaska on the 21st of July and go to the expo. So I'm missing every event. I'm very bummed. So next year I will not plan the vacation over all of the events, and I will definitely get to some.
But if you want to draft online, we could draft online.
I could do it. Yeah, I could draft
if you
online.
want to. I don't want you to be pulling away from your vacation. We just want to let you know
Well,
that the option is there.
I mean, you just
as long
have to
as I
tell
can.
Russ.
I guess
Russ
I can do
put
it.
in.
Can I do it in Canada?
Yeah,
Or do I need to wait till I get? Okay.
Yeah. No, I think
Yes,
you'll be able to.
it drafts on July 6th. It starts.
We'll get to you offline. We'll connect with you offline about
Yeah,
it.
let's figure out where I am, where I am that day. We start moving around a lot all through Alaska here very shortly.
You've blown Doug Orth's mind with
Yes,
a 5-week
Doug.
vacation.
We have one. We have a live draft in Alaska. So
What? Yeah, I checked that one. It was in Anchorage, but I'm not there that day.
I know, and today was the Charlotte one. So Judy's in Charlotte, and then the one for Orlando is on the 18th.
Man, we brought it right to your backyard, and you went to Canada.
I know. Yeah. It's colder up here.
It's too hot down here.
Have you played in it before, Judy?
I have not. No, I didn't even know about it. Stacy was the one that, told me all about it, and I'm excited to get to join. And I've been doing the underdog satellite drafts. I have been doing those. Ready to get back into those as soon as I get in the U.S.
Yeah, everywhere around it, but not in it. But we'll work that out. So, Stacy, as we're getting up against the clock, just talk about, what did you pick? 7? Was that the spot you wanted to be in?
Yeah, I did. I picked 7 because the last couple of years I've drafted towards the beginning of the draft. And then, it's third round reversal and things like that. So I figured, you know what? I'm just going to go get somewhere in the middle. And then that way, if it's third round reversal, it's not going to matter because I'm going to be somewhere in the middle. So I know we don't have it this year, but yeah. So I was like, let's just grab something, 6, 7, 8, something like that. And that's where it kind of worked out. And I don't really know anything about Marvel Rivals as like a video game, but all the Orlando ones were some, either like a Disney related or a superhero.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So I was definitely my very small like video game experience was more like I got really into Grand Theft Auto for a while. That's
right. I made a comment earlier that we got video games as a theme in Scott Fishbowl twice before we got GTA 6. So, keeping in the theme of video games. Which are they claiming that's coming out in November of this year?
I don't know.
Okay, so hold tight. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, and I had to do this last year a couple of times. I'm going to jump off because I got to go start the other stream, and I'm going to let Russ and Bob close this one out with you two ladies. From me, I can't thank you enough for being here today. And Stacy, you're going to hang out and carry me for the next 4 hours or so.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have to stay for the full 4. Whatever time you do put in is great. So thank you, and I'll see everybody on the side. So remind everybody, as soon as this is done, just go right over to feed number 2. It's right up there on the Fantasy Cares page on YouTube, and 3 and 4 up there also. Follow Fantasy Cares on YouTube. You guys close it out. And Russ, don't forget to end the stream.
I know it's so anxiety inducing having to hit the end button. I hate it, but I'll do it.
Bob, keep an eye on him.
Well, as we roll up with 2 minutes left to go, why don't you, Judy, start off, say your goodbyes and all of that stuff, and remind everyone how they can find all of the Fangirl football stuff.
Yeah, you can just go to fangirlfootball.com and join the community. The leagues are listed there, but you have to have a membership in our community to sign up for a league. It will validate the email address, so it's free to join the community. Just go ahead and sign up at fangirlfootball.com. There's also information on the website for the championship draft event in Tampa on the August 21st and 22nd there as well, and you can buy a ticket and pick which league you want to draft in as well. Looking forward to meeting some of the other women in the community that are going to draft.
All right,
and thanks for having us on. And yeah.
Stacey, well, you're not leaving, but it's technically the end of your segment. So if you want to say any sort of parting shots before we head over to the new stream.
Yeah, again, just thanks so much for having us. This is my first time on the Podathon, so just really excited to get to do it. Last year, the timing just wasn't working out, so I was really, really happy that we could do it this year. And I know we had a few comments in the chat, you know, where to find different things. So just head on over to fangirlfootball.com, and we've got all the info there, and just like really excited to, you know, meet everybody in person this year, whether it's at the expo or at our event or at some of the live Vegas drafts. It's starting to get to like the best time of year if you're really into fantasy football, and I just can't wait.
Yep. Well, thank you everyone for hanging out for the first 6 hours of this show. I am going to hit the end stream buttons now. So again, don't forget, head over to the stream number 2, which if you go to find Fantasy Cares on YouTube is nice and easy for you. But if you're subscribed to us, you'll just get the notification the second Sal hits the go live button, which you can hit the bell to get that notification. Don't forget, the reason we do this, go to fantasycares.org and donate. And if you do, well, Sal's gone with the actual helmet, but if you do donate $100, you can get a thank you of a signed SFB mini helmet, Mario mini helmet. So go to fantasycares.org, and if you just scroll down, you can see all the awesome campaigns we got going on. You won't see this because it is a Podathon special. So thank you everyone for hanging out with us for a bit. Go head over to the stream number 2, and I'm going to hit the end stream buttons. So see you all over on the other side.
All right. Thanks.
Yeah. Bye. Thank you.
Bye.